wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster, heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
Welcome to the play-ins knockout stage live from Berlin, Germany. This is the final hurdle on the road to groups as 8 teams are fighting for the last 4 spots. The undefeated DAMWON Gaming are heavy favorites to make it there and kick off the action, along with Lowkey Esports from the VCS. And what a challenge ahead for the VCS representatives. You can see them entering the studio right now, and we'll see how well they play against DAMWON. I'm QuickShot, happy to be joined by Ender and Spawn for today's first best of 5. Knockouts, it's Worlds, it's getting real serious now.
And so far, play-ins has gone exactly as planned, seeded all the way through. But today, there could be some upsets.
I'm like, the end result is exactly as planned. The way we got there, though, there were upsets, there was crazy Group A's, tiebreakers, we got it all.
Absolutely the case. Of course, once today's done, Spawn and I are going to grab a bevy at the RSL. The play-ins group stage had its fair share of surprises, but one consistent performer was DAMWON Gaming. They dominated in arguably the most difficult group in play-in stage. So, what do we make of how they got here?
Yeah, the group of death, and really it was Flamengo that were the ultimate people that suffered from this, because I think coming into this, DAMWON Gaming, certainly the best seed 1 team in play-ins. Then you already throw in RYL, who had some fantastic performances as well. And this is one of those teams that is just explosive to watch on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, DAMWON came in with some shaky early games, but at the end, it was very clear that they were the best team, not just in their group, but I think in all of play-ins. And at the same time, it was sort of surprising to see RYL come into that day 2 without a single win on the board, get that 2-0, including the tiebreaker match up against Flamengo, just to qualify.
But Ender, LEC is in playing groups, and LEC is greater than LCK. So how is Splice not greater than DAMWON? I've heard this around the office a lot this week.
No. LCK third is better than LEC third. I think LEC first greater than LCK first.
What about second? Ooh.
Oh, hold on.
That's a good question. Definitely, actually.
Gentlemen, you are getting ahead of yourselves because World's Group starts next week. First, we need to see if LCK 3 can beat VCS 2. I mean, look, DAMWON, they just finish games quick. The Nuguri, the Klepto Bros to open the day. But I do want to mention something that you talked about, Ender, was the early games did struggle. Both RYL and Flamengo, who are now eliminated, made DAMWON work a little harder than maybe anybody was expecting.
Right. I think a lot of people will remember, especially those teams attacking in the bottom lane position. Nuclear and Barrel definitely had a slower day 1. Day 2, it seemed to have improved. But this is a team that was largely carried by the solo laners, I felt.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a team that at 10 minutes were down 500 gold, and by 25 minutes, the game was generally over.
See on your screen.
You can have a look at how good these guys are at exploding the mid game. It's just all about being able to get the advantages, press into enemy jungle, deny resources. And I think DAMWON Gaming are one of those teams that are you look at the map and it doesn't look like you're losing out all that heavily. Then you check gold and the Kleptos and everything else are just stacking up to huge leads.
It just explodes once they get the opportunity to play the map. Their opponents today, Lowkey. Now, correction, their opponents today, Lowkey. Later today will be Clutch and RYL. I'm getting ahead of myself. Lowkey ended up in this position. We expect them to win their group. They didn't. They didn't take out HKA from the LMS. And then they get drawn against the strongest #1 seed in play-ins.
This was actually, Group C was super surprising to me because it was actually very competitive. One of the more competitive groups, I felt, with Mega showing up a lot down as that 3rd seed. We've sort of written them off, but they definitely did compete. And at the same time, I also was looking at the VCS reps, Lowkey Esports, to outperform HKA, and there was a clear difference. I thought Lowkey Esports did not come in with the same creative style that I thought we were going to see from their time in the VCS.
If you don't win your group, you are going to draw that 1st seed from groups, and that's how this matchup ended up. Let's turn our attention to the 2nd BO5 today. It is going to be Clutch. They squeaked into 1st place. I think the tiebreaker scenario definitely made some LCS fans sweat. But once the tiebreaker game against Unicorns of Love happened at the end of the day, Clutch obliterated them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you actually look at how Clutch won, I think in the end it was quite decisive. They were able to absolutely dominate Mammoth. Then in the tiebreaker game as well, it was just lights out. So this is a team that I think has ramped up as play-in stage has gone in. It is a very young roster. They do live and die by their top laner. It does look like there is areas to attack. But I think that they would be coming into today's best of 5 very confident.
I still say they're coming in as the favorites in this best of 5, but let's not forget they lost the best of 3 to the Unicorns of Love, all right? They got the last win, but the best of 3, definitely a loss for these guys. I think that if you're looking at how to actually attack this team, you can't really attack bottom lane. Bottom lane seems like a super, it's a rock for these guys. You have to look into the jungle, I think, especially for Lyra, who I think has just had a pretty poor tournament overall, and then sort of the coin flip nature of Huni.
Well, we will get to Clutch a little later. Let's quickly touch on their opponents, RYL, because both Clutch and RYL ramped up from the first day of play to the second day of play. And RYL, of course, coming in Nostradamus himself, Armwood, saying, we'll lose to DAMWON, beat Flamengo, win the tiebreaker, and make it to knockouts. It's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and this is a lineup that I was really hot on coming into play-ins. And I think that they had one hiccup, but every other game kind of went exactly to plan. They do like to play through the top side of the map. Obviously, going through a tiebreaker is not ideal, but this is another lineup that Seol especially got better as the tournament went on. He's going to have a fantastic performance versus DeMonte today if they can provide an upset.
So there's a brief taste of the 2 best of 5s that we have in store for you today. We'll see what RYL can do against the LCS representatives. Just a quick taste for tomorrow. It's going to be Splice versus Unicorns of... I don't know why I said taste.
I don't know either.
Splice are taking on the Unicorns of Love. And these are names that European fans and viewers are going to be very familiar with. But this is not EU3 versus EU4. I despise that storyline because while it is funny and memey, the CIS and the LCL have earned this position. And I am a little nervous for Splice.
I mean, this is... It'll be interesting, for sure, because I just love the story coming into this game, especially you have former Unicorns players in Xerxes, in Vizicachi on Splice's side who have never made Worlds before. Unicorns also going to be their first time at Worlds, and now they have to clash, and one of them is going home after tomorrow.
And I think that a lot of people share the nervousness of Quickshot because the LCL, very famous for bringing out new comps, new styles at this international stage. Unicorns of Love, very famous for doing that. And so far, we've just seen stock standard almost. And so do they have something prepared? What have they been cooking up for Splice? It's going to be very good.
Wait. That will be the second best of 5. It will be tomorrow. But to bring us back to today and the teams who are looking to qualify for groups. And you've got a couple of key players you'd like to talk to us about.
Yeah, let me tell you Quickshot, because heading into today's knockouts, I want to take a moment to focus in on some of the shakier performers who need to step up or risk going home. First up, it's Lyra. Apart from a single standout early game, Lyra has been outmaneuvered by his opponent, leaving Clutch with a hole in the jungle. His staple Skarner doesn't quite fit the tournament flavor, and he's stumbling to find a pick that he can make work. Lyra needs to find that something, like a Kiana or a Gragas, that can give him the teamfight and skirmish tools he needs for the 10-minute Herald play without costing his laners pre-6 pressure. Across from Closer today, responsibility is on Lyra, not to necessarily smash Closer, but to neutralize and let Clutch's superior laners take care of business. He doesn't have to reinvent the game, just to play his own. Next up is Armut. While his recent performance on Fiora will leave RYL fans feeling confident in their top side, Armut is squaring up with Huni today. When push came to shove, Armut reached for carry threat across from Flamengo's Robo, but Huni is a player who would gladly match fire with fire. Today's question is, which road will Armut take, attack or defend? Is his job simply to survive Huni's onslaught, or will he rise to the occasion to match the former world finalist? Domestically, Armut is recognized for picks like his signature Jace, especially in high-pressure moments. And if this series goes the distance, we may see Armut fall back to this pocket pick to remind the world that Royal Youth are here for a reason. Now, as Showmaker and Nuguri dominated the play in groups, the bot lane of DAMWON seems to be the only real weakness. Across from both Flamengo and Royal Youth, Nuclear and Beryl cracked, picking poor fights and leaving themselves exposed to attack after attack. While it's fair to speculate that DAMWON were simply testing their limits or warming up for their international debut, if they're going to be the dark horse that many believe them to be, Nuclear and Beryl are going to have to revolutionize their performance to match the legendary bottom lanes waiting for them in groups. Now, those are the players who I think could decide who makes it into groups, and whether or not it remains to be seen, Quickshot.
Absolutely the case as we reset. I mean, that was fantastic breakdown, and I think my eyes are going to be on Nuclear in particular, having known Nuclear from his old EU days as well, and seeing how RYL and Flamengo exploited it. Spawn, where are you looking?
Yeah, I actually agree, and I think that this is something that we also have to give a little bit of respect to DAMWON's bottom lane. They were able to play second throughout LCK regular season. There are some great bottom lane duos in the LCK, and whilst it has looked like they've been attacked early game, let's not forget that DAMWON's still closing out games in 30-odd minutes. So this is a lineup that can scale into team fighting. Beryl, not necessarily the laner, looking to unlock him onto the map in that mid game, and they are doing their job for the DAMWON lineup.
Yeah, and also remember that while they're losing on the bottom lane, Nuguri and Showmaker are just exploding everywhere else, right? So we'll see how well DAMWON can play a little bit later. Lyris, Clutch, and Armors Royal Youth will be facing off in our second best of 5 at the end of the day. And we do give a little bit of a context to this Royal Day 2 versus Day 4. We touched on it lightly, but what are the most impressive things that you see from this team and how they adapted in between days?
Yeah, I think the really important thing for Royal is they started to understand Closer's importance on the international stage. In his game where he was able to pick up Kiana, it was great. Then he got like 5 bans thrown at him, not even prioritized in the first round of jungle pickups. And the Karthus game just did not look as good. More importantly as well, the disrespect of not banning away BRTT's Draven. I think this team is learning that international events are a little bit different from domestic competition. However, in Day 4, they certainly showed that they are quick at adapting to that kind of playstyle.
In particular, I loved seeing their draft that they came into in that tiebreaker match against Flamengo, going for multiple globals with not just the gangplank, but also a Twisted Fate in the mid lane. Having that ability to sort of cheat pressure and, you know, be in 2 places at once on the map is super, super powerful, especially when you come into these games. And I think Royal would be well off to try and go for something like that.
I mean, take a look at the stats differences. Gold difference at 15, minus 2.2 to 587. It helps when you win games, of course. Drake percentage, Barons as well. I mean, just absolutely fantastic. But now the challenge for Clutch is they are coming up against arguably the strongest number 2 seed from play-ins.
Yeah, definitely. And you have to take these stats for what they are. They had DAMWON in their group. Let's not forget that. So, you know, you're looking at the stats across the days, and whilst they're not that impressive, they are playing against the best team. And Clutch is that team that I think will have to be able to shut down key areas of the map. I think that it's going to be more difficult for them to play as freely.
And of course, let's not forget the fact that LCS or North American representatives in the past have taken play-in teams best of 5s to 5-game series. I remember it with C9, I remember with TSM. So it's by no means a guaranteed victory, despite Clutch being the favorite.
Yeah, and it's been the CIS region and the VCS region in the past that have been able to give North America that headache. We'll see whether today is the day that the TCL takes that next step up.
And to decide that, I am particularly looking at this top lane matchup between Huni and Armut, because we've seen both these guys go for those heavy, you know, split push style matchups, go for the carry picks in the top lane. So I think draft is going to be absolutely pivotal here. Whichever side can get counter pick and get a little bit of jungle attention to get the ball rolling, I think is going to have a significant impact in these 5 games.
And an interesting kind of area to look at for the Clutch Gaming lineup is what Huni does if they fall behind, because I feel like Huni is just a playmaker through and through. And even if his team falls behind, he will continue to look for avenues back into the game. Sometimes it can make it look like he's inting, but he is a feast or famine player. And I think that if the rest of Clutch Gaming go with Huni, play with that confidence that I've been talking about, it does set them up for much greater success.
It absolutely does. Now, of course, we will not have as much time to set up the next BO5, which is why we're going into depth with it now. And I'm going to ask you guys, before we get to the matchup, what are your predictions? Which team will come out on top and why?
So my vote is for Clutch Gaming, and I'm actually going with the dominant 3-0 for them. I think if you look at this matchup as a whole, the biggest advantage for Royal is the jungle position. We've already seen Closer get leads over his opponents, like that game against DAMWON, and not be able to convert it into a lead. So I think the solo lanes and the stability of Clutch's bot lane is going to be enough to come away with the win.
And I think it's very flattering that you're comparing Clutch to DAMWON right now and the inability to translate leads, right? I think that this is going to a 3-1. I ultimately do think Clutch is going to pick it up, but I do think that it is much easier to close out Clutch Gaming than it is to close out DAMWON, and that's where they get their game.
Oh, let's see whether or not Royal and the TCL can actually surprise anybody. That's the predictions from our analysts. That'll be the second BO5. Before we dial back into DAMWON and Lowkey, we have got a little special plan that you didn't know you were waiting for. As Spawn is joining us here in the LEC studio, we figured we'd play a game that we do in Europe a lot, and it's Champion Charades. It's simple. Production will tell us a champion that we have to act out. I want everybody watching at home to spam in chat which champion it is, and the 2 who are not playing will try to guess here. Andy, you're going to be the first one because you've done this before, and you don't suck at it. We know Spawn.
Oh, all right.
We know Spawn does.
Okay, stop the setup. I've got mine. I'm ready to go.
Scion.
Tryndamere? Oh, Swain. No, Death's Grasp.
Oh, you're Mordekaiser.
What?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nicely done. Okay, all right, good. Okay, so your guessing game is good.
Yep.
So this is Maud.
Yeah, what's going on with you, Trevor? You've done this before. You should be able to figure it out.
Your acting was awful.
What? He got it so quickly. Just 2 abilities. And we instantly... Oh.
By the way, can I ask?
That's good.
Everybody in chat, can you just tell me whether or not Maud walks like that? Because that's
He's the Iron Revenant.
Right, let's give Spawn his champion.
What's it gonna be? Akali.
Oh, that is not fair.
Wait, that was so... Wait, no, he actually prepared for this. He got a tattoo just so he could nail this.
I didn't set this up, by the way. I got told that I had to do something, and...
Wait, Spawn is actually the best Champions Raids player we've ever had on the show.
I'm gonna make you do
literally
another
the
one.
best. He even had his sleeves rolled up already. That's incredible.
I was supposed to wear a suit jacket as well. This was easy.
Okay, just so you know, I don't think production and the guys planning the champion charades, because we keep it as a surprise, knew he had an Akali tattoo. So you're doing another one, despite the fact we have no graphic prepared. Right, what's mine? What's mine?
No, I think I just got given another one. Can you say it again? Because Quickshot was yelling at me.
Does he know what the...
Okay. Oh.
That was a very shocked face.
Lost person.
Drawing a circle. Nunu?
Kiana.
Swimming?
Nami. Pike.
Okay, hang on.
Doesn't have eyes.
Baron! That's Baron eyes!
Baron?
Yes! That deserves a fist bump. Yes, thank you.
What?
Yeah.
So there was a pit, and then I came, and then I...
That is absurd. That is absolutely absurd.
So that was the Baron pit. I see it now. And the animation, I get it. So, by the way, production just trolled us. This is now League of Legends charades. It's been evolved.
Because I couldn't, I was like...
Okay, what's mine?
Baron or Garen?
I don't know.
Okay.
What is happening? Oh my god. Get away from me. Are you sure? It's still League of Legends, right?
Yes.
League of...
Why is he holding his arm now?
I don't know.
Just think about it.
He only has 1 arm. None of our champions only have 1 arm, do they?
Is it? It's Garen.
No.
Okay.
Is chat getting it? Can somebody check if chat's getting it?
I wonder.
Is it an age gap thing? Is it a mechanic?
It has to be an age gap thing.
Oh, he's
Angry
talking
person.
now.
Angry person. Mad.
He's Tryndamere.
Yes!
He was obviously Tryndamere. We're just trolling him.
Oh, did you guys actually make me do that the entire time?
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, I think we actually do have enough time for one more. We'll make Ender do it.
Okay.
Oh, please don't gift that.
Oh.
Please don't gift that. Wait.
Oh, sorry. I was starting doing it, but it wasn't on me. Okay.
Awful, I'm out of breath. Annie.
Yeah, wait, what? That was so fast. What just happened?
That wasn't even Annie. That was Zoe. Surely that was Zoe.
No, I was skipping with my bear.
Yeah.
If I was doing like the,
so
you know, who?
Technically, I think you were holding a bear in the wrong hand.
Oh my God, that is epic.
The only reason I know it's Annie, Annie was my first main, my absolute first main. I actually had the limited edition physical copy of League of Legends back in the day. Oh man, I'm out of breath. That's awful.
You're that old?
So absolutely the case. All right, so there you go. Champion Trades. You guys can play at home. Twitch chat.
Wow.
I'm super disappointed you didn't get Tryndamere. Like, you let me down.
They surely got Tryndamere.
Oh, no, now production's yelling at me.
Twitch chat always gets it right, and they get it right
amazing.
so fast.
Our first series of the day is DAMWON versus Lowkey. Before we get serious to the pre-match, let's hear from Nuguri.
Thank you very much, guys, and thank you, Noguri, for joining me ahead of your game today. Last week, I had a talk with Showmaker, and he said you got lucky qualifying. Can you elaborate, please, on that?
지난주에 쇼메이커 선수 인터뷰를 했을 때 여태까지 담원이 운이 좋았다고 하는데 그거에 대해서 한마디 부탁드려요.
저희들 사이에서도 이제 거의 이제 저희 자국 리그 할 때도 오늘 운이 좋아서 이겼다 이런 말도 되게 많이 했고 그러니까 경기를 이긴 거에 대해서 운이 좋다고 한 거예요, 쇼메이커가?
Did Showmaker say he was lucky, like, to winning the games or about the games?
They were lucky with the way they played. They were lucky qualifying.
이제 프로배 이번 라운드까지 올라오는데 운이 좋았다고 했는데.
롤드컵이 온 것도 약간 어떻게 보면 저도 운도 어느 정도 있다고 생각해서 좀 동의하고 저희가 경기를 여태까지 좀 이긴 것도 어떻게 보면 좀 초반에 좀 사고가 많이 났었는데 저희가 어떻게 잘 이겼다 보니까 또 이제 운이 좋다고 한 게 아닌가 생각해. 저도 약간 어느 정도 동감하는 것 같아요. 운이 좋다는 거는.
Yes, I agree with him. Actually, in LCK, when we play in Korea, that's something we say a lot. I think overall we're lucky to qualify for Worlds, but also last week because we had so many mistakes in the early game. So I think we were lucky indeed.
Have you been able to address these mistakes?
그 모든 실수들을 보완하셨나요 이번에 좀?
최대한 이제 그 부분을 생각하면서 연습했고, 예, 그러니까 준비 기간이 근데 그렇게 길지 않아서 그냥 좀 조금만 우리가 보완하는 느낌으로 하고 이제 오늘 다시 왔어요. 예.
Yes, we kept that in mind, but we didn't have that much time, but we tried our best.
All right, well, we'll see today. You'll be facing Lowkey. Can you tell me what is their strength based on what you've seen from them?
이제 오늘 로키와 경기를 하게 되는데 로키 팀의 장점에 대해서 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단은 로키 팀에서 이제 여기서 AP 정글을 하면은 이제 앨리스 뭐 이런 거 앨리스 뭐 그라가스 살리아 이런 걸 하는데 로키는 이제 뭐 앨리스 같은 걸로 좀 주도적으로 갱을 잘 다니는 것 같고 탑이 이제 그 주도 앨리스 같은 거에서 그 부족한 좀 이니시에이터 나 약간 좀 AD 딜 이런 걸 좀 채우기 위해서 뭐 클레드 약간 갱공도 좋고 다이브도 좋은 앨리스랑 좀 잘 맞는 짝꿍 이렇게 해서 좀 이제 다이브를 하고 탑 다이브를 해서 하거나 이제 같이 돌아다닌다거나 약간 그런 식으로 플레이를 많이 하는 것 같아요. 그건 부분이 좀 장점이 있는 것 같아요. 네.
So I think they're really good playing with AP jungle like Elise, Gragas, especially with Elise and top. They do and play well together, and they pick AP jungle and they pick AD tank with initiation with good engage because that's what you might lack when you play Elise. So I think they're really able to play around that well.
All right, well, we'll see how they can match against you. Now, I think you heard about the meme about you abusing kleptomancy. Can you tell me more about this?
이제 요새 정말 너구리 선수의 도벽 그런 밈 짤이 되게 핫한데요. 그거에 대해서 네.
제가 뭔가 처음에 그러니까 맨 처음에 그러니까 처음 별명 생겼을 때부터 약간 그런 게 좀 생긴 것 같은데 근데 도벽을 워낙 또 근데 실제로도 제가 근데 엄청 좋아해가지고 솔랭 할 때도 그렇고 뭐 대회 할 때도 그렇고 되게 많이 들거든요. 그래서 자연스럽게 좀 생긴 것 같은데 그런 게 좀 저도 재밌고 도벽이 그냥 제가 개인적으로 생각해 좀 좋다고 생각해서 그냥 드는 거라서 약간 좀 이렇게 뭐라 말할지 모르겠네. 도벽은 좋습니다. 네, 도벽은 좋습니다. 도벽은 사기입니다. 많이 드세요.
So I know there's a meme about me and kleptomancy. Well, you know, I played a lot of a solo queue, but also during the games. Well, I don't really know what to say, but you know what? Klepto is good. Klepto is OP. Go for the kleptomancy.
We'll remember that, of course. Thank you very much, Noguri, for the interview. Thank you, Hajin, for the translation, of course. Now back to you guys.
I absolutely love the reaction to the kleptomancy. The klepto bros themselves are about to take to the rift. And it's fun seeing a player quite passionate, quite invested, and actually like promoting klepto. Like,
it's OP!
Use it, you know?
Why is it OP?
Because you get a lot of money.
Well, there you go.
If you're better than your opponents, which Nuguri in a lot of games is, especially when he's in solo queue, is much better, you just make more gold, and that's just good.
I also think doing more damage, having more attacks, but there are a lot of good runes right now. I'm not sold on it as of yet. In fact, it was actually taken the other day in Fiora into a Camille top lane matchup, and I think it nearly cost the Fiora the counter pick. If you just go Grasp, I think there are some better options in the current meta.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing how this pivots, because I know we had Soaz on the desk and we were talking about the Camille taking fleet of footwork as well and debating and discussing it. But we do have best of 5. Maybe we'll get some answers today. LCK's third seed has proved to be the most dominant team in play-ins. They are winning fast. Despite Klepto, despite Vladimir in lane, it's just this explosion in the mid game that we touched on a little earlier.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Normally when you talk about, you know, the best teams in the world playing against some of these teams, it's solo kills in the laning phase. It's the skill gap that comes out. But this isn't necessarily how the DAMWON gaming lineup plays. This is more about, you know, scaling up in the early game, picking the right comps, treating your opponents with respect, but then after 20 minutes, just taking over the entirety of the map.
Ultimately, what it comes down to is I think that DAMWON just fundamentally understand pressure as a concept super, super well, especially in these moments where you can try to explode the game. And it's not like this is a brand new style, right? Where you go neutral for most of the early game and then turn it on come mid-game. We've seen that from teams like G2 used to very great success. So a couple of these factors that play into it and make it very strong is actually knowing how to use pressure and then picking the right comps too. Because a lot of the champions they take don't rely on huge ultimate cooldowns to fight. They're just very good in skirmishes, and that means you don't have to wait around these long 2-minute windows before you can fight the team one more time.
And when they do get their time, when they do pick their mark, and they get the Baron buff, they close out very quickly. Every time there's been a Baron in a game taken by DAMWON, there hasn't been a second Baron. They've just been able to end the game very quickly. And this is a team that I think when they have this set up, when they get their grip really into you, it's so hard to dig them out of it.
It really is, and this is going to be the question that Lowkey have to try and answer today. Lowkey, they had a very unlucky draw. They drew the strongest opponent for knockouts, but the reason they were in that position in the first place, they weren't able to win their group, which would have avoided DAMWON entirely.
And we thought in this group that this was going to be the rise of the VCS, but once again, inconsistency kind of bit them because they were able to beat HKA the first time around, then they lost to Mega. And that game meant that there was no tiebreaker as they proceeded towards the end of the group and they dropped the next game. So I think that Lowkey, they showed some things domestically that they haven't yet brought out, like the lane swap, like the ability to play a split map, but ultimately, their inconsistencies, their inability to consistently execute on what their game plans were was kind of what cost this team the first seed.
Yeah, you know, we did see some of the elements of creativity. At least at the start, we saw like the Syndra in the bottom lane, right? But now that's not creative. We just think that's going to be a meta pick moving forward in this tournament. So for this team, I do think they need to go back to the drawing board, bring out some of those more creative strategies like the lane swaps that you mentioned, especially if they're going up against the competition that's DAMWON today.
It's so difficult to be in Lowkey's shoes, and especially for the VCS, a region that is just continuing to grow, surprise, and impress. The VCS was hoping for Lowkey to be the second team in groups, but it feels to me like DAMWON might be a bridge too far. It feels to me like DAMWON are too big of a Goliath in this David versus Goliath matchup, and now it's going to be interesting. We go back to one of these old narratives of how well do they play against the inevitability of the team that's going to win.
And that's why it's so disappointing for Lowkey, because they would be hoping to emerge, the VCS as one of these major regions. However, they don't want to be just the spoiler. They don't want to be the team that got close but weren't actually able to make impact. And that seems to be kind of the area that the second seed from the VCS is currently falling into.
All right, so now we do have a very difficult topic to broach, and that is, how do Lowkey do it? DAMWON are the clear favorites coming into this match. Take a slightly different direction on this, and we're going to challenge Ender to tell us how Lowkey Esports will take down LCK's third seed.
Yeah, so it's not easy, but I stayed up I stayed up late last night, crunching the numbers, doing the analysis, trying to figure out how it happened, and I came up with a few different options. I want to start off by enabling Artifact. This guy is definitely the best player on the Lowkey lineup, and we've seen him pop off on picks like the Akali. We've seen him go for that 3 times, very high priority on that champion, even after all the nerfs that have been thrown its way, as well as another great early game on Tristana.
Yeah, he had that really good Tristana game. I can see that. I think they have to get DNK into the lane early. Splitting map versus Nuguri, however, has been tried. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, so that's my other one is I think that if you can split the map early on, Nuguri has played 2 games of Ryze, 2 games of Vladimir. These are scaling picks. They're not going to smash you inside the lane. So I think you can secure a winning top side. And then if you have another heavy pressure early game jungler that DNK does like to go for, you do have the ability to try and split that map early on and deny Nuguri. Delay him. You're not going to destroy him, but you will delay him his power spikes.
It's going to be difficult. And I mean, you already mentioned, the lane swap, as you can see, talking about it. You've brought it up, some creativity in the playstyle. Surprising the Koreans, this has happened in the past. If they're not ready for a particular strategy.
Look,
I mean,
lane swapping is a good strategy, but on the same level, it has to be trying Predator instead of Dark Harvest. On Gragas jungle, Predator is just objectively the stronger rune, guys.
There's only a couple of different win rate, however, and, we do say play your own style.
A couple percent of win rate is a big deal, Spawn.
Potentially.
Come on. I mean, it's insane. You have to, here's some other options, right? Start with the Predator, then trick Canyon into picking Echo. It's a bad champion. It's 0-4 already. Trick him into doing it. He'll do it, and then trick them into leaving Pantheon open. Just get him somehow. I don't care how it happens. If that doesn't work, just challenge him to a TFT best of 5 or get Kleptomancy reworked. You've got a lot of options here, guys.
reworked.
Get it reworked. Get it reworked right before the show. If that doesn't happen, unplug their monitors. Maybe just yoink.
I don't think that's allowed.
You unplug their monitors and note from production, Ender, please stop. Wait, what? Bribe the script driver. You can flame them in all chat. That's going to bring out the pro view memes. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Enable emotes on your accounts. Just dab on the haters, guys. That was terrible. Ender, serious, please stop. Just solo kill top lane.
He's actually just
solo kill jungle. Just solo kill mid. Just solo kill bot lane. Kill every dragon. Kill every baron. Ender weird champ. Destroy their nexus. Just don't lose. Why are you going away? Don't lose. Just kill all their bases. Spawn, you get out of here. Kill the base, and then you can't lose. It just won't happen. Can production, can we kill it? Yep, let's get his mic off.
That's the challenge that lays ahead for Lowkey Esports. That's it. Right, let's head over to Jatless to take us into game.
Finds himself the Bender Storm. No blade caller action's gonna happen as Showmaker diving around the fight. A double kill so far. One of them goes over to the Vladimir, but now they're looking for Pilot.
저희가 이제 킹존을 마지막에 다전제로 꺾고 온 만큼 이제 다전제 들어가면서 충분히 저희의 강력한 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
And another realm war to get them to the fountain. DAMWON go undefeated in the play-ins group stage.
아무래도 아직 단 한 번도 지지 않았고 또 경기력이 아직 완전히 100% 보여주진 않았지만 그래도 LCK에서 보여주던 경기력이 조금씩 나오고 있는 것 같아서 가장 센 팀으로 얘기되고 있는 것 같아요.
Did not get anything else done. Celebrity looking for more. The shutdown is there. Daewoo gonna grab one. G4 gonna be in trouble. He's running away, but it's a wipe for Lowkey. They absolutely smashed the fight.
Để được chứng minh bản thân thì đó cũng là một trong những cơ hội để em chứng minh, cho nên là cá nhân em và em nghĩ team em cũng sẽ làm hết sức để giành được chiến thắng. Em nghĩ là mình cứ tự tin vào bản thân mình làm và mình cũng có thể win được.
I worked really hard to come here. Now I have chance to go to group stage. I'll sacrifice whatever I can. I will do it.
Too little, too late. Closer step forward. BRTT goes down. RYL from start to finish dominate in the tiebreaker, and we'll move on to the bracket stage of the play-ins.
Clash Gaming show a lot of weakness in their group. In best of 5, we can beat them.
Kuni is a great player, but I can kill him.
Inax jumped on the backline by Huni. Found the backline. The Unicorns of Love, they were all low. Gets one. He's looking for more. That's two for him. This could be an easy triple for Huni.
Are you gonna shut down me? No, we can't. I think we're strong enough to be in part of the group. I'm really hungry to be same group as a FLICKR or SKT, RNG, and I'd like to face them.
Clutch's story is not gonna end in play-ins.
The charm coming out. The quickness is enough. And Mammoth are falling to pieces. A double for Cody. He's going in. He wants the Penta, but it's stolen away from him.
I'm insanely confident.
저희가 LCK 처음 올라온 팀인데도 불구하고 이렇게 롤드컵을 바로 왔다는 자체가 일단 최초로 알고 있거든요. 재밌는 경기 보실 수 있을 거예요.
Playing group stages, we went 3-2. In a best of 5, you have to lose 3 games to go home. So no one beats Clutch 3 times in a row.
Hello and welcome to the play-in knockout stage where Jatless will navigate you through the first best of 5. DAMWON versus Lowkey Esports. And Jat, do you think that unplugging the monitors is going to be the only way, or do you think Lowkey can steal some games?
I think it's going to be incredibly tough. In the history of Vietnamese esports, they haven't been able to take a game off of Korea at an MSI or World Championship. They're sitting at 8-0. On top of that, DAMWON is undefeated in the play-in stage, actually the only major region not to drop a game. But with all that being said, there is a reason you play these games. Upsets have happened in the past, and it is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, and the last time the VCS took on Korea was actually Rift Rivals this year, and very different teams are now coming into to Worlds. And honestly, I mean, Lowkey Esports, they haven't been here before, right? So if there's someone that can upset, then maybe it's going to be this squad. And they haven't faced a Korean team just yet, and there could be a chance for an upset. But look, I'm very frightened for Lowkey fans, and I think that DAMWON will probably be coming into this best of 5 series with a little bit more behind them as well. Because after seeing some slow starts in their group stage matches, I think that now is a time that they really want to be able to shore up their playstyle moving towards
the group stage, which is where the challenge really begins.
Yeah, and DAMWON has already stated they feel like play-in has helped them at the World Championship. They have looked like they've warmed up in every subsequent game, as we see a big yawn right on the stage. This is the first game of the day, of course. But when I'm going to be watching these games, I'm going to be paying very close attention to the first 10 or 15 minutes because I think that's where Lowkey would have their biggest opportunity to make a splash. If they don't smash DAMWON before DAMWON hits that 20 to 25 minute mark, I feel like they lose. So Lowkey has to focus heavily on trying to get early game champions they can get a lot of kills with and maybe punish DAMWON for some of that splitting of the early game that they seem to do.
Well, let's see what happens here as we get into Champion Select for game number 1 of this best-of-5 series. Renekton and LeBlanc banned away from DAMWON on Lowkey's side, and the Pantheon to be removed, of course, with the Elise alongside it. See what Lowkey decides to take away next, and the Xayah that has been rising to such prevalence here at the play-in stage will be taken off the board. Yuumi available, a few picks that are still pretty strong that are left on the board, Jack.
Yeah, and Qiyana's the one that jumps to mind for me as well, because the games where Qiyana was actually falling through the pick and ban phase was the Lowkey versus AHQ games, and this is something that Showmaker hasn't been able to get his hands on yet in this play-in stage. So I think it's a very conscious decision for DAMWON to not ban the Qiyana, knowing Lowkey hasn't played it, and the fact that it's fallen through that pick and ban phase, so that they can kind of just pick it up at their leisure.
And they're also rolling the Akali dice here as well. I mean, 3 out of the 4 games that Artifact has played has been on that Akali. He's shown some pretty impressive stuff on it as well, as the cat in the book is locked in here for Noguri. That'll be going into Beryl's hands once again. Not going to be paired up with the Xayah, which was so incredibly powerful, but now we're staring down the barrel of an Akali that can be flexed towards either Noguri or Showmaker, but Showmaker has probably been the best in the world on this champion, so we'll see if Noguri gets his chance to try and shine or not.
Yeah, there's a chance that they flex that pick if they still decide to go with the physical damage solo laner like the Qiyana, but I can also see Artifact just happily going towards the Tristana, even though Artifact did play 3 of his 4 group stage games on the Akali. His most kills were on the Tristana in that one game. So I think that Trist is actually going to be Tristana mid rather than Tristana bot for Celebrity.
Yep. Syndra has been banned away, and speaking of Celebrity, actually he's the one that's been playing the most of the Syndra, as Shen just straight up locked in. A flex pick in his own right, but I like him a little bit more in support, especially if you're going up against Noguri. Oh, that's Garen.
Garen Yuumi. Nice. Nice. Atlas, you and I were talking right before this about the fact that we had 74 unique champions picked in just the play-in groups alone, and we were saying, okay, which ones are most likely to start making it? And we said, well, someone's going to play Garen Yuumi. Yep. It's going to happen eventually.
And now Shen's in as well, I believe, so we're up to 76.
What, was Shen actually unpicked in the entire play-in phase?
I think it may have been.
If it's 76 or 75.
And
a Vayne ban, that was also not picked or banned.
Hey,
so we're just racking up the unique picks in this.
Well, DAMWON desperate for a little bit of range, if that is going to be the Garen Yuumi on the bottom side of the map. We'll see where we make up for it, as our Showmaker could, of course, go for something in the mid lane if he wants to, and Noguri has a plethora of different options, as Caitlyn being banned away also. What's going to augment this Olaf ban on Lowkey's side is the next question. Looks like they're targeting Canyon, and they're going to continue down that route, as the Lee Sin is off the board. Still plenty in his wheelhouse, though, and I just want to see Karthus. I just want to see Karthus locked in. Canyon is so good at Karthus. You know, I've been a bit outspoken against Canyon and his impact in this team, but when he plays Karthus, he is the hard carry. His skittles are targeted. And Qiyana is going to be the next lock-in here, so could be Showmakers, could be Canyons here as well.
They can flex those picks up towards the top or the bot lane. If the Shen ends up going top lane and it's not a Shen support, I would actually expect the Akali to go top and the Qiyana to go mid. I think Qiyana can beat the Shen in lane, but I think Akali would just be much, much better.
Well, we'll see where they do decide to go, as that looks like a Twisted Fate.
Bring on the globals.
Yeah, we're ticking down, and Shiel showed us that the Twisted Fate works extraordinarily well to get these early to mid-game compositions rolling. It could be a great way to attack this DAMWON Gaming squad if they can get around this map. Ooh. And Ornn being considered. Damn, how many unique picks do we need? This was another one we were going over, Jack.
Yeah, I would like to officially update the unique picks ticker.
Yeah. Like 79?
Stat request, Jeff, for stats, please. I don't know exactly, but they will tell me soon. Oh, man.
I can help you out here if you would like.
You can't draw circles until you're in the game.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Sorry. I should have allowed you to do the circles. Is Vladimir going to be picked up last pick?
Hold on a hot second. I've been talking about Kiana in the solo lane.
Yeah.
It's in the jungle, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. I mentioned that earlier, so it's okay, Jad. I got you back. I got you back.
I
We're
need to
totally
listen
fine.
to what you say more.
I mean, we're not listening to me worked up with Papa Smithy for quite a few years, so I think we're going to be okay. As Noguri is the only champion that has ranged auto attacks other than the cat that wants to sit inside other champions for most of the time. So DAMWON going to be playing very up close and personal League of Legends, whereas Lowkey have set themselves up a really nice front-to-back, pretty comfortable team composition.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at really both of these team compositions does speak fairly to how the teams want to play. I'm just going to ignore the Garen Yuumi for now and just talk about the other 8 champions, because Lowkey actually said before the tournament the way they play League of Legends is different than most teams, where they actually just prioritize kills on the enemy team and then they just win because they're stronger, rather than trying to play this split push or objective focused game. And I think DAMWON is a team who probably does more split push than anyone else. So I think it's very deliberate by Lowkey Esports to pick so many globals, so much hard engage, because if they ever see a 5v3 or even a 5v4 opportunity, Lowkey kind of has to be forced into action, and they're trying to get as many tools as possible to do so.
Well, I like that they do have some late game insurance as well with how easy their composition is to sort of execute in that later stage of the game. And I think ease of execution is very good in early games and best of fives. Because if you get to just sort of sit back, play your laning phase right, understanding that your late game is pretty easy to navigate through, can certainly help out with those nerves. But speaking of which, let's get into game number 1, DAMWON versus Lowkey Esports.
All right, we obviously know that DAMWON Gaming is coming in as massive favorites in this one, but it is an interesting draft we have to start this off. Watching the Garen Yuumi make its Worlds debut. Now, this is a pick that ended up getting a lot of priority over in the LEC, but we're going to stop talking about that for now, because there might be a level 1 thing.
Can we talk about the cull start for Noguri?
Has he done that in the
Nope. No, this is a first. So we know that the guy, he likes his investments, right? He plays Nomad's Medallion Vlad with Kleptomancy. Now he's got Klepto Vlad Cull Start. That's that's a new one.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we might see level 1, so we'll get into that in a bit.
Yeah, well, immediately the pull has to be taken, and Noguri straight down to it, and the flash is just going to be ignored. Venus now going to be without that one for the next little while, but it looks like Lowkey Esports are going to be able to steal away the red buff to start this one off.
Okay, I would love to see a pro view replay of Noguri in that moment.
Did he skill up and then pull immediately?
Because it felt like the Shen came from Fog and immediately taunt flashed. If he actually leveled that W up to pool, I'd be extremely impressed.
And now he's pretty happy to
he
have
still has the pool. Don't go up to taunt him. But we are also seeing the low-key lane swap,
yes,
by the way. This is something they had done in the VCS. You want to catch people off guard for it, and who better to do it against than Yuumi, who is a very poor early game roamer. So they're trying to punish the very greedy Vladimir start, and they also got in to take pool. So let's see how practiced DAMWON is in responding to this stuff. The reason you don't see lane swaps anymore is because of the early fortification on the bottom turrets. These plates are actually much easier to take in the early game than the top lane plates, but DAMWON also doesn't have an AD carry to do so, so I want to see how this plays out.
Might be easier for Garen to do turret damage, though, if there's only one opponent, and especially if it is an Ornn that's trying to struggle through a 1v2 scenario. DNK continues on the enemy side of the map, taking the Krugs here, as Celebrity and Venus are pushing towards this turret. I like that you mention it, because they do have the Demolish as Noguri. I mean, he's going to be late on the pull this time around, but he wants to try and at least get out some sort of kill, but that's 2 turret shots taken by DNK. Celebrity even takes a cheeky one as Noguri's just waiting for that pull to come back up.
Well, he
Great
gets
flash out of the way of the rocket jump, and Celebrity somehow navigates it. So first blood going over to Lowkey Esports, but that was a tough one.
And Nagari got so many summoner spells and so much health bar off of Lowkey, he can just teleport back without losing that much experience. So yes, the first blood does go down on to Tristana, but I don't actually feel like Nagari loses that much. Normally, in the 1v3 turret dive situation, Nagari shouldn't even be there. You should not be sticking around 1v3 for those early game dives, but he thought he'd be able to outplay it hard enough to make it worth it, and arguably, he kind of did.
Yeah, I mean, who's further behind? Hani or Nagari at the moment, and it does look like one CS is going to be the difference makers. Let's have a look at it. Holds onto the pool this time for a little bit longer.
Yeah, so he's also, while trying to stay alive, trying to get as much damage down as possible. Notice how he waits on his empowered Q until it's just about to wear out. But ultimately, they do have the Ignite. They know his pool is down. He did actually flash the rocket jump and dodge the body slam from DNK, but that just kind of goes to show the number of things that have to go wrong in an early game turret dive to not get a kill.
Certainly a lot he needed to be thinking about there, as we've got some two-man jungling coming down once again. Looks like the Shen and Gragas best friends crew. Moving back towards the top side is, if at first you succeed, I guess you should even more try again, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, just looking at the way this early game is going compared to how you'd think it would go in a standard game, like so far, things haven't been a disaster for Lowkey. The question will be whether or not the Ornn can live through this three-man attempt.
Well, Nuclear looking for this one as the slow, thankfully, down to 20%, says Hani. He gets back towards his inner turret. And I really like this lane swap scenario for Lowkey, because if you have a look at where their damage comes from, it doesn't come from Hani. Yeah. In any game. I mean, this guy averages 17% for his team.
Yeah, and so that's on champions like Gangplank, Kled,
Camille.
Yeah, high utility champions.
They don't do very much damage, not these ones. No. Well, not in Hani's hands anyway. It's mostly the 31% damage share that good old Artifact has that allows them to get over the line in their victories. So may as well just put him under the bus and see whether they can put Nagari behind. And he's down bottom side, and they're eating through all of these plates. DNK walks over a ward. It looks like the back away is coming in here as Hani gets finally a few extra farm, but Nagari moving down does mean that he misses out on a lot here.
Yeah. Really, though, this is an early game win for Lowkey, because DAMWON has definitely been really slow in their response to this. Basically, if a team is just going to send people top lane into your fortified turrets, you just send the same number of people bot lane and kill the turret faster. Like, that's the way you do it. However, because the Garen Yuumi haven't been good at killing turrets, and because of the Tristana on the other side, not only did Lowkey get the first blood, they also got as many plates as possible. So in many ways, DAMWON is failing in the way they respond to this lane swap.
Hasn't worked out so far, but they haven't taken the outer turret on the top side of the map. That bottom outer is very, very low, with that one plate still remaining. DNK gonna head back home, does already have his keystone activated, as we were having this conversation earlier, Ender, part of his rant at the very beginning where a lot of the real stuff was happening.
Yeah.
He did mention the Dark Harvest versus the Predator. We do have a Predator on the Gragas this time out.
Yeah, they actually did like half the stuff.
Yeah.
Suggesting take Predator instead of Dark Harvest, lane swap
Someone
on
check
them.
the monitors.
Yeah. Trick them into Pantheon, that one didn't work out.
That's another pull very early there from Nagari as the flash comes in. The taunt's good, and he's just dead once again. Celebrity locks down the kill comfortably. Venus has been all over this map, and it's to the detriment of Nagari almost every time.
Yeah, and Celebrity's going to end up getting very fed off this. Not only has he been able to pick up 2 kills, he's getting the majority of these turret plates, and now that they've actually swapped back, this is actually exactly where DAMWON wouldn't want to be swapped in the top lane. They would want to be in the 2v2 in the bottom, because now they're just going to be giving free turret plate gold to Tristana.
Yep, now they don't have the teleport available either, as Hani's up here on the top side of the map feeling very comfortable. Nagari's just going to run as fast as he can back towards this lane, but you can see the explosive charge working out very well here for Celebrity. He might be able to even grab the next plate from this turret also. Showmaker has been very quiet from the mid lane, did make a 1 roam earlier on in this game, but otherwise not to be able to find too much there, and Nagari already getting a bit chunked underneath this turret. Celebrity happy in this 1v1.
Yeah, and the more we see this, the more it seems like DAMWON is clearly caught completely by surprise by this lane swap by Lowkey.
Yeah.
Hey, the call start does tell you that Nagari was just hoping to lane against a hapless Spellbook Ornn. Right? That he's just going to be able to farm for gold, easily complete his call, but instead, he started himself with less base health than he could if he would have done basically any other item.
Yep.
So yeah, he's feeling the brunt of it right now. Lowest gold in the game. That is something we haven't seen yet at Worlds 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah. It's probably something that we've never seen even in this
Look
season
at Celebrity's
of the
gold.
LCK.
5K on the Tristana.
Is this a funnel composition?
I mean, if you're able to funnel your Trist 9 plates before 8 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, it's what it feels like. This is the new age funnel.
Just lane swap and hope the other team has Garen Yuumi and they don't match. It's easy.
Yeah, easy. I mean, I think this was on Ender's list. It was just somewhere after please stop, please stop. Something like that. But this is only the early game, guys. 2,000 gold is what Lowkey Esports have been able to draw out of DAMWON, and they are still going to have the inside track onto this Infernal Drake, which is going to spell even more bad news if this game goes any longer than past the mid-game. It's where Lowkey play for. They like playing for the kills.
Yeah.
But so far, so good for Lowkey Esports, and whether they can find these mid-game fights is going to be the question mark here, because they're moving Celebrity all the way around this map, and he's a one-man demolition crew.
Yeah, I mean, Lowkey doesn't have strong mid and late game macro, but if you script out a lane swap early game, you can still do it very well. And the fact that no one does this anymore does mean you can catch people by surprise with it, and that's what we're seeing happening. But it does bring up that overall question we're going to have throughout this whole series of how much do we really care about the early game?
Yeah,
right?
well.
And I think this game is going to be something that tells us here. VCS 0-8 all-time against the LCK. DAMWON actually not that great at the first 10 minutes of the game, but then dominate you between 20 and 30 minutes. How much of a hole can they actually be in to have it not matter? Because a 3,500 gold lead at 10 minutes is really big by Worlds game standards.
But is it big by DAMWON game standards is the question. As Shelly is going to be taken down, this is Lowkey Esports just investing into picking up as much global gold as possible, because this is crazy. There's already been 2 turrets taken, and the plates haven't even fallen down. We've still got
they're going to break
3.5 minutes.
All 15 plates. They're likely going to break all 15 plates before 14 minutes, maybe even before 12. This is actually such an efficient and good early game from Lowkey. There's a chance DAMWON would be forced into a fight, but they don't want to fight the Trist right now with Nagari just going for more gold items. I don't know if this is the best item choice here by Vlad.
He already has the...
They're going for the flank. They're trying it. This could be good for Lowkey.
Exactly right. So we can dive in towards the backside. Good double stun to start this one off. As we do have the Ornhorn blown, it's headed straight towards the Kiana, but it doesn't actually matter. The Trist already taken down. A 1-for-1 so far as Showmaker now dancing around the back. He can go back to Venus as well, setting himself up the kills. The double comes in, and DAMWON may have just turned it around already.
Didn't quite see how Celebrity died with his flash and ult up, but that has to be the most critical moment of this fight, because then at the end, Showmaker was able to just kind of style on Lowkey. By all means, that's exactly the fight Lowkey wanted. They were just unable to execute.
Well, really cute double knock up there, but the stopwatch is going to be enough. As Nuclear now looking for Hani. Celebrity had teleported in. Good slow comes forward, and he just needs one more auto. That's going to be it. The rocket jump and the Goomba stomp as Beryl. One more auto attack. Triple kill for Celebrity. And Lowkey back on top again.
7,800 gold, 12 minutes in on Tristana?
That sounds all right.
I'm going to say that's the most gold the player has had at this World Championship in 12 minutes, and he's going to get more plates for himself and another turret. DNK, back off. Just give him the solo turret gold.
Give him the solo turret gold. We need this for
He does.
Oh, no.
He did. That was an extra 460
gold?
for Celebrity. He's now at 8,500 gold. 12 and a half minutes in. That's a problem for DAMWON.
Yeah, I think DAMWON know who's the carry's going to be as we move into the rest of this game. As we'll have a look at this dive. It was just DAMWON staying a little bit longer than they should have.
Yeah, Nuclear gets taken very low. Showmaker was still kind of sticking around in that 20% slow instead of a higher percentage slow, and the fact that it was a low health Yuumi inside a low health Akali just allows the Trist to go to town.
Yep. RC and the crew feeling pretty good about how Lowkey's done in this early stage. And I'm glad that we got the total gold graph back. Everybody else sitting at about half of what Celebrity has.
Celebrity has 3,500 more gold than the next highest gold player in the game.
Yep.
He has more gold. Well, it's close. The math is wrong on this, so don't pretend that I'm trying to do math on stream. But it's close to having more gold. Like, add the second richest person on Lowkey and Noggery, and then you have Celebrity right now.
God.
That's how much gold he has on Trist early game.
And that's how little gold Noggery has this game. Because normally, right, he is put behind. He's often sitting 0-2 like this, but that farm number is often much higher
I was just
than it
waiting
is
in base
this
for
game.
something. Okay, here's an NLR.
Yeah, that's a big stick. Goes, it's full build. Still made it to full build, Jet. It's totally fine.
He hasn't upgraded his boots for his CDR.
Oh, that's true. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're still one item away. Yeah. That combined costs only like 7.
But once you get to 6 items, you're really done.
Yeah.
That's the...
It's Vladimir. He's a late game champion. You need to get those 6 items. This first turret for DAMWON does go down. It's going to alleviate some of the global gold issues that they're having. 3,000 going to be that lead, but the alleviation I was telling you about is only going to be short-lived as this inner turret is going to get obliterated. Celebrity turns up and says, no, all of your base is belong to me. Nuclear coming on down, but remember, there is absolutely no range on this DAMWON comp. If they can't close distance onto the Trist, they all just die.
Showmaker is level 11 right now, though, but also a stopwatch being picked up by Celebrity, so I think DAMWON's going to try and fight here over the Mountain Drake.
Teleport to come in here, flanking positions from Lowkey is the Buster Shot already used. Mountain Drake does get taken here for Lowkey's side, but can they actually win the fight? Supreme display of talent comes down. The Emo Blade is pretty decent as well as Canyon off to the side. The Garen spinning, but is he winning is the real question as Hani is so incredibly tanky in the front line, and Canyon jumps forward and dies as an afterthought. Celebrity's so big, another round of resets, a triple kill for the Trist, and Lowkey may have just set themselves up for game 1.
And Max, this is why we play the games. Because these types of things can happen. Watching this fight one more time, all of Lowkey's team composition is about these mid-game team fights. They have the gold exactly where they want, and their strategy, they use the TF ult right at the start so that Akali and Kiana can't go invisible during the duration of the fight. So they actually burst out the Akali as quickly as possible. The Shroud is useless with the TF ultimate thanks to the fairly recent changes, and then Celebrity does use that stopwatch to buy enough time that he can jump in at the end to clean up kills yet again. So if this were 20 minutes, they would have gone straight to Baron. It's just not.
It's not.
He
It's
has
only
the
50.
20-minute items.
Baron isn't going to be here for another 4 minutes, Jay. You got to slow down. Definitely got to slow down. 6,000 gold is the lead.
Celebrity has enough gold that he can go back to base and full buy a Phantom Dancer.
Yeah.
So that's a
Perfectly as well.
16-minute, 11,000 gold Trist. Cannot emphasize, he has double the gold of his top laner.
Yeah. He's got a 5,000 gold lead over Nuclear.
This is a team effort. It's not just like, wow, Celebrity is amazing. No, it's the fact that he got every turret plate.
It's a funnel comp.
All of the solo gold.
It's just straight up a funnel comp.
And then the fact that DAMWON did the Garen Yuumi straight into it, which is like, I feel like lane swapping's dream. That the other team can't have a good sieger early on in the game to punish the bottom lane. And then add that to the fact that we have
Vladimir in the early game.
Breedmaster Noggery picking Cull, Vladimir, Klepto, and then trying to outplay a 1v3 turret dive. Like,
yeah, Ebenezer Scrooge on the top side of the map. Yep. He's certainly trying to make as much money as possible, but he's not being able to do it this time
at
around.
least his Cull will complete in 10 more CS.
That's true.
I mean, it's really paying off.
Maybe that's the turnaround.
The thing is, it might be.
Yeah,
it still
I said
might
it
be.
And I was like, oh, damn, have I just jinxed Lowkey Esports? Well, they're still making moves. They're now towards the top side of the map looking for even more of this global gold, and they have a Mountain Drake, Chad. They have more ability to destroy these neutral objectives as Nuclear coming in looking for a potential flanking play as DNK going to get slowed down. Teleport immediately from Noggery to try and get towards this top side. The final chapter is red and it's getting a few snares as well as a supreme display of talent comes in. 5-point strike to get that first kill onto the Gragas.
Celebrity's
But now
alive
Nuclear
though.
has to run away. Noggery going to turn up, but they are just going to try and get out of there. The Twisted Fate is dead and the back is being channeled. It's Celebrity's turn to go down. The pool is in. Goodbye, Tristana and Jat. You did it. The biggest jinx so far of the play-in stage. as DAMWON win a pretty comfortable team fight.
We said it might be. I mean, the call still hasn't procced, so the power spike's not there yet. He hasn't
you
cashed
said
in.
we. I didn't say anything like that.
Yeah.
No. This is all on you. This jinxing is all on you, Jad.
And unfortunately, very poorly played team fight by Lowkey. Ornn is not there, and Gragas' ultimate is down, so they have the inability to have a strong disengage, and that just allows Nuclear to flash in, chain roots, they get a double stun, thanks to the Kiana, and then it's really just about getting as much damage down onto Celebrity as possible, and Artifact really way over-aggressive on that turn. It is a 5v3 at that point, which just emboldens the rest of DAMWON to go through, and then, of all people the shutdown could go to.
Yeah. And I actually thought that Venus was like channeling a back, which would have been great, but instead that was the Stand United, which got himself killed whilst standing on top of Celebrity. So, look, that was misexecution. It's okay. Lowkey still have a gold advantage. They still have a huge turret advantage as they've taken out the entire 2 outer rings. Inhibitor turrets are going to be more difficult to hold on to, though, and they have to stray very far into theoretical DAMWON territory in order to get anything done from this point. And DAMWON have set up their topside vision. Look at this. I mean, the Baron's spawning in 30 seconds. DAMWON know exactly where Lowkey are in relation to that objective.
And I think Lowkey should try and fight at the Infernal Drake, and they need to start with this Ornn ultimate. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, Ornn comes out, flashed immediately there from Canyon. Good respect, because he's still very squishy on this Kiana. Nuclear dodging out of the wild cards, but he's very kiteable unless the zoomies are on point.
And now I think this is really bad for Lowkey because they don't have the TF ultimate to stop Showmaker. I think Artifact needs to hold his TF ultimate until fights start, not use his engages, which is why they're actually not even going into the river, and it's a double Infernal for DAMWON.
Yep, they only have Cask and the Buster Shot, which is just not enough when Stand United is so important, when the Ornn is so important, and Artifact, of course, having his Destiny Gate combo on cooldown as well. Looks like moving towards the top side. That's where Celebrity is going to continue, trying to get farm on this map. He is 40 CS in the lead from his opposite number, but still 20 behind the clock. There just hasn't been an emphasis on farming this game. Some of the lowest numbers that we've seen so far from a DAMWON game, especially on their side.
Showmaker is roughly keeping up with his pace, and Nagari just didn't get to farm for the first 10 minutes. That's why he bought all the items that'll farm for him.
Yeah. He still has a hat.
How do we get here, man?
I don't know, dude.
He's strong enough. Like, yes, Celebrity is still insanely powerful. Almost 13,000 gold, 20 minutes into the game. But Nagari is just as strong as the other team's soul laner, so...
And Venus might just be dead here as Canyon has closed the gap, and it's only a matter of a couple of autos. Nuclear just comes in, presses Q, and gameplays the Shen to death on his Garen. Garen mechanics have been incredibly impressive, Jad.
Yeah, all those assists he's picked up on the Garen.
Are we going to have that conversation, by the way, about the Garen versus the Mundo?
I mean, we can.
Mundo would have been better here?
I haven't seen the Dr. Mundo succeed well. The reason we've talked about it is, personally, I saw Reckless spamming it in solo queue as maybe an alternate to the Garen Yuumi. Theoretically, it's just big melee dude.
Yep.
Yuumi jumps on his back, and then they just run around trying to be tanky.
Yep, and extra healing for a Mundo seems good as well.
One can take Targons, which eventually gets you the Ludens on the Yuumi, and then Yuumi ends up poking. And basically, since the Prowling Projectile's range is determined by its proximity to the person that they're on, so in this case it will be Garen, having a fast melee champion is very beneficial. That's why Garen maxing Q and just running around makes the poke so devastating in the Garen Yuumi lane. That's kind of what you're building up towards.
Yeah, I feel like with Mundo, I believe Zoomies more healing the lower health you are as well, so it gives you higher value there. So
and then also you can't poke either
health.
of them out that well either, especially once Garen hits level 11 for the later game. But Atlas, this was a 5,000 goal game.
I was trying to distract you.
This was gonna be the one. This was gonna be what we're. But Lowkey, you know, they get their first win ever against the LCK.
They still have a composition that can play very comfortable 5v5 team fights, and DAMWON have a finesse comp, as they generally do. Zero range, need to get the correct flanks, need to get the correct fights, which they were able to get last time, but doesn't mean they're going to get them the entire time. So I wouldn't worry too much. But as far as outplaying in the late game is concerned, DAMWON have wrote their name on that particular tactic.
And you know what? In a way, this is going to be a long explanation for something not that important.
Just go for it.
In a way, Nagari benefited from being starved out of the lane and pushed into mid. Do you know why?
Oh yeah, why?
Because he had the Nomad's Medallion. Gold coins only drop if an ally is near you and if you're not getting CS. So the fact that he ran into Showmaker's lane and Showmaker said, this isn't your CS, this is my CS, he just gobbled up all those gold coins, and now he's got a faster Sightstone.
It's incredible. So Nagari, what you're saying to me is Nagari is successfully playing support Vladimir.
With 10,000 gold. He is 20 gold behind Showmaker. Wow. Do not recommend this. This is not optimal League of Legends.
Do not do this at home.
This is greedy League of Legends, for sure.
Well, now he's got his Spellbinder. Like, Nagari is teamfight ready.
He's strong.
He's straight up teamfight ready.
Yeah.
Has his 20% CDR from his items, which is what you need if you're Nagari. Doesn't have Transcendence, so I guess wants another 10% from somewhere else, but beggars can't be choosers. But they're only 1,000 gold behind, Jad.
I know.
Not even.
600. And they have Double Infernal, so based on the stat checks, they're stronger.
Yeah.
In team fights.
This is the world we live in. We're just going to have to continue accepting it. 24 minutes into this game, it's Baron Vision that is the aim here, as we knew that Lowkey were probably going to be playing some sort of ARAM-y type style, which is exactly what they're doing, but they do have a Twisted Fate in a side lane because he has that Destiny available to him.
Yeah, really Lowkey needed to be hard forcing fights the last 10 minutes every time the Ornn ultimate was up and just going and going and going. Whenever the game slows down like this, it just gets pretty painful.
Manages to gate out. Okay, nicely done. I thought there might be some CC there, but it looks like Canyon was unable to get there in time with the ground-empowered Q. DAMWON now needing to protect their base. Remember, the first 6 turrets have already been taken by Lowkey, so if DAMWON lose control of one of their side lanes, then it's pretty quick that Celebrity tears through a turret like this. You can see inside track is going to be there. Big combo comes down as the You and Me has to be utilized, and they lose their inhibitor turret, but now maybe DAMWON have found their team fight, but the final chapter doesn't quite work. The Ornn looking for the stuns, but doesn't get thrown back at Showmaker. Dives into the backline. Artifact is going to be his target, is now Celebrity. In amongst 4 members, that's not what you want as the hard carry of your team.
Celebrity!
It is, as Nuclear's already gone down. Nagari can't find his way into the fight. Has a snipe into the backline onto the Twisted Fate, but look at this Tristana, already able to take down Canyon. Now creating the space as Nagari. He pulled, so Venus is going to get taken down. And now Showmaker and Nagari versus the world. The brand of DAMWON Gaming is Celebrity taken down to the GA. And unfortunately, if you go up against these two, you are asking for trouble, and it's a Nagari triple kill to get the ace.
Oh my goodness, Lowkey feels like they are so close to breaking this game open. They even had the upgraded Infinity Edge
they had the
on
Mega
Celebrity.
Edge.
And because of the turrets and Trist, 1-1 team fight could have actually just won the game. So the margins that DAMWON is playing with here are so incredibly thin, but to watch this fight, Gragas gets nothing done. Canyon makes sure of that, and then the rest of the fight is really just about watching Celebrity and whether or not he can get his damage off, and seeing also how Showmaker and Nagari avoid the Trist damage unless they have cooldowns available. So yes, Celebrity is incredibly strong, and he's able to crit Canyon to death right there, but now in this 3v3, it's the pool. Showmaker's sitting back. He weaves an E in at some point here to get Celebrity. As soon as he's in the brush, somehow that doesn't get the minion. That allows them to proc the GA. Otherwise, with how much damage, the Tristan has taken the full health bar in a second and a half, maybe 2, but the triple kill goes to Scrooge McDuck. And he also does 5k damage in that team fight.
Whoa. Scrooge McDuck. Not Ebenezer anymore. We're going to the cartoon version because this shouldn't be real, Jad. This just shouldn't be real. Still 6,000 for Celebrity. He's doing the very best he can. Just doesn't seem to be enough, especially when the rest of his team is so anemic. He's taken every resource on this map, and he did play that last team fight relatively well. I liked how aggressively he jumped in. I liked that he was turning for the opportunistic targets. It just... that feeling of inevitability is coming back, and I feel like DAMWON are actually doing this on purpose. Like, they're challenging themselves. They're like, how far behind can we be before we win?
What if we just didn't lane swap thing at all?
What if we just didn't play the first 15 minutes of the game?
The thing is, I actually do feel like they were completely surprised. They would have been actually lackadaisical in their prep, because us casters were expecting Lowkey
we knew that
to lane
this
swap
team
at some
does
point.
like to, yeah.
And DAMWON probably said, well, let's just see. It'll be fine. And I'm sure if they would have lost to it, that they would have had something ready for it in the next game, which we'll probably see in the rest of the series. But it's not looking like they're even going to lose to it, as they pulled from 5,000 gold behind to now 2,500 gold up with a progressively larger Vladimir.
There's something beautifully ironic about a Korean team being surprised by a lane swap. There's a real beauty there, isn't there?
That is...
It all comes full circle, Jat, as we've got a defense of this outer turret that's successful from Lowkey.
These players are so young.
Yeah.
They just like heard tales of lane swaps while they're in like grade school.
And Nuggery's like, what? A lane swap? What a terrible meta. I can't style on people 1v1? I would quit the game instantly.
He wouldn't be a top laner.
No, he wouldn't.
I know there's no
he
way.
Would be a mid laner, definitely. And he already is in one of their games so far, as that's a decent stun onto Honey, but gets to the safety of his outer turret. Relative safety, I might add.
Yeah, 2016 Summer Split is when lane swap
All of the
away.
Forge God looking for Canyon. He is the squishy option, but unable to get there in time and goes invisible. Picking up some of that grass, which is very handy to have in your back pocket. As Beryl looks to be a little bit bored, just you and meing around his team. Is that a verb?
It hasn't built in the Medjais yet, but it's because he rushed the Ludens. At this point, they're just poking. This is what you try and do with the Garen Yuumi as much as possible, and then you force Lowkey to try and engage into Yuumi's great counter-engage.
X-Flash not going to go in. And you can see DAMWON are also just playing around the fact that they prepared their side lanes and Lowkey didn't.
Yeah.
So they get themselves the bottom outer turret. They just have better control of this map. And it's when you can read the living map of League of Legends a little bit better than your opponent in these sort of stages that you see sort of skill gaps like this when it comes to getting through these late games. And it's why DAMWON have looked so much stronger, is because in these moments, they know what they need to do, and they play through it with much more aplomb than a lot of these other teams that can be a little bit indecisive. Looking at you, Mega.
And I mean, Lowkey to get here.
Oh, that's cute.
1-1 with Mega, 1-1 with HKA, but now with the Mountain Drake and Triss, they can get this. Will Showmaker catch any? He doesn't even catch a champion with that sweeper.
Yeah, is Canyon actually going to get
And
one?
he has two
Oh,
control
no,
wards.
he
He
just
should
takes
drop
some water out of the pit. He doesn't know
drop
that
something.
There was some Baron blood in there, but he didn't notice, and the Baron is just snuck. 2 members, and that's all they need. DAMWON, they were right there. That's why you can never trust the Rift Scuttler. He'll lie to you. He'll lie to you.
Yep. You may think, well, there was a very brief moment in time where it did show the whole river. But ever since that was fixed, it does not show the whole river, so you can sneak past the edges of it. And stuff like that, Max, makes this series so hard to make statements about.
I know.
Because in a lot of ways, DAMWON have looked bad, weak, vulnerable. The early games, not dealing with lane swaps well, actually just fighting the full mid-game team fight composition, 5v5 when they're strong. They're things you shouldn't do. They're fundamentals, they're steps that DAMWON is skipping, like keeping vision on the Baron pit and actually even having like a single blue trinket to use, considering they've all gone sweeper for some reason. There's just things you don't see normally.
Like a support doing the most damage in the game.
That's a little more likely for Garen
That's true.
Yuumi.
I mean, it's
sure,
Garen Yuumi.
Because he's the Ludens, but
you're a little bit funneling more gold into.
Yeah, they've gone 5 sweeper. It's because they have double sightstone. So they're saying that, hey, we have enough wards, we don't need extra trinket wards.
Wait, has Noguri actually finished the quest?
Oh yeah, he finished it at 22 minutes.
All right,
because he got all those gold coins.
Yeah.
From being
just doesn't have any wards right now, so it was confusing me.
He might actually sell his sightstone now that he's seemingly max items. But he's coming for the TP flank.
Looking for the team fight as Canyon is off to the side as well. Noguri gets in. He's got the Home Guard enchantment. And there's the Hemo Plague right in there. So much damage, but the exhaust comes in very, very late, and they haven't gone down just yet. The GA is now popped as DNK off to the backside as Showmaker is going to punish him. The fadeaway jump shot on the barrel, but it's straight into the death chamber as now Nuclear gets buster shotted out of there. But how much disengage is remaining? Looks like the answer is enough.
It will buy time, though, for DAMWON to get this third Infernal Drake.
Wow.
Bloodthirster being on Celebrity, though, is pretty beneficial for these longer fights in stopping him from being burst out by a full Vlad combo if he's able to get that overshield up.
Yeah, and 6 items when you have the Ornn upgrades as well feels a whole lot better. So that Molten Edge is now going to be helping, given the fact that it's all about sort of item slot efficiency when you're getting into very late game or very bad AD carry territory.
Yeah, just see a standard TP flank, and really Vladimir flanking at this stage in the game just buys time, because you must deal with him. So he burns a Shental, Ornn is just kind of sitting around, he gets a late exhaust. All the while, the rest of DAMWON is just kind of playing the rest of the fight, and finally Showmaker finds someone who's isolated. Great job flashing under the cask.
Yeah, uses it as a gap close, I like it. Right. As we come back to live, we've got Canyon diving in onto Venus. Supreme display of talent, locks up Artifact for a little while longer as Nuclear is going to come in. Canyon goes into stealth for a moment as now Nogari's going to find DNK. He's body slamming, trying to get out of there. Meanwhile, 4 versus 2 underneath this inhibitor turret is now taking damage with 2 siege minions. And the Baron just wears off. As they're not going to be able to defend for long enough. They haven't lost an inhibitor just yet of DAMWON Gaming, but they've lost 8 turrets so far. They're ahead by 3,000 gold, but it looks like this Lowkey team just don't even know, because they're still playing on the front foot.
It's been a wacky game, Atlas. Celebrity still has the ability to win the game if he's able to have a great team fight, but this Yuumi poke is definitely pushing Lowkey back.
And they are respecting Nogari so much as well, and you can understand exactly why, especially they're standing 5 members on top of one another. That is the juiciest Teemo Plague that you have ever seen. DAMWON do push out of their base. They have survived the Baron buff, and they haven't lost an inhibitor yet. But there's only so many more turrets that you can give up now, Jat. They have 3 left.
Yep.
And if you lose those, the game becomes pretty hard to hold on to.
Especially against a ADTF, who can just jump in your base and kill them at any moment. Now the question will be, does Lowkey actually try and do this weird split push where TF snipes inhibitor turrets and they try and make the game really crazy? Or do they just 5v5 team fight and go for champion kills like they're used to doing? And I still think that that's probably what they should be trying to do, but I really want to see Artifact use the TF ult in the middle of a team fight and have them focus down Showmaker and Canyon, the 2 champions that just zip in and out of invisibility in these fights where TF can completely counter them. That's what I feel like Lowkey needs to try and find a way to do.
Canyon going to throw out that Q, looking for more as Duskblade pops, clears out some vision. The Baron is going to be available in 40 seconds. The fight breaks out now. DAMWON should be able to push and win, to be perfectly honest. They have so much extra damage with these 3 Infernals. And it looks like Lowkey understand that. They're not going to allow DAMWON to dictate the flow of this game. It's going to keep trading some minion waves in this mid lane. Lane's completely even off to the side lanes, but I'd like to see Lowkey try and get some pressure from there because they do have Artifact, Teleport, and the Destiny available. And of course, Celebrity has his TP available as well. Hani with the Spellbook also able to maneuver back to his TP pretty easily. Just poking on the top side. Yeah, exactly. It's all sort of going down. And I kind of want to ask you all these questions, Jad, about like, oh, well, if you're in this position, what should you be doing? But I think the rest of this game really does need to be held into account, right? Yeah. Because there's just been insanity up until this point. And so DAMWON are answering the ARAM with another ARAM.
Well, against Ornn TF, if you do split up, it's exactly when Lowkey's going to want to fight. So if DAMWON wants to have an opportunity to clear sideways, they have to be really sure that Lowkey's not in engage range, so they're kind of pushed into 5v5 based off of the enemy team composition. But with Triple Infernal, they're just they're down for taking a 5v5, and Yuumi is great in close fights like this.
Yeah, look to see DAMWON pull away and try and find themselves a peel-off fight. The Baron down to about 6,000.
Also, DAMWON has pretty poor Baron damage with no AD carry.
Yeah.
It could be stolen.
DK, yeah, it's a 50-50. Steals it away easily as the final chapter comes in. There's a supreme display of talent, but not exactly the high value that they really want it to be. And the stone plate from Hani did so much work. No kills actually went down, and DAMWON, they just lose a Baron. They leash it for their opponents, and now they're trying to get out.
But they can interrupt recalls while Trist tries to push mid. How long can they play this game for? Because Trist would have a chance of ending the game if they had minions. They don't have minions.
They don't, but they are going to be able to take down this inhibitor.
There's, that was close.
Not quite enough, not quite enough, but I really did like the idea. Completely understand your excitement there, Jat. 2,000 gold is still the lead for DAMWON as Elder Drake is available and Nogari's teleported here towards this bottom side. Nuclear
use
joins
flash
in as well,
alt in the past fight.
Showmaker.
He's going to use it here.
Yeah, 4 members turn up in an instant as there's the Hemo Plague. Nogari dives on forward. It's another objective secured by this Gragas, but I don't think it's going to be enough as the rest of the fight is being won by DAMWON. Showmaker taking matters into his own hands. 5-point strike. Feels like a 50-point strike at the moment as the final chapter comes on in. Celebrity, how many rocket jumps do you have? The answer is 2 right here as Nuclear not going to be able to dive that far as Artifact now is going to fall. The GA not going to keep him alive under that inner turret, and DAMWON, they may have lost every objective that they've gone for, but it doesn't seem to matter because 4 people are dead on Lowkey's side of the map.
How many things have to happen for Lowkey to win this game? They have a Baron steal. They have the Elder secure in another 50-50. They had the lane swap. They had the Superfed Trist. They have the inhibitor down. Watching this one more time, DAMWON doesn't pull off early enough, and at 1,500 health, the Gragas can solo burst the Baron. Massive plays coming out of DNK to get both of these steals on the Gragas, but then this fight right here again, the Vladimir damage is just gonna crush you when you're grouped up like that, but another perfect smite. If they lose this fight, though, the game's over.
Yep. But I mean, honestly, Canyon wasn't there, so that was a pretty comfortable smite there for DNK. The first one, though, Canyon was out of the Baron pit. They were trying to leave it. They did not want to go for that 50-50. So we come back to live. This inhibitor turret is going to go down. They're going to answer the open inhibitor on their side of the map as well. DAMWON now pull ahead, 5,000 gold. But Jat, this is a weird and wonderful series already.
The Ornn ultimate had previously cleared the minions, so DAMWON had to wait for this, but now they have 20 seconds of 5v3 against Baron minions, which are actually fairly helpful in these situations, but they're going to try and end the game here, it looks like.
Yep, trying to go for it. 10 seconds until DNK, 7 until Venus. He can get in there with a Stand United as Artifact in a lot of trouble. Nogari gets him with the combo. The final chapter comes in a little bit late, but it is going to be enough as Hani goes down as well. They're actually saving Celebrity until last as Nuclear using that courage to tank up so much of the extra damage. Showmaker was taken down though, and now Nogari needs so many different pulls to try and survive this one. As Celebrity needs a few auto attacks. The taunt was fantastic. Now Canyon into the GA. Celebrity is well and truly cleaning this one up as there's a teleport. They're going for the end of the game as it's only Nuclear and Beryl that are there to try and defend, and Celebrity gets up topside first.
So Baron buff is gone, but if Nuclear and Beryl can't get back, Celebrity would be able to end this game.
Yep.
I think Lowkey's going to win.
I think they can probably do it as Nuclear is trying his very best. He's got a dead man's plate, but can they actually get there? Remember, super creeps are going to be coming out of this DAMWON base, and Nuclear is going to get there relatively
I don't think he can stop him. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. They're really fast.
2 versus 1 as there's another final chapter. Can Nuclear do it? He needs to buy so much time. And the Buster Shot.
Gragas and Shenner here too.
Is doing his best to try and get through. He does go down to his GA, but now DNK has to be dealt with. Beryl is out from the Garen and they've won the game. Lowkey Esports upset DAMWON in game 1.
The VCS take their first win over the LCK in their history here in game 1 of this best of 5.
Oh my God.
That wasn't what we were expecting. I'm going to be completely honest. That was a little bit surprising.
So I was a bit caught for words because I didn't know how to say that wasn't what we were expecting with enough emphasis. Because everything about this game was completely unexpected.
It was bonkers.
Yeah, Lowkey going for a lane swap. Lowkey successfully orchestrating that lane swap.
Yep.
DAMWON having literally 0 range apart from a Vladimir on their squad, and I guess a Yuumi if you're going to count her. Losing with 3 Infernal Drakes.
Yeah.
Losing the Smite and then instantly losing the Elder Drake as well in 4v5 fight situations. This was out of control.
Things that I could have told you that you might have believed before this game happened did happen. So I might have told you, hey, Lowkey is going to do a lane swap team fighting composition.
Yep.
DAMWON's not going to be ready for it. they're going to fall really far behind early, and Lowkey's going to win. You'd be like, okay, that could happen. It's unlikely, but it's possible. What you would have just said, no way, is, okay, also, they're going to have triple Infernal Drake on DAMWON's side, and it's going to be a 41-minute game.
And they're also going to, DAMWON's going to lose the game with a gold lead. I'm pretty sure
that
as
too.
well.
At 42 minutes.
At 42
Yeah.
minutes. With 3 Infernal Drakes, Chad. Like,
that's where it just stretches into
insanity land.
Bonkersness. Like, I just don't know. How many words can I use for this?
Yep. I can imagine that production as well is really confused. They're like, oh no, now we need to find a whole lot of assets for a Lowkey victory that we weren't ready for, right? Because even halfway through that game, it looked like that inevitability was going to pay off. But it didn't happen. You can see some bemused looks on these DAMWON faces. This is a best of 5, so they can come back from this scenario, but this is certainly something that is going to have you shook.
Yeah, the back and forth nature that ended up being a 5,000 gold lead for Lowkey early, but then actually losing mid-game team fights to the really just starving, begging Vladimir, who then took it back to seem like DAMWON would be able to win, but then just DAMWON's inability to secure Baron Vision, letting it get stolen, their miss of the Elder Dragon, the overstay in their bottom lane push. I think there was a couple things that contributed here, and I think it was Nuclear and Beryl trying to get probably their seemed like first Garen Yumi game on stage, and the team didn't seem to know how to play around it, and Lowkey was able to pick up the win.
Yep, and on that note, it was an incredible game 1, and let's see how the State Farm analyst desk reacted to this win.
And welcome to the State Farm Analyst Desk. You are looking at scenes of the 3 of us celebrating and jumping for joy as Lowkey Esports pick up the first ever win for Vietnam against Korea. We have to relive the moment that had the 3 of us jumping up and down. It was the base rush, base race, not even a race, it was one horse. After it looked like Lowkey were gonna die.
That was just absolutely insane, Trevor, because, you know, Jat said it, 3 Infernals on the other side. Literally, DAMWON are inside of their base, but Celebrity was able to clear away the minion waves, and then as soon as they win this fight, there's minions in the top lane to TP to.
Yeah, and it was like these staggered death scenarios where it was just 2 back-to-back 3v5s, but Tristana was untouched. Just standing underneath the turrets. It's very nice to be safe in your base. And DAMWON, they look like they had control of the game, but then just fumbled key moments. And I mean, you just love to see the confidence. Like, just go for the end, you know, go for the throw. You had one opportunity to do it this game, and they were able to get it.
And they'd realized this, too, because the fight before, Tristan had done the same thing. Celebrity ran straight down mid lane, while the rest of the team tried to delay. That got them the first inhibitor, and then this play, just the stall as DNK and the rest of the team tries to run down Nuclear and Beryl just to buy time for Celebrity to kill the Nexus is just incredible.
The amount of emotions I felt in the last 42 minutes cannot be documented in the amount of time we have to discuss this game. I went from shock, surprise, awe, celebration, and sadness, and that's only looking at the DAMWON perspective. When we turn our attention back to Lowkey, before you kind of lost the plot, I might add, in Countdown, you had a few very valid points, some of the pre-game win conditions. Do you want to run us through a few of them that you hoped to see, and then tell us how they reacted?
Yeah, I mean, the first ones were Enable Artifact, which we saw a little bit of in Draft, getting the Twisted Fate as a counter in both the Akali as well, Kiana with that ultimate and Global Pressure, and then split the map versus Nuguri. We saw this through a lane swap, which was our next win condition, which pitted the Tristana and Shen in that top lane to get the very early tower dive as well, and just set this guy super far behind.
And now the thing is that Lowkey has lane swap before. They did it against GAM in their regional playoffs, and it didn't work. They went 0-2, but there are some adaptations here. They went with the Rumble in domestic play. They went with the Ornn this time around. And I think that was like the smartest thing they did in this game, because Ornn just requires levels, and he is so much harder to turret dive. On the flip side of the coin, you have a Vladimir that, you know, whilst he's slightly difficult to die, he's also very squishy in a maze.
Right, and here's the little TLDR on both why to lane swap and how to lane swap. And the first thing you need to do is you need to shut down Nuguri, the top laner on the enemy side. And this is where I thought Lowkey were maybe a little bit slow, because you have the Shen with taunt at level 1. Tristana can actually skill W. I've seen this a lot when teams do go for lane swaps and try to like get that first cheese kill, burn a flash, and then go for that tower dive early as well, which eventually did happen. But you need those kills because you actually push top lane slower. You're going to get plates much slower than bottom lane because of the fortification. Even though there's Garen Yuumi down there, they were slower.
Yeah,
just before you carry on, can you talk me through the next fight? The reason being we only have a minute and a half. When this dragon fight comes up, you had some very critical thoughts, Spawn, about DAMWON.
Yeah, and the thing is about DAMWON is that we've been so high on them being able to fight when they have item spikes. Now, this is the first fight where they do fight with those spikes. They've just picked up Warrior. They've got level 6. However, the next fight that we're about to watch is going to be a dragon fight. They're sitting on components of every major item. They have Gunblade only. Every other item is just, you know, a needlessly large rod as opposed to a death cap, a phage as well as a kindle gem, as opposed to being able to pick up that black cleaver. So this is an example of where DAMWON can turn it on, but they were very, I guess, rushed in picking their moments in this game.
Also, just in this play, right, we see them make a great play from down 3,000 gold and then immediately give 3 more kills onto Celebrity's Tristana, which then feeds into this team fight around the Drake, where maybe if they don't give up those 3 kills, maybe then they can do it. But after that happens, you don't have the items as they said, and they just give up more.
And this was really about Celebrity giveth and Celebrity taketh, because he made so many good plays in this fight, and then he just randomly hops back over a wall and has to burn summoner spells. But ultimately, he's picked up 6 kills in 2 fights with 10 plates worth of turret gold, like nearly solo, and a mid lane turret as well. This guy was just, he was rolling in the coin.
The insane thing was they got all 15 tower plates before that fell down. You also had the 3 items Tristana at just 16 minutes with 4,000 gold over everyone else. It was
terrifying.
nuts.
I really wish we could carry on talking, but the players are getting set up for the next game. We're gonna have to ask him to predict on Twitter what Lowkey have to do to win the next one. They shocked everyone in game 1. Let's find out if they have anything else up their sleeves. We'll be right back after the break. Oh.
That's 2 turret shots taken by DNK. Celebrity even takes a cheeky one as Nuguri's just waiting for that pull to come back up.
Well, he
Great
gets
flash. And the Garen spinning, but is he winning is the real question, as Hani is so incredibly tanky in the front line. And Canyon jumps forward and dies as an afterthought. Celebrity's so big, another. And now Showmaker and Nuguri versus the world. The brand of DAMWON Gaming is Celebrity taken down to the GA. And unfortunately, if you go up against these 2, you are asking for trouble.
He's going to use it here.
Yep, 4 members turn up in an instant as there's the Hemo Plague. Nuguri dives on forward. It's another objective secured. And the Buster Shot
and Shatter here too.
is doing his best to try and get through. He does go down to his GA, but now DNK has to be dealt with. Beryl is out from the Garen and they have won the game.
Hercules, I have been expecting you.
And I brought you a gift, so you can fight properly. Red Bull.
Ooh, how nice of you, but also rather foolish. Mine. No, mine. No, mine. No, mine.
Mine. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the play-ins knockout stage where Lowkey Esports are on their way towards a massive upset against the LCK's DAMWON Gaming. But they still need to win 2 more games in a row. Jat, I think their stock has definitely risen. I mean, stock has risen, but can they do it again 2 more times?
Nobody expected that game 1 to happen, especially in the way it did. And you can already see DAMWON are not messing around. They're saying no Ornn, no Trist. Those we think were the 2 biggest things that were keys to your lane swap, and they want to try and get rid of those as much as possible. Now, if I'm Lowkey, you probably lane swap again because it works so incredibly well that you're willing to run it back 1 more time. But we're gonna have to see what Lowkey decides to do. Is this series has taken on a much more serious tone after DAMWON dropped a game.
Yeah, exactly. And the Renekton is going to be locked in once again. It's like we're going back to day 1 for these for DAMWON's group as well, where we had Renekton first pick all the time. DNK going to get back towards the Gragas though. Certainly was a big pick for him, and a lot more displacement available with the Thresh paired alongside it. So Lowkey Esports, we'll see whether they do have any more crazy quirks to bring out. They only need 3 wins. If you can cheese yourself 3 wins, you're in the group stage.
That's absolutely true. DAMWON, though, it really did feel like they were playing pretty loose in that game 1. Both from their picks and bans, their overall 5v5 team composition just not really making that much sense, and an unfamiliarity with Garen Yuumi. Now, we got the Taliyah Renekton, just deadly gank combo in any solo lane they throw at it, and Nuclear back on his Kai'Sa.
This feels like DAMWON has said, okay, that's enough of the sillies. We're not going to play the crazy compositions that we were last time, and Artifact is back on the Twisted Fate as a response. Doesn't necessarily know who he's up against there in that mid lane, if that's indeed where the Twisted Fate is going, most likely. Of course, we haven't seen that one flexed too often, as Vladimir is going to be respected and banned away. I like that Lowkey Esports do this, though. They don't just assume the Renekton is going top lane because Showmaker didn't have such a great performance on it earlier on in the week.
Yeah, I completely agree on that one, knowing the lane swaps are possible, and actually just targeting out the magic damage solo laners that Nagri is most successful with. This is a composition, though, because of the Kai'Sa and Taliyah that could still go double physical damage solo lanes and be okay because they have enough magic damage elsewhere.
Yeah, and Taliyah does a hell of a lot of damage from the jungle as well. Canyon has shown quite proficiency on that one, as Wife Steal bottom lane is locked in unless the Lucian's going to be flexed, but I like it. A lot of control in that lane, and what have we said? Attack DAMWON through their bottom lane. I want to add to that, because I personally think that if you're going to attack DAMWON that way, it can't be the normal attack bottom lane where you teleport down there, where your jungle is waiting and you 4-man dive the turret. I feel like in order to beat DAMWON, you need to just straight up beat them in the 2v2, and that might be something that they can do here, as Beryl's Alistar does get picked up, but still isn't going to have a lot of control in the early stages. And Kiana, once again, going to be picked up as well.
Solo lane Pyke.
We're doing it again.
By the way.
This has worked against LCK before, Jat. I don't like remembering it, but it has. It was then nerfed to hopefully never do that ever again. But now it's doing it again.
They're going to try it, and this probably means they're lane swapping. Because, try as you may to stop solo lane Pyke from existing. His wave clear is basically non-existent. Even after he gets Tiamat, it is not that good. So, with all that being said, Pyke still wins a lot of solo lane games in solo queue because you can get to level 6 quickly, you can roam a lot, and you generate a lot of gold with your ultimate. So, what I'm expecting to happen here is either Hani just plays incredibly passive in the 1v1 laning phase, or he just completely abandons the lane and roams from basically level 1, and they just don't try in CS. We'll see.
I'd like the roaming from level 1 strategy, because I think laning against Nogari's Renekton on a Pyke sounds like an awful time.
Yep.
I guess, you know, you've got more like leeway in trades, because you just get to slink away afterwards, get all of your health back for free, things like that. But this is going to be a scorned DAMWON Gaming. A DAMWON Gaming that weren't expecting their first loss here at this tournament to be in Game 1 versus Lowkey Esports. They stole the first game away with a really unique strategy that paid off. They ticked a whole lot of the boxes that we needed them to, but can they do it? 2 more games. And can they do it 2 more games in a row to get a 3-0? It would be insane. Let's get into game number 2.
Oh, man.
Sepia mode. My favorite. I've been forged in this mode, Jack.
So we were only on the screen for a hot second, but Nuguri started with Cull again.
Okay, that's good to know.
So
this time on a Renekton. We've had a slight issue. Someone failed to load into the game. I believe it might have been Nuclear, based on the action that's happening on the screen right here.
Yep. If there's a threat of a lane swap happening again, I think Cull would be a very bad first item.
Well, I mean, it was a relatively bad first item in the last game, but
when they lane swapped.
And I know they lost, right, Jad? But should we say that the Vladimir didn't work, or should we say that it worked? Because actually, his scoreline looked real good.
Yeah.
You know, he cashed in that Cull in the end.
He did.
He completed his quest on his Nomad's medallion.
He did. And then Tristana had 3 items by 3 minutes.
Yeah, and also, like, they entered underneath Nexus turrets and the Tristana had teleport up. So there were a lot of things that happened that game that were required to happen in order for Lowkey to pick up the victory. And are they going to be able to have all of these ducks in a row?
Yeah, because my opinion right now in this matchup is that so many very unlikely things to happen happened sequentially.
Yeah.
And then DAMWON ended up losing.
Do you want
the
to
game.
try and go? You were talking about a reference that you wanted to make. Do you want to try and go for it here? You got plenty of time to muse.
I do. Basically, this is a conversation we had backstage. Casters do this sometimes. They say, I was trying to go for this, give me ideas. And I was like, I wanted to do like how many licks to the center of a Tootsie Pop. But like every lick would be some miraculous thing in the game, and the center of the Tootsie Pop would be a Lowkey victory.
Yeah.
Right?
I think you explained it beautifully just there.
That took way longer than like a quick little quip you throw in like the moment of a cast.
That's why we have pauses like this.
And then Medic rephrased in a pretty succinct way. He said they got a 1 out of 100 play to work several times in a row.
Yeah.
Right? Which is close. Like it's pretty unlikely that you can just pull out lane swaps against an LCK team and have a 5,000 gold advantage with 3 turrets and 15 turret plates on your Trist 15 minutes into the game. That's incredibly unlikely.
And also, how do you convince DAMWON Gaming to play Garen Yuumi for the first time and have no siege potential in that sort of situation?
Yeah,
so
and have the Vladimir start
damage?
call, which apparently is just a common thing now.
Yeah, I mean, I did get word that he's been playing a lot of the old Cull Vladimir in solo queue and has done it at least once or twice. I think he did it in the Kesper Cup last year, so I was called a bit of a dum-dum for forgetting.
So again, in a game that he was seeing as low consequence.
Yeah, against KG Seoul or something like that, apparently. I'm not entirely sure who was up against there. So, look, he has done it before. This is not a new occurrence for investment banker Nuguri, nor is it just a disrespect play. And that's obvious because he's taken it again, even if he is on a different champion.
Yeah, well, he's probably saying, all right, I'm going to be able to free farm as much as possible up against this Pyke, but we're going to have to see what type of early game moves Lowkey make, because we know playing them standard isn't Lowkey's strategy or the best way for them to win. So mixing things up is definitely what they want to do. As we were about to be getting back in the game, but I got my observer on the other side, and it looked like someone else may have just DC'd as well. So
we may have ping-ponged over to the other side of the map, as both of the AD carries in this game are struggling just a little bit by the looks of things. Celebrity did pop out of the client, like you were alluding to just there. This gives us a bit of time, Chad.
Yep.
This gives us a little bit of time to talk about what exactly happened to the Pyke to stop it from doing what Wonder did to SKT at MSI.
I'm going to pull up the patch notes for you.
Yeah, pull them up.
Yeah,
for me. You don't need to
You wouldn't
tell me
believe it,
that.
but I don't have it completely memorized. That's
Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that why you were kicked off the balance team?
Yeah, because I didn't remember.
You failed your last test.
Everything happened. Hey. No. All right, so nerfs for Pyke, specifically for Soul Lane, came in 9.13. So one of the big things is the Q, especially like the tap Q, doesn't do AoE damage like it once does. It no longer deals 30% damage to minions beyond the closest. The stab attack damage, which used to be 150%, is now 100. So a bunch of nerfs. But to kind of compensate that, he gets more move speed with his W. Oh, and also his E doesn't do any damage to non-champions. So like you used to be able to E through a wave, poke it with your Q, proc the Tiamat, auto it again, and the wave would basically be gone. Now if you do that,
You just
maybe get 1 CS. You've used all your spells and you've killed 1 minion. And then further, that left him a little weak. So in 9-14, his death from below his ultimate does a lot more gold.
Yeah.
A lot.
So basically what they've done is they've removed his ability to kill minions, and they've made his risk-reward factor much higher. You know, much more variance, right? So if you do manage to get those kills, it is way more money. And I want to bring this back to this matchup, chat.
Yeah.
Because I think that if you're going to be a gambling man, or if you're going to be a gambling team, this is Lowkey's time to do it, right? They are certainly the David in the David versus Goliath. And in that story, David comes out on top, but he has to do some funny business in order to get there, and that's exactly what Lowkey are trying to go for. And if you go for these sort of gamble plays as soon as Pyke hits level 6 in a mid-game, something like that, and you inject a whole bunch of extra gold that shouldn't even be in the game into your team, that could be the snowball that they're looking for.
Yeah, and then it's a question of what can they do with that snowball because they're from behind. Sorry, you brought up David Goliath, and because there's not another thing immediately grabbing my attention.
Got it.
Have you ever read the book called David and Goliath by Malcolm Gladwell?
No, I haven't.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to mess this up.
I thought it was a Bible story.
If the producers want me to like do something else, okay, they just said I can do whatever I want, so it's fine. I'm going to tell the story.
Yeah.
He kind of claimed that the David and Goliath story wasn't as underdog as it's been told beforehand.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a couple of factors that go into this.
He analyzed David versus Goliath?
Yeah, he does.
I think they're really trying to distract you.
You can do whatever you want. We're just going to put this exciting stuff on your screen to stop you from talking about this thing that has no relevance to League of Legends.
This is to save the viewers that are getting bored.
I think I can pull it back to League.
Go.
As we watch the highlights from the upset in the first game. So, part of the legend is that like David threw a rock at him, hits Goliath, wins the fight because he's this huge guy that no one could fight. But if you think about it, if David's like a really skilled guy with the slingshot, he has the range advantage on Goliath to begin with, which should put him in an advantage.
I see where you're going with this.
Secondarily, if it really is like this mythically large person, he's probably got some disorder like giganticism or something, and he did. Once again, I'm messing this up. I clearly don't have it here, but he's like, oh yeah, and people that were that big also had poor vision. So not only do you have this incredibly skilled guy with the slingshot and rocks, you have this guy who can't see well. And these rocks are just being hurled towards him.
Okay.
So like, really, who do you favor in that matchup? The slingshot over the blind dude.
Probably the slingshot, now that you've explained it so eloquently.
If that was the case. So, in League of Legends...
To bring it back to this,
who would have the advantage? Someone who's played 50 lane swap games, or someone who hasn't done it since 2016 because you haven't had to because it's been bad.
Or a team that has range versus a team that doesn't.
Yeah,
right?
Or if a team can see because the monitors were unplugged, like was clearly the strategy.
Hey, there we go.
Okay, full circle.
There are a lot of references that made some sense. And speaking
I do like David and Goliath from like a story building perspective though. So
all right, let me just fill you guys in on exactly what's gone wrong and why we're talking about David and Goliath stories, even though it was absolutely beautifully done, Jet. Fantastic work. A player failed to load into the game properly, guys. So League officials have offered a remake of Picks and Bans with the same champions, and it was accepted. The new champion select is being done off broadcast now, which is why we're able to have these incredibly engrossing extra stories and added content for you guys, and why we've been here for quite some time.
Yeah. And apparently we're in the last minute of loading, so the David and Goliath matchup, which you now don't know which team I'm referring to, is about to restart.
Exactly. I don't actually know who David is anymore.
Yeah.
I think that David was the one with all of the extra range, but as we move
all the weapons and the range and speed, the agility.
Well, guys, we are out of those replays, and you know what that means. We are moments away from restarting this game, and hopefully everyone is going to stay in it. DAMWON certainly still have to be the favorites, but after the David and Goliath story, I'm starting to question everything. And after that first game, I already was. I was already vulnerable, and now Jat's had this amazing story, and I think I'm almost ready to flip-flop. I don't know.
I mean, upsets are possible.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Miracle on Ice?
I haven't.
It's like an American sports story.
Yeah, I haven't really.
I tried to pitch this.
I know a few American
two unnamed NA teams. There were two of them, so you'll never know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Before 2014 quarterfinals in Korea because they've just been getting destroyed by Korean teams in scrims all the time. I'm like, you know what? Upsets have happened. I just told them all these stories about American history. And like, yeah, but I really just don't think we're going to win. Of course you don't think you're going to win. And then they lost.
Yeah, they did. They did lose. I remember that.
Yeah. I wonder who they scrimmed, says Wonder.
Wow, look, he has some pretty cool strats. Just taking credit. Taking credit for Lowkey's incredible play. Wonder, that was low. That was low. Let them have this. My goodness.
Look at that individual gold at 15 by Celebrity Tristan in game 1 and 47.6% of the team's damage.
That's a lot of percent of the team's damage. Whew. Especially over a game that's that long as well. It's normally these sort of snowbally games or low kill games where it's like one team fight is actually the majority and you've not fought at all and then you get to 40 minutes. And I'm giving away the fact that I'm an LCK commentator here just a little bit. But you have the AD carry get 50% of the damage because he's actually just the only damage dealer and they've only done one fight, so the percentages are a little bit confusing. That is not the case for this game. Celebrity was right in the faces of DAMWON Gaming, and then he was the one that won it towards the end. I like this. I remember I commentated him back when he was playing for Saigon Jokers a really long time ago.
Wow.
And I believe this squad as well had a lot of players from like Team Friendship or something. The team that didn't actually do a lot of... Friends Forever Gaming, that's right. Yeah. They didn't actually qualify into any of the IWCIs, IWCQs or the play-ins, but they just had the best name.
Yeah.
Was Gaming also from that league?
You mean G2?
No, Gaming.
I know, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's 2Gs. It's 2Gs. It's different, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So far, nothing's happened this game, guys. We actually haven't really acknowledged that the game started again. It has, in fact. That's what's on at the moment, as you can see. 200 gold is currently the lead for DAMWON, just in the laning phase. But it's only 2 minutes in. I feel like we've been talking for a really long time, but there just hasn't been very much League of Legends. We've just been learning about stories and having a philosophy lesson from Jat, which I very much appreciated.
Yeah, and they're definitely not lane swapping in the early game in this one, so I want to track...
that's a field
Showmaker, you don't have spells left. Doesn't look like DNK does either, though, so should be fine.
Yeah, Showmaker actually very aggressive. I got very confused because, of course, Canyon was playing the Kiana, so I thought I was checking the smite of the Talia. And their faces aren't super different as well, if you have a look at the icons.
Yeah.
I was still
now
sure
the jungler is going to try and invade DNK. It's a group effort to try and deny him here, and they actually have...
Well, we're looking for it. The smite does come in, so DNK locks down the red buff. Canyon doesn't go any further forward. He doesn't have his blue buff just yet, does Canyon? And he knows that DNK is actually very low.
And flashless.
Yeah. Threaded volley does get him out of there. Is now stunned underneath the turret is Hani. He doesn't have very much farm, Jat, so I think that your assessment of the Pyke is working out thus far.
Yeah. Although he is sustaining fairly well. You can see he's gone with as many potions as possible.
Yeah. Bit of a demolish there.
Combo.
Gonna find it, so Hani successfully saves himself on that one. Bone Skewer, but outside of turret range is Nogari, so will survive for the moment. Getting a bit dangerous, and that was Canyon just a little bit slow on the seismic shove.
Yeah, you basically have to press the buttons at the same time, and that gets even more close when the Pyke builds Mercury Treads. But early on, Lowkey doing fine in the lanes that they're expected to do fine in. Yep. And also dealing with the very aggressive invading of DAMWON early on.
I like how you're saying fine, and fine is like a 16 CS disadvantage at 4 minutes on the top side of the map. Like, Nogari has over double his farm, but like, they're doing great. This is really good.
I have this, I don't know, it's a curiosity. Anytime I see, well, we're gonna watch this dive in top lane. Anytime I see a weird champion in a solo lane and like challenger, I always try and dig into it. But we're gonna watch Canyon try and get this dive off. If they can get the combo properly, they take most of his health. But for now, they're just gonna go for turret plates.
Yep, it's another demolish proc comes on in there as there's the flash, but he gets out of the way. Seismic shot still lands though, and the stun was still primed. The deep water dive is in, but he's down to about 200 health. He should be okay.
He's gonna die.
Yeah, Bone Skewer comes forward as Nogari wants the autos, doesn't get them. First blood once again to Lowkey Esports.
Nogari going so aggressive with Cannon. They really just brute forced that gank, and missing the flash on top of blowing a lot of damage into Hani's Aftershock, means he doesn't take fatal damage, and it makes the follow-up gank by DNK quite easy. Unwilling to just take a huge advantage from the Cull plus CS advantage, they had to go for more, and they get denied.
Well,
Can you steal
over
it?
goes DNK. Yeah, he is easily able to smite that one away. That denies Canyon level 4, as well as denying him the blue buff. A real disaster here for DAMWON to start this game off, but probably still not as bad as how things went in game 1.
Not yet, but you can see here the Aftershock eats most of the damage from the Taliyah combo. Otherwise, that is a fatal kill. If they were able to get the original stun, they likely would have had the 100-0 damage. That's why Renekton was near 100% presence in the LCK towards the end of the year, because everyone was very good at this, whether it was Taliyah Renekton or Elise Renekton, in generating kills. Yet for some reason here, Nuguri messes up his flash range and is unable to get Hani.
Yeah, so first it was Canyon messing up when to use the seismic shove, and then it was flash range on Nuguri that was messing things up. And Hani even went back in, right? And the seismic shove was just landed by good aim on Canyon's behalf, and the Ruthless Predator wasn't actually timed out just yet, so Nuguri gets that one back as well. And despite that working, still wasn't enough to lock down the Pyke. Pyke continuing to be a problem when used in a solo lane for a Korean team.
Yeah. So the
I
point
still have nightmares, Jad.
About the Pyke?
Yes.
Murdering SKT in Game 5 of MSI?
Mm-hmm. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah.
Well, just in case the viewers wanted in on your your sleep problems.
Yeah, that's where the nightmares come from. That exact Pyke.
He was so fast. Do you remember that replay where he just zoomed down through the?
I do remember that replay, Jad. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Anything else you want to talk about?
Probably Bolt just resets over and over.
Oh, those sacks of gold. Max, you remember the sacks of gold that he had delivered to his team? Well, remember Canyon turning up in the mid lane, lands another seismic shove, and that's what happens when you don't have Aftershock. Showmaker picks up the ground, throws it at Twisted Fate, and he dies.
And they burn the flash on Artifact, so that will completely limit his ability to roam, and now kind of opens up the map for Showmaker. How quickly can they use this advantage? Because there is still the Kiana ultimate. This is a 4-man crash dive.
Yep, that's the flash headbutt pulse. Celebrity immediately gets taken down. The hook lands onto Canyon, and Beryl had tanked up the turret for so long, but that's Showmaker that turns up. And Teleport comes down. The flash play! The cow is turned into mincemeat as Showmaker finds the ultimate onto one, but it's not the target that he wanted. Nuclear, are you going to press R? The answer is no. Doesn't want to dive into 3 people as Venus. Good sidestep there as Nuguri just going to finish off some plates on the bottom side of the map. Looks like leftovers for the Crocodile.
Such a sweet flash play by Venus right there, making the blast cone the ally by displacing at the last second. So even though that was a very quick transition for DAMWON from the kill mid to immediately going bottom, we're going to watch it one more time. And this is just a route. And normally, actually, when you see this gank, it would just be a route into an immediate seismic shove. But this was technically dodgeable by Artifact. Just well aimed by Canyon at the very end. And Infernal actually goes over to Lowkey. First Infernal of the series for them.
Yep, DAMWON going to lose it. Next Drake is going to be that Mountain Drake yet again. I believe same order of Drakes as it was in game number 1. So we'll see whether it might even be the 3 Infernals. Maybe Lowkey gets it, and maybe that's actually a bad omen for them, because apparently in this series, if you get 3 Infernal Drakes, you lose the game. It's very perplexing. You've got Nuguri still at almost double the CS of Hani, so I think that things need to continue happening around this Pyke, otherwise he's just going to fall further and further behind.
So here's the thing.
Tell me the thing.
With solo lane Pyke. I don't think he needs CS to be successful. When I look at challenger solo lane Pyke players, their CS per minute's like 4.5. So low. Because
you're playing at home, that's under half of what good CS is.
Yeah, good CS is 10 per minute, maybe 9.5. In crazy solo queue games that happen here in EU West, it's probably like 8. I've been watching a lot of tracking the pros, and they're just killing each other everywhere. But yeah, so like Pykes are at 4, and other champions are at 8. And he does so much stuff outside of lane that he just follows like different gold values than other champions. Like a Pyke with 5 CS per minute can be just as, if not more effective in a team fight than a Renekton with 9, given the right situation. So just as we're looking at this, the gold could potentially slingshot around a fair bit because DAMWON could be up 1,000, but then a Pyke gets a triple kill in a team fight and it's back, right? And then that lower CS number ends up just kind of fitting in with the kit to still have enough gold.
A bit crazy. Noguri, though, has more swords and a bigger one than Hani at this stage. They're just trying to outsword each other right here. Yeah. That pesky shield in Hani's inventory, taking up space that he doesn't want utilized by that. Noguri really wanted to get towards that turret so that he could take that last plate that was just hanging on by a thread. Don't know whether he actually made it there, but does make it down into the river to try and get some vision control on DAMWON's side as Venus is lurking. They have transitioned towards Shelly, and she's been alive for 40 seconds, and yeah, she is going to be taken down. Is this clutch? I thought they were playing in the next series.
Well, we're about to find out with what happens at the Rift Child fight because DAMWON is coming in for this. And that's a lot of people in the river for a Qiyana.
Yeah, and Barrel's turned up here as well, so it is going to be a 4 versus 5 for the moment. But the killer instinct is going to be there for Nuclear, so Shelly hasn't reset just yet, and it looks like DAMWON, they want to be able to steal this one away. DNK's got some great smites before as he goes golden immediately. Not entirely sure who picked up the Rift Herald, but now the fight is on. Showmaker dives forward. DNK dives so incredibly fast as the culling is soaked by the cow. Beryl still has the unbreakable will as Hani trying to get that pincer maneuver off to the top side. DAMWON intelligently trying to get the stragglers as they move themselves forward. Headbutt pole lands, but that is a great aftershock proc there by Venus. Stun comes in, Artifact is being closed on, flash forward. The Twisted Fate goes down, and the rest of DAMWON were dealing with the Thresh. Really good control here from the DAMWON squad around that Rift Herald.
And they also were able to pick up the Rift Herald, which is just immediately used by Noguri early.
Noguri was the one that picked it up, so of course he's put it in his lane to try and get all of those plates that he was trying to lock down against this Pyke. Oh, Nucleus. What a cheeky devil. Look at that. Goes and steals his plates away.
Also, did you know, Ender told me this the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Rift Herald resets the cooldowns of your trinkets.
Really?
Yeah. So Noguri technically could have spammed his wards, grabbed that Rift Herald, used it right away, and got his wards back.
I wonder if he did that, because he had roamed down to the river. You can see there are a couple of DAMWON wards there. We could just say, just proving you right's sake, that they were there. So let's have a look now how this fight went.
Yeah, Canyon gets the smite, but Noguri picks up the Rift Herald, and really, Showmaker just catches the whole of Lowkey and stops them from being able to follow up on this fight. And the whole time, Pyke on the flank is just hoping to get someone in execute range, which is one of the reasons I think Nuclear had that early heal.
Yeah.
He said, all right, Beryl, I don't want Pyke resetting on us. That kind of infuses him with the confidence to go in with his Aftershock and ult. No damage can really be returned, and everyone on Lowkey ends up just getting 2 split up.
Yeah, we have to talk about this DAMWON comp and how it works together as well, just for a little bit, because there's some really exciting interactions with how this one works. Yes, they've got a whole lot of divers, right? They're able to get things done, but the really cool thing about this comp is that Canyon can set up supreme display of talent wall options for Showmaker. And you can create some crazy Thunderdomes with the shapes that you can build, and you can have a heck of a lot of damage if you block people off, especially in Baron Pits, throughout the jungle, things like that, because that interaction does work.
Yeah. Sometimes it can just seem to blow up the whole screen, especially if you threw a Jarvan in the game as well, because if the walls connect, everything flies around with the Qiyana ultimate.
It's real silly. Actually, the first time I saw it, I was very confused. It was like a disco. Lots of lights, lots of explosions. It was a Michael Bay film. But it was certainly exciting to watch, and we'll see whether DAMWON can show us some of these team fights as the Mountain Drake is going to go over. I love it, being able to pick up the Earth Dragon when they've got 2 sort of Earth-wielding champions as well, in the Talia and the Qiyana. Thematically correct, beautiful. Theoretically, Qiyana does control a lot of different elements, but I think the Earth element is the coolest one.
Because of the damage?
Yeah. Do more damage makes you cooler, Jat. That's how it works.
If I had to rank them, I don't know. I think the grass has the most fun for the Qiyana player.
Yeah, I'd say so. Going a bit stealthy. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Water's the most powerful.
Yeah. Water's the actual good one.
Yeah.
And then the earth one's the bait because it does more damage.
Only when they're low.
Yeah. I actually think what makes a good Qiyana player is the ability to reset all of the elements over and over again throughout a fight. So you've actually used all of them the one time with how the cooldowns sort of reset. I think it's really beautiful watching a really skilled Qiyana player work. Have to keep our eyes on Showmaker as this game goes on, see whether it's him or Canyon that are the better Kianas. Canyon spent a fair bit of time in the Death Chamber in game number 1, so Showmaker does feel like more of a Showmaker champion. Here does the Kiana.
And just looking at their CS in the group stage, it was very much a solo lane focus, and Nuclear had a really hard time, especially in day 1 of the group stage, and ended up bouncing back a little bit more. So day 4 was his second day. Keep in mind, the average we just saw was from the whole group stage, and this was just his 2 games on day 4, which tells you how rough it was in the first 2 games for him. But looked a little bit better, definitely, as the second day of play-in stage happened for them.
Yeah, Nuclear really did sort of repair his play. And it's cool because the way DAMWON qualified here is in a 5-game series against a King Zone that had been in a huge rut over the last little while. They qualified because they had enough championship points after finishing 3rd in the spring season, but their summer season was basically non-existent. They weren't really able to get anything done in a hyper-competitive top side of the LCK. And they were up against this King Zone squad that have probably one of the most dominant 2v2s in lane that we have in the league. And I think that's why it was a 5-game series. I think because they were able to lock down Nuclear and Beryl and challenge that weakness without having to give any resources to it. Deft and Tucson just kill people in 2v2s all the time. I think that is going to be a real way to tackle this DAMWON squad. And I think it's a large reason why things worked out for Lowkey early, because it wasn't like you were moving extra people around or doing anything like that. It was a lane swap. It was creating chaos.
And Nuclear was not going to punish them with Garen. That's for sure.
That is definitely
He might have on something else.
He did show us some of those sick Garen mechanics, though. There are a few of those moments in those team fights. Do like that as DAMWON. 2 minutes until this next dragon is up. Looks like they're just trying to aim for some extra control around this area, although Canyon standing on that ward isn't helping himself out there. With these outer turrets taken down, feels like DAMWON have given up on the laning phase and are looking for the 1-3-1 that they do so often in the LCK.
Yeah, and now it would be on Lowkey to actually get a tee-off ultimate in for an initiation this time. But the CS of Hani is pretty good. Being able to get kind of the early assist gold on Nagri's Renekton, which stopped him from being too aggressive, let him get to Tiamat quickly enough that he's been CSing quite well at his own turret, but he still needs, he would need that one team fight to really get going, and the number of kills in this game just have to go way up for this solo lane Pyke to be effective, because that's the way he generates so much of his gold. So much of the power of the champion is actually just the gold he generates through his ultimate.
I feel like next Serrated Dirk is when they just have to fight. When Lowkey are just at a point where they will only get weaker after that point. I think that is a big power spike here for Hani to try and fight around. But if DAMWON can get a team fight that they're looking for, because remember, this is now a team fight composition from DAMWON as well. They can dive bomb with their Kai'Sa. They can get a whole lot of chain CC down from the Alistair that's in Beryl's hands. You have to remember the nameplates are very important here because Beryl is so incredibly good at finding the right moments for his Pulverize. And then the Supreme Display of Talent plus the Weaver's Wall are a combo that really do need to be respected as we're having some drawing. Finally, it's back.
Yeah, it was bugged in game 1. We didn't get it. But now look at all the wards and the vision control that they have in the river with Dragon coming up in exactly 20 seconds. So
I forgot
in case you wouldn't know. Also, if you ever want, I can just give you visual support for your points.
Okay.
And tell us straight for you.
All right, next team fight. While I'm play-by-playing, could you please highlight where the things are happening so that the audience can see? That would be really, really cool. It will probably be also very distracting, so hopefully I can keep it together.
I have a plan.
All right, I'm ready. The Infernal Drake is
going to be a while for the
DAMWON.
next team fight if DAMWON has their way.
Yeah. 4,000 gold is the lead just somehow for DAMWON. They won a couple of fights.
Yeah.
And that's what allowed them to get there.
And they had so much vision control, it would have been unwise of Lowkey to actually go in there and check.
I've got an important question, Jad.
Oh, great.
I was wondering, who's copying who out of Showmaker and Hani when it comes to item builds?
I'm excited about this because I had a question for you that also related to longswords.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Answer my question first, though. Who do you think's copying who?
I think Showmaker is copying Hani.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the Pyke build, and Pyke's been around longer.
Yeah, and I think the Tiamat is optional.
True.
On Kiana.
Whereas it's mandatory on Pyke because he doesn't have any other way of killing minions.
No other way. My question would be, remember when sometimes casters ask each other for help with analogies?
Yeah.
You were talking about Renekton and Pyke racing towards longswords. And I was going to be like, you don't get in a sword fight with the crocodile or something. Like, there's something there.
There's a crocodile sword fight.
Yeah, but I also couldn't figure out what Pyke was.
Dude, it's a pirate versus a crocodile. It's Captain Hook versus the crocodile with the clock. You just need a stopwatch and you've triggered him completely out of existence. As here we go, Supreme Display of Talent finds 0. But DAMWON aren't going to get caught out of position or anything like that. Thanks, chat. That was a really good slow effort. I feel like for that one, you could just draw. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. It's okay. There'll be more fights this game.
Yeah, so what is the saying then? You don't start a knife fight with the...
Spoon? I don't know. I think it's a knifey spoony.
There's something wrong.
That's a Simpsons reference.
Someone will figure it out.
Yeah, someone will tweet it to you. Someone smarter than I am, because I don't actually know what you're talking about at all. I just got really excited about Peter Pan, because Captain Hook versus the crocodile is fun to me.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all I got, really. But DNK doing his very best to try and hold on to some sort of control, and there is a very pesky control ward in this red side jungle, giving Lowkey all sorts of added information. Come on, DAMWON, get in.
I mean, this is the type of game. This is the type of game we expected in Game 1.
Yeah.
And it feels like DAMWON has kind of refound, you know, their seriousness in this series.
Rediscovered even.
Yeah, and like that Twisted Fate ultimate was used just because they wanted to check Baron, right?
Yeah.
Not because they were looking for a fight, but at some point they do need to go in, right? They're getting starved out of trinkets.
Were you actually thinking of don't bring a knife to a gunfight?
Yeah, but it needed to be swords.
Yeah,
it needed to be a crocodile fight.
Yeah.
There was a lot of things that were missing.
Don't bring
so I didn't say
crocodile
anything,
to a gun sword fight?
Yeah, don't bring a crocodile to a sword fight.
Don't bring a crocodile to a barbecue?
Yeah.
I think that's an obvious one.
But nothing's barbecuing. It's not like they're building Sunfire capes.
Yeah, that's true. There's no rumbles here. No. I think it needs some work, right? But
yes.
We'll definitely...
We'll workshop it later.
I'm sorry, that's all I was thinking about while you were making up.
One of my favorite things is taking idioms people are used to and then switching the last word.
Uh-huh.
Right? So that's why, like, kind of an idiom, don't bring a blah, blah, blah to a blah fight. Like, you
actually,
just
I think that's really cool because, like, if you change the last letter of idiom, you get idiot. there's a reference there. Can we figure out a way to make that one work too, Jen? I don't know.
So rude.
Well, do you know what's rude? We're in the lull state, and we haven't talked about the lull state yet because this game has slowed well and truly all the way down as we're having a look at the bounties that people have on their heads. It's actually the circles were getting in the way there just a little bit.
They were.
As Nuclear is making his way towards item number 3. We need to talk about when this DAMWON comp is going to get strong, and I think 3 items for Nuclear is going to be a big one, as Beryl, he's going to try and get them off the lantern, and a Seismic Shove will do just that. Nuclear's going to grab it, and they're going to blast cone their way over to this Baron. The Weaver's Wall's fantastic, as well as Venus. He can't get over unless he flashes, and he doesn't have it available. Teleport's coming in, but can they actually get there? The Seismic Shove to get them out of the way. The culling was in there, but the smite was true this time. Showmaker doesn't get the Supreme Display of Talent, but it's a really good cleanse. As into the backline goes Nuclear. He gets stunned, but he's able to take down Celebrity before anything happens. DAMWON lose no one. They gain themselves a Baron and 2 kills. And Hani, he might be going down yet again. Oh no. This 1-2 punch of the cow plus the Talia is working so well for DAMWON this game.
And they actually had so much control over that entire situation. The starving of vision they had done to Lowkey over the past 4 or 5 minutes, forcing them into a move, and now they're at least going to be trying to take this inhibitor.
And Canyon's eye is well and truly in on these flicks as well. The Seismic Shove looked fantastic, like he was swatting a fly away. But instead it was a Thresh, and it denied him from getting towards that pit. You could tell that he really wanted to get over there and provide vision for his squad so that maybe there was a potential steal. Just wasn't going to happen. Nogari sees 50 gold on the map right there, and he's going to take down that ward. The first flick, fantastic. Venus will come over in the end. Another one. The Weaver's Wall's brilliant. This was all about Canyon.
Also keeping Thresh out from hooking the pit so he couldn't bring a teammate in. The only possible scary part would have been the culling, but as long as you have that in there, Hani not able to get the ult onto Showmaker to stop any potential things from going wrong. But even if he lands that, everyone else on DAMWON was completely full health.
And now another Mountain Drake is going to make breaking this base even easier. It was already done. The inhibitor in the mid lane was there, and 8,000 gold is now the lead at 25 minutes into this game. Feels like DAMWON, they've repaired their mental after a long pause at the beginning of this game and a disastrous game one, as we're having a look at the 3 items completed. Thank you very much, Jat, for highlighting that one. Nuclear is now strong, and I think they've already won the key team fight that they were looking for. Things just went from bad to worse. As that's the way, I know that one, Jet. I know that one. As Weaver's Wall's going to come in, so Canyon looking for more supreme display of talent. It's going so far around these walls, but unfortunately, the Weaver's Wall saves them from the damage. Massive pulverize in the backline shows us that it just doesn't matter what the Qiyana's ultimate's doing if they can get into this fight. They just have too much damage. As now DNK is looking to turn it onto Showmaker. His combo doesn't do quite enough damage. As now you got Showmaker trying to deny him from stopping these backs, but it doesn't matter. There are super creeps in the base. The Nexus will be taken down. A 26-minute revenge victory for DAMWON. And something I wasn't expecting to say was that this has evened out the series between DAMWON and Lowkey.
You're absolutely right, but I think DAMWON did a very good job of recovering from the insanity of game one. They did pick a Renekton. Lowkey didn't decide to go for lane swaps, and even though a few things actually did go wrong for them in the early game, they stayed controlled, they didn't overforce, and they just kind of let the game come to them. They actually played their game rather than just thinking they would be able to walk over Lowkey Esports, which Lowkey proved couldn't be done in game one.
Yeah, and it was once again a cull start from Nuguri, but I think the rest of the team certainly played with a lot more respect for this squad. I'm glad that we saw a lot of barrels moments as well that we were expecting on the Alistar, and Showmaker on the Qiyana, despite missing one of the ultimates, was otherwise able to utilize her exactly where she needs to. And a lot of the things that DAMWON were commended for were playing around item spikes and item completions and power spikes, and it just showed that they certainly know exactly when Qiyana is supposed to get down and dirty in these battles.
Yeah, and utilization of Hex Flash from Barrel I thought was very strong. Right, like the early turret dives they were able to pull off bottom lane just as soon as he hit level 5 or level 6 with Aftershock tanking multiple turret shots. And just like the overall vision control was so strong this entire game. They didn't have to actually fight at objectives. They got to fight in the enemy jungle as they were desperately trying to get vision. So Lowkey never had the setup for a fight, and it was a very dominant performance by DAMWON.
Yep, and shout out to Canyon as well. Fantastic Talia. But for more on game 2, let's head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Chatless. That was a little bit more of a sobering game. I think when we take a look at how it played out, 26-minute victory from DAMWON. That's what everyone anticipated 3 times. We were surprised in game 1. I was sad. We'll get to why the game ended the way it did, but let's start by draft. Let's talk about the Pyke that rocked up. I know, Ender, you quite like the idea of the Pyke.
Well, so the Pyke's an interesting pick because I do think after the nerfs, like, I don't think you should be playing this pick up in the top lane, but I do understand the theory behind this champion, right? You concede laning phase entirely, and then you're supposed to have your jungler influence other lanes. They're supposed to get ahead, and then you enter these mid-game skirmishes where Pyke is going to pick up so much gold off of his ultimate, make up for all the CS he loses in lane, and then be sort of welcomed into the game by his team. The problem was, I didn't feel like that actually happened. The rest of the map just lost on their own.
Yeah, and the thing is that, and I think Jat hit it really well in the cast, what Lowkey seemed to be going for is just warped game state. So how do you warp game state? You introduce a different variable that teams haven't scrimmed against in a pretty long time. And so they've gone with a lane swap, and now they're trying to have an influx of gold in mid-game team fights. The problem is if you don't use the warped game state, then you just have a crap top laner. And I think like that's kind of what it looked like this game.
Exactly. And you look at when does this team composition actually want to fight behind us, it's like 1 to 2 items. You're very strong, especially Twisted Fate gets the rapid fire cannon. It becomes so much easier to find these picks. But on the other side of the map with DAMWON, also a team that functions very well on 2 items, and I'd say even scales much better beyond that. So this comp from Lowkey was always going to be on a timer, and unfortunately, because the early game didn't go according to plan, they were always like fighting up against DAMWON and couldn't do anything really.
Now let's talk a little bit about the actual in-game decision making, because Canyon attempted a couple ganks very early on, didn't find immediate success, especially conceding that first blood that we were talking about off air. But immediately once Canyon got the mid and bot lanes ahead, they set up vision, they absolutely starved out any real opportunities. And like one of the things that I know Spawn and Ender were talking a lot about was how the DAMWON vision just allowed them to suffocate Lowkey out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we look at like 14 minutes and onwards, as soon as DAMWON started, you know, putting their 2v or their duo lane into mid, they just dominated the river. I did not see Lowkey actually cross the halfway point on the map for the rest of the game. And that's super problematic when you have a Twisted Fate and a Pyke that constantly want to be going and looking for fights. But I think a lot of the problems from Lowkey actually resulted because they kept putting Celebrity bottom lane. Arguably like the strongest player in the game at that point was always side lane picking up CS. So DAMWON's 3v3 in mid was always going to be strongest.
And it's not even that. It's just like, how do you attack a 1-3-1? And I kind of went through this on cast the other day, but you either have to be very creative in your setup, like you have to be able to get an area first, sack a side lane, and then be able to generate a pick. Or the reason that a lot of games turn into an ARAM is you have to be able to fight for mid lane priority. If you lose control over mid lane, that means that they have time to be able to go into your jungle, set up those deep wards, and make you take the long way around. The frustrating thing is, Lowkey did neither. They didn't have any opportunity to get into Fog of War early. They weren't able to track down one's resets at all. And then they didn't fight for mid lane priority. And I think that this is the difference between a team that has very strong fundamentals versus a team that kind of is willing to try different things. It looks like Lowkey's fundamentals, when the game is played very, very, you know, slow, methodical, just does not seem to be there.
And you can even look back to game 1 to see the difference in baseline fundamentals too, because DAMWON were put so far behind after Lowkey came in with a really cool level 1 strategy to go for the lane swap and build up that lead. But DAMWON were able to fight back off of choosing smart fights, off of understanding pressure, and I think that holistically, this is why we favor DAMWON coming into the series.
Now, let's take a look at the one replay we do have. It really highlights the vision into a pick, into, you know, the moment that won the game. But if you just look at the mini-map, look at how many wards there are, and thank you, observers, for toggling this. DAMWON have all the information, Lowkey know nothing.
I just wish, like, that this wasn't the case, but when you have a look at where waves are, they're both on turret. You have to get waves first before you can move in, because they don't. If you don't respond to waves, you have no idea how many numbers are in that jungle. Lowkey just skip a step there and get caught out for it.
And what we saw the entire game was Lowkey playing the 1-3-1. So they never had a strong side versus weak side. They were just sending their players back and picking up waves. They were never on offense. They were always on defense. And that's why we see them get suffocated out of vision, because they're never grouping up to actually try and force it themselves.
But the thing is, they just had so many tools to do it. And I think this is where the ultimate frustration lies, is like, you have the ability to recall Pyke. He's one of the quickest champions in the game. Get rid of Dustblade, crappy item. Just go for something like a Youmuu's, right? You just run Youmuu's Pyke down a lane, and you have all of a sudden TF Pyke in a side lane that can generate pressure. Sure, you have a cleanse on Talia, but that only works once. And I think, like, you have to be able to take shots against this team. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
I really like that sentiment. You have to take shots, because when we step back and we look at the teams and what you guys were talking about, the fundamentals, it's clear Lowkey are not at the same level as DAMWON are, right? So how many more creative shots and surprise blows can they land to try and pick up more wins?
Yeah, well, the thing is, and I think, like, they were saying that it was Medic that said it. You know, they had 1 in 100 plays go right multiple times in a row, but they just didn't even go for the 1 in 100 plays. Like, I think, like, if you don't even necessarily need a creative comp to play the style that, like, I think that Lowkey are trying to go for in this game. I think you just need to be very decisive and very early on your plays.
I just say run back the lane swap. In all honesty, it did not look like DAMWON had the right ideas as to how to counter it. They really didn't play that well, and I think coming into the series, I would have expected them to have prepped for that against a team like Lowkey, and I don't think that it's easy to make, you know, these changes between games and series when you see such a different strategy.
Closing thoughts.
The thing is that the lane swap did get them the lead, but the game still went to 50-50, and then they still look to make the plays. I really do think this is a play generation, like, series that they need to go towards.
Well, Lowkey, can you figure out how to make the plays? They've traded blow for blow so far in this series, and we'll see who can bring it to match point when we return. I mean,
That's the flash headbutt pole. Celebrity immediately gets taken down. The hook lands onto Canyon, and Beryl had tanked up the turret for so long, but that's Showmaker that turns up. And teleport comes down. The flash play as they move themselves forward. Headbutt pole lands, but that is a great aftershock proc there by Venus. Stun comes in. Artifact is being closed on. Flash forward. The culling was in there, but the smite was true this time. Showmaker doesn't get the Supreme Display of Talent, but it's a really good cleanse. Supreme Display of Talent. It's going so far around these walls, but unfortunately, the Weaver's Wall saves them from the damage. Massive pulverize in the backline shows us that it just doesn't matter.
We came to win. We lost before, but never again. Back on our grind, you know what it is. We gotta win.
Welcome back to Worlds 2019, where DWG Gaming and Lowkey Esports are fighting for a spot in the group stage. And I was expecting this moment to be discussing the final game of this series, but no, it is all of a sudden a best of 3.
Yeah, and I think we saw a much different look and also attitude from DWG Gaming last game.
Yep.
Because thinking about getting upset in game 1 of a best of 5 of the play-in for a team that was so massively favored beforehand, one more game like that suddenly puts them in an elimination game when a whole nother suite of factors would be coming in terms of nerves and the pressure from the public. So I do expect them to stay completely locked in and try and replicate as much as they can what happened in game 2.
And I actually think that this game is almost the most important, because getting to match point first is huge in a best of 5 series. So let's look to see DAMWON shore up their champion select and make sure they don't get caught off guard by any funny business. Thankfully, we've now taken down a top lane Pyke. Thank you very much, Riot Games, for nerfing the heck out of it, so it doesn't necessarily work as well, but that has certainly alleviated a lot of my worries moving into Worlds.
Yeah, and I still hope that Lowkey tries some type of lane swap strategy once again, since it did work so well in game 2. And I do also want to point out the way side selection works in this series. So DAMWON has side selection game 1, 3, and 5. Game 1, they selected red side. Game 2, Lowkey has choice, and they too selected red side. But in terms of just replicating what happened in game 2, you can see in game 3 here, DAMWON taking blue, same bans, same first pick.
Yeah, exactly the same bans as in our second game. Gonna happen once again as the Akali snapped away from Showmaker. Let's see where the artifact can be. The Beast Akali that we saw in a few of the games, but there's Gragas Yasuo. And Gragas has been either picked away or banned against Canyon, I think almost this entire tournament. And this is why. It's because they pick this and they destroy you. And what have we learned about DWG Gaming? It's about mid-game fights transitioning into a very swift victory.
Yeah.
What does Gragas Yasuo do? They fight pretty good in the old mid-game.
Yeah, as soon as Yasuo can utilize that double crit chance passive, no, it's really all just about the synergy from the multiple knockups that Gragas can have, making a nearly unavoidable gank. What'll be interesting to me, though, is what they end up going with the bot lane for Nuclear, because it worked. It was very seamless to have Kiana and Renekton as 2 physical damage soul laners last game, because they had the magic damage coming out from Talia, who does more magic damage than Gragas in terms of a sustained potential, and a Kai'Sa. But with the Kai'Sa being taken away, there's a chance that Lowkey could get a little bit of armor stacking in and have some success.
Yeah, last game Canyon did top the damage on his Talia, but we've seen many Gragases do a hell of a lot of damage as well, especially looking throughout the LCK, some of our Gragas performances, especially from Cuz of Kingzone Dragon X, were just insane. Yeah. But Canyon also one of these players, and alongside Showmaker, as far as this duo is concerned, of the Gragas Yasuo that almost looked unbeatable in a lot of the games that we saw it in, at least. It's very, very frightening, because we know that Showmaker just wants to carry.
I can't wait to watch it. I mean, his Akali's been so great. Even in the loss, he was kind of the only one holding it together for a lot of the game.
Well, the Gnar was locked in, and that's something we haven't spoken about just yet. Hani going to be piloting that one towards the top side. Does mean the Akali is definitely going into the mid lane. There's not a lot of flexibility with this low-key squad, and now that they've locked in the jungler, the Skarner is going to be what they decide to take towards the Gragas. This composition isn't looking as quintessential Lowkey as you'd expect from this this series.
Not looking very fast.
No.
Oh.
All right. Jace locked in. And Talia. Is this going to be the adaptation on the Avenger duo that we saw?
Well, the Yasuo might... My brain is just breaking.
Okay, so what's happening is we got Yasuo
it's probably
is the bottom lane.
That's what I think, And then I'm like, then they're going to put Jace in a soul lane and Shlee in the jungle.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying. Okay, good job. You got there faster than me.
I mean, I've seen it before, right? I mean, I commentate this team's league, so it theoretically I should have a little bit of an advantage.
Because technically the Jace can go in 3 places. The Renekton could go in 2.
Talia can go in 2.
But I also have a theory that like almost any soul lane champion can also work bot lane.
Yeah. So actually, we may not necessarily know. Let's wait 15
this
seconds
is it. You're
before
right.
we guarantee. But this is
guarantee
we're guaranteeing it right now? Wow, you went from not having any clue what's going on to, no, this is definitely it. There is no chance anything's changing. But this is how it should work, right? Because Chovy is our mid lane Jace player in the LCK. Noguri is our top lane Jace player. That is just how it works. Khan, sorry, you lost that title. Noguri is too damn good on this champion. So this is all about dominating the laning phase and having this bottom lane that can be so explosive in the mid game. You keep the best friends duo together and you get these things to work out for you. So I'm excited to see what Nuclear and Beryl can do, because this is all about commitment on the bottom side. In order to get any control in this lane, you really need to be playing with fire.
Yeah, because it's a lane that can go very wrong. And if we do see celebrities Kai'Sa pick up any early kills, you never really know what's going to happen. But in terms of game pacing or who's going to be better in mid-game team fights, I love what DAMWON has done here in saying, no, we're just going to pick all the best mid-game team fighting champions and just not let you have any of them. You can play late game. I think it's a much sounder strategy for DAMWON to get a high percentage victory.
The thing I absolutely love is that almost every champion on this DAMWON squad has a 2-item power spike. So you know exactly when they're going to be fighting, and you know exactly when we're getting into game number 3. Welcome to the Rift, guys. DAMWON Gaming versus Lowkey Esports, game 3. We were talking about how important this this particular game is, because this brings you to match point. This alleviates so much more of those nerves moving into that game number 4 that can be so pivotal. And I love that DAMWON have come out swinging in this draft with a lot of comfortable picks for a lot of their players.
Yeah, I completely agree. And then it's also having a little more action even right away in this game, right? Taking the initiative to go and invade, get more deep wards, really try and shut down DNK. In game 2, they were very close to shutting down DNK in the jungle. If you remember, Showmaker stole Raptors as mid lane Kiana, and then Canyon tried the early game Taliyah invade. They might try something similar this game, but we're seeing a slight adaptation from Lowkey, who's also getting some deep vision of their own.
Yep, we've got wards traded on red buffs on either side of the map. Lowkey now moving over to get that leash happening for the Skarner, who decided to move elsewhere, as Jat, the artist, is doing some sketching, but hasn't quite decided what he wants to be drawing.
I was trying to get to our feature that you haven't seen yet.
All right.
Which is numbering the jungle camps. So you can see, I'm taking too long on this thing. So like first camp here, right? Where does Canyon
beautiful one
decide to go next? He's likely just going to immediately gang top lane and then go something like second camp, third camp, and try and race to this unless he sees something happening. But this is exactly what DAMWON wants to do.
Has to flash. That's what happens if you land that auto, get that red buff slow. Hani, no option other than flash.
So this actually happened, this exact early game gank path happened in the group stage against Robo, and it was like 40 CS to 2. The difference there, though, is that Robo had touched the wave, and Noguri was able to freeze it on him. This is a flash, so it will be a large advantage, but it's not setting up a freeze in the top lane, so it won't be quite as disastrous, and we'll see if DNK ends up just showing on the red buff, since it looks like Canyon decided not to race down bot.
Yeah, that is going to be a ward for Lowkey, though, and they move over towards there. So vertical jungle is going to ensue, as Venus didn't want to take that turret shot, but thankfully Aftershock is a rune, so we'll keep him alive for the moment. So a red buff is going to be claimed here, but it was a Raptor clear as well, coming in from Canyon, so able to steal away a little bit more than what DNK will be able to, assuming he's not going to immediately head towards that Raptor camp, and I think the Raptor camp would kill him if he went there. Thankfully, the Smite going to get him a whole bunch of his health back.
Yeah, so DAMWON actually didn't see any of this because their wards expired right before DNK ended up walking into the area. Canyon's going to have to make an educated guess here. When he does end up showing on a ward, if he shows and has red, he'll know exactly what it is, when I think he's very close to showing down in that bot river, but either way, not too much gained or lost from these early jungle choices.
Yeah, not too much of a worry. They do watch the Scryers bloom fly along, and Beryl, his spidey senses were tingling, or his scorpion senses, I guess, as DNK has now been confirmed to have stolen the red buff, and now moving over to the Raptors as well. Canyon if at first you don't succeed, back towards the top side and utilize the lack of flash on Hani. Could this be the first blood for DAMWON this series, is the question. DNK looking to try and stop that from being an eventuality. As
Good
Beryl
flank
on the wrong
by DNK.
side. Yeah. Has snuck in here, gets a decent stun as there's the Flash Zenith Blade. Beryl does have the Aftershock, but it's not enough. First blood once again to Celebrity. And I just jinxed it, but that is 3 first bloods in a row for Lowkey Esports.
And coming on the Skarner as well, just so much commitment from DAMWON to gank top lane and sit around top lane. They kind of let DNK wander everywhere he wanted to. Think about how that was actually a relatively risky play from Skarner when he invaded red buff, got down to 20% health at level 2, went back to river, re-invaded the Raptor camp before looping for that gank. I can see why it was unexpected for Beryl, but it does get rewarded in the first blood.
Comes on down, and I think this was just brilliant timing from DNK on multiple plays in a row, which is so cool, like you were saying. So the body slam being blocked by the Skarner just spelt the end of Beryl. And winning in the 2v2, it's a pretty common thing as DNK now finds Canyon, and the entire threaded volley is soaked by the Skarner, but he has to use the flash to get himself out of the way as Artifact now down to 300 underneath his own turret, and Showmaker asserting dominance. Remember, there is no Twilight Shroud. Showmaker has the flash. He could... Oh man, it's real scary here for Artifact. He has his flash available as well, so in theory should be all right. And Grasp of the Undying is Artifact's decision on the runes. Often fleet footwork is something that you could go for if you're feeling a little bit of pressure, but wanting to have that max health as well. Yeah, Nogari's Jace is pretty good, guys.
Yeah, he has... The thing to point out there is the forward percentage. He's just constantly near the other team's turret, pressuring, trying to get a larger and larger advantage, and that's why you see the most impressive thing here is the damage per minute difference. That's how much more DPM he does than his opponent. A lot of champions or roles average like 400 damage per minute, let alone have that over the other top laner. And I also want to point out 6 minutes and 10 seconds is the first time Canyon has went on the bottom half of the map. He spent the first 6 minutes on the top side of the map. That's how much he was playing around the top side.
He even has Agatha to take as well. If you have a look at Gromp on the blue side, DNK hanging around this Cloud Drake. Of course, Cloud Drake feeling a lot better here for Lowkey because they have a Skarner. Extra movement speed, always good. Leona as well does like that. DNK only level 5. Still patrolling, trying to keep Artifact safe. And Artifact is the carry of this team most of the time, right? He is the guy that does most of the damage, and he's now on the Akali, a champion that he is known for. Canyon's going to move on in immediately, but DNK, he's ready. Still, remember, not level 6 just yet. But Venus snaps him right out of the air. The Eclipse is in, and now they're going to turn their attention over to Celebrity. Celebrity will be falling down, but now Venus behind enemy lines looking for his way out. Is this Owen Wilson or is this Leona? As Beryl's chasing after him, he's going for the execution. Ooh. And I think he should be able to do it, just waiting for as long as he possibly can. It is going to be the execution. Wastes as much time as possible before pulling the trigger as well.
Yeah, quite well done, letting that timer wear out. The greedier move would have been to continue to run into the jungle and try and get a recall off, but that rarely works, and it's early enough in the death timers that he'll be able to run back to lane in basically the same time, so...
I wonder if that Owen Wilson call actually got picked up, because
Owen Wilson? I thought you were gonna I think Snake,
Owen Wilson,
like Solid Snake would have been
the actor who acted in Behind Enemy Lines, the movie.
I do remember watching trailers for that movie.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't watch the movie. It was terrible.
I didn't watch the movie.
So making a reference to just a known bad movie is that's a roughie.
There's a lot of movies made that you just completely forget about the existence of until you see them on like your Netflix scroll wheel.
Yeah.
Like wow, there's such good actors in this. How did I never hear about it?
And then,
because it was
you
awful.
remember. And the worst one is when you you open it up thinking that you've never seen it before, and the intro is like that terrible intro that you remember not wanting to watch. As we have a look at this replay once again.
Yeah, I mean, really, Venus landing that Zenith Blade is what ends up securing them the kill, but because Showmaker had channeled the teleport, which had already been burned by the Akali, it kind of gives them at least a 1-for-1, and then let's see if Beryl was in experience range. So even though he doesn't get gold, he does get the experience for it, so that's decent in keeping him alive in this game, because they don't want to necessarily fight until they can at least match 6s down bottom.
The thing that I really like as well is that Beryl was the one that went after him. So you're not actually wasting any time farming because the entire bottom lane was dead. So the Yasuo Nuclear was able to get around that bottom lane, clean up all those minions, get the minion waves into exactly where they needed to, and Showmaker didn't waste any time. He moved straight towards the mid lane again. So just good clean play as far as making sure that no resources went to waste. But it is still Lowkey with an advantage as far as kills. It's not in terms of gold. We've gotten used to seeing this so far. You just need to be that little bit more ahead than you otherwise think you need to be.
Yeah, and as we approach the 10 minutes, the first 10 minutes are not exactly DAMWON's specialty, even in the group stage, but it is really between the 20 and 25 minute mark you can see where they've been exploding their gold leads. And part of that is just them being good, but a lot of it is they just hit the specific items that they want to, and then they go very aggressive. But in terms of the early game, it hasn't been that great for them.
Yeah, but going, like, doubling your lead between those last 10 minutes as well just shows that this team plays around the time Baron spawns. That's when they go for their fights, and then they can move towards the Baron, and then they win the game, right? That's how they sort of expand their leads. And once again, this is a composition that has all of those things, right? Noguri going towards the lethality version of the Jace. We've seen a few different varieties. Is this the first time we've seen Jace?
Stats would have told me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
That's true. I don't think so. Not so far in this tournament. Just having a little bit of a brain fade. First time we've seen Noguri's Jace, though. It's not the first time I've seen Noguri destroy a turret at around 10 minutes.
10:35. 5 plates to Jace, 30 CS advantage, and now the Rift to bring mid. So before 14 minutes, DAMWON can have both of the solo lanes opened up, which will then kind of allow them to go around and hunt with this Gragas Yasuo pretty much wherever they want to go. So even though the first 10 minutes weren't that great, it does seem like they're kind of getting what they want out of this game.
Really interesting thing about the Yasuo synergy for this comp as well is that you've got Seismic Shove, AoE Knock-Up, and you've also got the Hammerback for the Jace as well. So you've got 4 members that are capable of setting up the Yasuo if you include Yasuo himself.
Yeah, and you were right about the Jace pick. It had been banned before so far in the playing stage.
Okay,
so
cool. I believe Armut was the player that got the Jace banned against him.
Yeah. We're going to get to see him play up next.
Maybe the Jace
Clutch.
even.
Yeah.
Stay tuned after this series for Clutch versus Royal Youth. As here's Lowkey coming down for a gank. 3 versus 2 as Nuclear already down extraordinarily low. The last breath not going to be utilized because Nuclear knew he was dead. The teleport now coming in. Not sure what Noguri wanted to do. He wanted to use both of his summoner spells and he got his wish as Rift Herald is going to be thrown down in the mid lane. It was all the distraction play, exactly what Nuclear has been used to.
I think he was hoping Nuclear would ult off the Gragas ulti and then Nuguri would come in to turn that play around. But that didn't happen, so he had to flash immediately. Rift Herald distracts, and now we could see a bit of a skirmish around the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, of course, this is the latest a Drake's taken to go down as well this series because we've seen so many Infernals and pretty nice dragons. Not going to be happening this time. The Cloud is going to be the debut dragon as Beryl finds himself a control ward and is going to look to clear that one out. So much vision control around this area for DAMWON, but they still don't want the dragon. Powered Shock Blast, DNK might overextend here, but they're not going to go for it. Beryl and Canyon over to the side. Showmaker in here as well. Vision available. Celebrity finds a Void Seeker, but otherwise not too much to be found. Blue buff is what they're fighting over.
Crushing the issue. Let's see if Lowkey fights back.
DNK. He was looking for the ult, but didn't even get there. Harney's on the top side. He ain't doing anything. He's got no teleport as Nuclear is looking to turn up. Can we find the knockups? As Showmaker is gigantic. Canyon jumps over with the wall, and there's the flash forward. Beryl gets the body slam, and Nuclear just smacks him back down with the last breath.
You could see how much DAMWON was just trying to force Lowkey into action right there, and eventually they do. Showmaker kind of randomly ends up picking up the blue buff because of his ultimate Dominus ticks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and now they just continue to push forward.
That was, I think that was planned, I would assume, as the last plate. One of the last plates going to be taken down here as the burst damage is easily enough. Beryl gets a well-deserved kill. Gragas doing a lot of the work there. As Artifact 1v1'd Noguri on the bottom side of the map, guys. That happened.
We're going to have to...
In the meantime, that's the thing that happened.
Yeah, and looks like he did it without his ultimate too. So that will require a second look.
Yeah. I mean, I know there was a lot going on, but I'd really like to have a look at how that happened.
Kali does damage. Maybe.
She does. She does. I actually just want to see how it all went down. Remember, he used both of his summoner spells. He's on.
So he's already relatively low.
Mana.
Cutlass probably just lands an E, and then he's dead.
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't even need that.
I don't even think he lost a health.
Very easy.
1 health. And HP.
For Kali in the side lanes.
Yeah.
Doesn't stop him from having the most gold in the game.
I think he also went back and got a full Dustblade of Drakthar. So maybe greeting for a turret plate and understanding that he was probably going to be taken down. So now, with all that lethality that we were talking about, this is, of course, the 2-item build that you want for a mid-game Jace power spike. It does go along with what DAMWON have available to them. So we are at the time where they do want to be pushing the envelope, getting things forward, locking down these turrets, getting the team fights that they want. But it's Lowkey that's able to do so, as Noggery, should be dead underneath this turret. The Impale is in, all too easy, but now Showmaker turns up. Nard back underneath this turret, but now the rest of DAMWON gets in here. The last breath, Venus looking to go down second as the Nard was already dead. Artifact as well, unable to lock down Canyon, is now DNK. He's the one in the enemy jungle. And Beryl is looking for him. Doesn't have the ultimate. In fact, no one has ultimates, but they don't need them, as Nuclear picks up that one very comfortably with just a spin of the Q.
Yeah, even though I like the idea of Lowkey to punish Noggery over and over again, since that is really his weakness as a player. So many isolated deaths, always trying to maximize his gold. They're committing very hard for it, and in this game, DAMWON Gaming is really chasing after those commits to clean up. So even though no early game resources were really used onto Nuclear, he's now sitting at a 3-kill Yasuo. You watch this fight once again, they dive through the turret, they use Skarner ulti, they lose Fiona ulti, and then just to disengage, they're using Gnar ulti, which makes the re-engage by DAMWON pretty free. Gragas into Yasuo, easy does it, and then since DNK had already dove behind the turret, it's easy to chase him down. Nice shot by Canyon here with the Taliyah.
Oh yeah, over the wall. Didn't actually miss that as it was all going on, and his flash to get out of the way of the Akali as well. I believe Artifact didn't have a charge left of the ultimate to get into the fight, so just disjointed from Lowkey, but an immediate answer from DAMWON Gaming. You'd think 3 versus 1 is probably enough to take someone down in a side lane, but
it is.
Not only were they unable to win the ensuing fight, but they gave Noggery the 0-2 power spike.
That is his specialty.
That is his specialty, Jat. I'm glad that you've learned.
0-2, and also 700 more gold than the rest of his team. Because of turret plates.
Just Noggery things, guys.
We mentioned that DAMWON has 2-item power spikes. A lot of these champs are just 1.
That's
like
true.
Ghostblade on Jace, Sojin on Renekton, your Shiv on Yasuo. That's really what you need to just turn on and become powerful. Same with Runic Echoes on Canyon. So I think that's why we've seen them try and be so active. And I do like what Lowkey's doing here. They're just trying to chase for kills to break the inevitability of all this side lane pressure that DAMWON's comp can put out. But if any of those initiations go at all wrong, like we saw the 3-man get countered, and then this other 3-man just now completely miss on Showmaker, they lose so much around the rest of the map.
And DAMWON wishes that they could be trying to get topside vision and playing around a Baron pit, but unfortunately, we're still 2.5 minutes away from the Baron even being a thing on the map. Shelly was taken very, very quickly in this game, and it's a 6,000 gold lead. It feels like DAMWON have been warming up so far this series. And Lowkey just want game 1 back. They want their lane swap back, and I want to go back to the draft, Jat, because I feel like this was a misfire on the draft for Lowkey, because I think what made them special in game 1 was that they were mixing it up. They were creating strange things. And this draft is uninteresting in a lot of ways when it comes to changing the meta and adapting to what makes Lowkey Lowkey.
Yeah, I completely agree on that one. It's also kind of, you got to check, like, what are our expectations really as Venus gets...
I think he might be dead, guys. Well, Hani is in position, has Mega Gnar available.
They might try and fight.
Yeah, we look for it as Beryl does have his stopwatch available anyway, as double kill comes in for the Renekton. Artifact off to the backside, but he is just dealt with, stabbed with a Q. And I was looking for QSS in my brain. I couldn't find it, and Lowkey couldn't find the team fight.
Because every time we have these David and Goliath type matchups.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Do tell.
We always ask the David in the story to try a bunch of new weird strategies. But there's only so much you can innovate and bring to a series, right? Like lane swapping was their one. They're kind of just assuming that DAMWON has an answer to it, or they only like doing that with Tristan Ornn, right? And it's been taken away completely from them in the draft phase. And then secondarily, you're saying, all right, maybe solo lane Pyke. Well, it didn't work, right? How many of these things can you keep pulling out of your pockets? Or does DAMWON just kind of take the early game team against you and crush, which is what we're seeing here. Lowkey's trying to fight back. But
it almost worked, actually. The Nara into the backline from Hani was actually great, but unfortunately, the Crocodile was just way too big.
Yeah. Showmaker's Renekton is pretty scary.
Yeah, can't find him at the moment. As we have a look at the damage to champions, Nagari done the most inting for DAMWON this game, has done the most damage, and has earned the most gold. He's a man that likes all the attention, and so far he's deserving it. His Jace is living up to expectation. Baron finally spawns as DNK goes down to below half, taking a threaded volley from Canyon.
Yeah, it's the... I don't want to say he has a good 0-2-6 Jace game, because normally you say no, if it gets late game, it's bad, you don't want to give gold, but he's having a pretty good 0-2-6 Jace game. He's got the most gold in the game.
You got to get used to it. But you got to get used to the 0-2 power spike, Jack.
Canyon spent the first 6 minutes ganking for him.
Yeah.
And then still abandoned the bot side. I want to say Nuclear and Barrel have done work this game, because look.
Well, they're going to find them yet again.
There it is again.
All too easy. The Best Friends Club on the bottom side of the map. DNK not going to get locked down, but at least they do bully them out of their own jungle, and the Baron could be the opportunity here for DAMWON.
Yeah, and because they have so many melees, they actually do fight as their way of breaking this open, and really just, I think they're just going to keep running these plays for picks over and over again. Having the Mountain Drake does make it more possible for them to take Drake, but don't see them in any rush. To just get back to Nuclear and Barrel, this is what you really love as a jungler if your bot lane can do this. You spend the whole game topside.
Yep.
And then they don't complain.
No.
They join in for your team fights, and then they end up just getting their gold anyway after the kills. And
they engage your fights for you and provide perfect setups for your seismic shove, so you look really good.
These are the freelo games. When you're able to just hard camp your Jace, the other jungler just lives bot side and doesn't get anything done.
Yep, that's the honor your bottom lane, guys. Even though the jungler is the one that looks like he's really cool in the early stages, don't worry. It's all about the bottom lane not losing.
Yeah. Really, if you think about the strategy, Canyon and Nagari, like, the strategy itself didn't work.
No, straight up didn't.
Yes, they did kill the turret early, which is part of the strategy working, but they you know, were unable to generate any kills for themselves. Really, the mid and bot lane was just played 3v4 for most of the game. They're carrying.
And now there's an Infinity Edge on Nuclear, so that's the 2-item spike that everyone knows about.
There it is.
On the old Yasuo, 100% crit, absolutely there. And there's the 2 items that Showmaker wanted. He's a very big boy, Spear of Sojin as well as his Black Cleaver. A heck of a lot of cooldown reduction, if you don't mind, an infinite cooldown reduction when he presses R. This is a scary amount of damage. I think Canyon needs to go back home and maybe buy his next item, but his stopwatch is still unused, so he basically has his Zhonya's. Now DAMWON looking to try and dive in a turret. Nogru clearing out some wards there as there's the flick back, half the health bar, missing on the Skarner.
Spooky.
This is just a siege. It's aggressive because remember, this composition doesn't siege very well at all.
Yep.
They do have the damage. And if they're intimidating enough, they can get that low range to work as there's the barrel, the boot back, the ultimate combo. And Canyon picks up the kill with a threaded volley. So what happens, I mean, David versus Goliath, now it's the Goliath that's throwing the rocks. It's
so unfair.
The tables have turned, Jad. It's like game 1 happened, but then
look how many rocks he has.
Stole his weapon.
He's got a ton of rocks.
Yeah, in a row. And this Baron may just be dead. 23 minutes into the game.
Might get a fight. Oh, that's good. That's a good reveal.
We're down to 2,000. We could have another steal as Nogari, not even in the pit, but Canyon is going to be able to get that one locked down. Oh, the boot back.
There it is.
The 4-man Nara into the wall. Could this be Lowkey's team fight already to have gone down as Nogari gonna have to do it by himself as Canyon now over to the side, having to fight Artifact. And look at the aggro management. It's
DAMWON just group up for the Gnar ultimate. I'll have to go back and see why was Nogri not there. Like, he is playing so sloppily in this whole series. They picked DNK as the jungler. Maybe Nogri wanted to go back for some mana. Yeah, and then he just teleports in way far away from the rest of the team. I really put this almost entirely on Jace, because if this was a 5v5 and the team didn't have to all hide in the back of the pit for the Gnar and they could actually pull back out for a real fight, I don't think this happens. Celebrity doing a very good job ulting away from Nogri at the end of this fight.
Yeah.
To pick up the kill and keep it really just completely invalidating the Baron. The Baron power play is over.
Yeah, there is no Baron. Baron's gone. It's dead. It's over. 5,000 gold is the lead for DAMWON, but you wouldn't expect it. After a fight like that, you saw Celebrity's damage just huge. The way he kited Nogri at the end there is the reason why they were able to win, because they were really low health bars, right? He kills, he insta-kills the Kai'Sa in one of the iterations of that fight. It's a theory that that could have been a quadra kill for the Jace. It wasn't the case though. He was able to trade 1-for-1 at the very end in that isolated moment. And that means that Celebrity dies, but all of DAMWON is the trade.
And
which,
it does,
by the way, is not worth it.
Yeah, because it leaves the window open now for Celebrity to carry.
Yeah.
Right? We have, yes, we do have a bot lane Yasuo, but we don't have the same type of sustained damage threat that you get from the 3-item Kai'Sa. Still 6,000 gold lead, still, you know, DAMWON macro versus Lowkey macro, and Lowkey says they just go for kills for their general strategy, but getting rid of the Baron and winning that fight gives them a bit of a chance.
Well, Nogri has to flash to get out of the way of the Solar Flare. Couldn't proc his Edge of Night fast enough. Presses all of those buttons as quickly as he can, but DAMWON looking like they're scattered a little bit. Not their true, well-oiled, coordinated selves. Is the Baron no longer a thing to fight for? The Mountain Drake was taken by Lowkey as well. Still have to wait 3.5 minutes for that objective to be on the board. And DAMWON are looking for poke damage with the Jace, but he's the only member of the squad, apart from, I guess, a Gragas that can really help with that. And even then, it's not necessarily working, because there is a fair bit of ability to soak here. Venus stands in front, presses W. Things feel all right.
Yeah, and if Skarner and Gnar are both built up towards potentially Rand wins, or even just armor health items like a Dead Man's Blade or something, they'll be much more resilient to DAMWON. Because like we talked about, hey, what's their bot lane going to be? They do need to worry a little bit about damage spread later in the game. They do that. Technically, their 3 main carry roles are all physical damage, and if Canyon misses his skill shots in a fight, it's a front line that's going to be relatively difficult for DAMWON to take down.
Well, you can see that gold graph. Certainly fallen back. See that little spike there? I believe that was just as the Baron went down. And then immediately, we had a bit of a change.
9.5k gold would be a massive throw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. We're not there yet, though. They still have control of pretty much the whole map.
Yeah, I wouldn't go applying for baseball teams or anything like that yet, DAMWON. Not necessary. As all the vision around this Baron pit is certainly belong to them. We've got identical spawn timers down to the second on the Dragon and the Baron, which is cool.
I'm trying to like
look at them both at the same time,
to see
right?
if they actually are completely identical.
I think
they seem ridiculously close. Because these timers are automatic. It's not like someone pressed start on both of them. I'm pretty sure they're automatic in the spectator class.
Does the circles help you pay attention?
Yeah.
It's my first use of
Is
circles.
the one on the right a little behind?
I think the Baron's a little bit earlier.
Okay.
I think if you were going to objectively go to the one that spawns first, it's the Baron.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I can get rid of those circles now. I'm a little bit excited. That was my first circle.
Yeah, it's almost like the game where there's a square bouncing around on the screen. You're trying to wait for it to the corner. I've never seen timers this sync in my life.
I know. This is amazing.
And the kills are the same.
Oh my god.
Both teams have a Mountain
And the
Drake.
scores are the same. And the turrets are completely different. The Drakes are completely different. It's a disaster.
Yeah, 1-1, 11-11. Yeah. Oh, wow, for a second.
Oh, yeah. We had like 1-1-1-1. It's just binary, everything. I don't know, man. Maybe there's some trickery at work. Speaking of trickery at work, Jad, I want to bring it back to the game just a little bit and look at the warding here. Because you can see that line of control ward that DAMWON have set up. This is the suffocation that DAMWON are capable of in the mid to late game, where they just make sure that there's just a whole bunch of your jungle camps that you're not allowed to take.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, Lowkey would have to take a big risk here if they wanted to just rush Baron, because if I'd expect DAMWON to just have Baron vision and then have someone go kind of lazily take Mountain Drake. So you'd have to guess, right? As that happens, Lowkey is kind of guessing, but there's a high chance to get caught out here.
Oh, DNK once again down to half. It's another barrel to come back, the last breath, and into the death chamber goes the Scorpion. Yep.
Yeah, but no one was moved to the Mountain Drake. DAMWON kept 5 people completely around the Baron pit.
That's true, so
Lowkey couldn't check.
They could trade the Mountain Drake for the Baron here as well, so all is not entirely lost.
I think they want to fight, though.
Yep, Weave as well is going to get rid of a few, but Venus will have the ability to throw over the land if he wants to, but they've already lost the Baron. No chance. There's no smite available, and now 5 versus 4 is not a fight that Lowkey wanted to take. Good empowered shock blast there from Noguri, as I believe at least one person will head down, grab that Mountain Drake, and now continue the push here for DAMWON. It feels like they've had one hiccup, but they've pulled things back.
Yep. Critically, Noguri didn't teleport back to base to finish his item while his team was doing Baron.
And then that resulted in DAMWON not all dying after taking the Baron. This power play might be better than the first one.
I think it will be. DNK really far ahead of his team there. I think Lowkey would have wanted to be more grouped right there and definitely needed Gnar with them if they're going to be doing a face check like that, and it is easily punished by DAMWON.
Yep. So pretty elementary play there. They grabbed themselves that second Mountain Drake very easily. And now it's Nuclear building towards his Morok Mount Mortius. It's a 5-item. Yasuo incoming. It's getting very scary. GA's done for Showmaker. He is gigantic. And now Black Cleaver for Noguri, with Mercurial Scimitar completion away from this Jace being 6 items. And I could keep listing off the item spikes, but I think you guys understand that this is a DAMWON that is well and truly ready to fight and ready to win this game, and they now have a Baron buff in order to do so. Lowkey need a desperation team fight, and they need it to be heroic.
Yep, and I think they should probably go for it pretty soon, especially since they were unable to keep the minion wave dead and will be losing this inhibitor soon. Or they can wait for another 4-1 opportunity, so eventually Showmaker or Noguri will be off in the side trying to do damage to a turret.
Showmaker
right when he shows there,
wave,
you want to try. It's just everything's really hard because they also don't have any flank wars to teleport in behind.
Well, having like only 2 champions that are pseudo-ranged is a problem, which is why these inhibitors are difficult to take down even with a Baron.
Yep.
But it will eventually go, I say difficult to take down, but with a 9,000 gold lead, this should be a steamroll, right? But it wasn't the case.
Yeah, they have 3 cannons that ended up grouping up for that one. That's how long they held that minion wave there.
Noguri's still using it, like boosting up these cannon minions with the Baron buff. Finally, Celebrity gets there, but goes down to half health by just an empowered shock blast.
Oh, so pretty how the 3rd wave just arrives as the 2nd one crashes.
It's like a cooking show, isn't it? This is the one I prepared earlier, talking about minion waves this time. DAMWON take down this inhibitor. Inhibitor turret first, we're playing it by the book, but in goes Celebrity. He's going to start this fight against Noguri, but look at the burst damage, the flash over. The hammer shot was actually what was locking down Celebrity. Brilliant stuff there from Noguri as Showmaker dives onto Celebrity there. And you can see DAMWON, no one going down just like, finally, it's Nuclear that falls, but the health bars of Lowkey were all invested for one pesky Yasuo. It's turned, though, in the end, so 2 for 2 thus far as the bottom lane from DAMWON did fall.
Noguri wants to end.
Yeah. And
he says stop the recalls.
He's just going to be jumping on top of these Nexus turrets. The Nexus is going to be the next one, and yep, we've stopped the backs. And DAMWON moved to match point in this series.
14 kills to 14, so got picked off a little bit more than they would want to, but kept the map pressure, the gold, and the turrets in their favor pretty much the entire time. And now the big question will be for Lowkey, what do they possibly have left? Because every game for them has looked more and more standard. DAMWON has done more and more to counter them.
It feels like it's more and more one-sided as well, the further we go in this series. It's like DAMWON have warmed up to the best of 5s on the big stage and are now ready to really bring it home. That being said, crazier things have happened, Jat.
Like a game 1 victory for Lowkey.
Exact. Crazier things happened not an hour ago, you know? So Lowkey, they're not out of it yet, and they do just need to keep their heads in it, keep that mental together, which can be very hard to hold on to. But remember, they have nothing to lose, right? They are by a huge margin, the underdogs in this matchup, and in comparison to all of the other best of 5s that we have, this is the most askew. So by taking one game, that's fantastic. And the State Farm analyst desk is standing by to break that one down.
Thank you very much, Jatless. Look, 2-1 now in favor of DAMWON Gaming. All credit to DAMWON. Once the games have kind of become a little bit more traditional, a little bit more fundamental, as we were saying from the previous one, DAMWON are clearly pulling ahead. Let's pull out the draft and talk a little bit about how exactly DAMWON went on to win. It was mostly a clinical game, with the exception of the Baron.
Yeah, and I think the draft is a great place to start in these conversations because it's really important on blue side to be able to have flex picks to ensure a strong draft. And DAMWON is the only team that I've seen this Worlds that looks very convincing on the Renekton flex pick. So they're able to move that into multiple areas. The reason I didn't like this draft from Lowkey's perspective was that they went for the Gnar counter pick into Renekton. However, we know it's a flex. We know they're probably not going to play Gnar mid. And they already had a counter in the Yasuo locked in. Like, they could just send Yasuo top. Yasuo Gragas is going to absolutely destroy that lane. They go with the Jace instead, which is an even harder counter pick, and everything kind of falls over from there.
Yeah, you know, it seemed like they wanted to get something that Honey could play safe on, but I totally agree with you that that was always going to be a losing lane for him. At the same time, I did like that they were able to prioritize the Akali for Artifact in the mid lane. He's looked very good on that champion, even in this game, was able to come away with some important plays. But at the end of the day, this 4-5 pick from DAMWON is just thing that like sealed the deal for me. They come in with the Talia, very strong early game jungler, was able to walk in for that level 1 red buff steal into a top lane gank to burn the flash on Gnar. And at that point, it was like, this lane was already miserable, now it becomes unplayable.
Yeah, and I just, like, I don't understand the tactic. So game 1, we say, we know that DAMWON is going to 1-3-1. It's how they generate all of their gold lead between 20 to 25 minutes. So they go with an Ornn, a Shen, a Twisted Fate, and it's like, they understand exactly how to play against this team. This game, they look in a worse 1-3-1.
They have a losing top lane, a losing jungle matchup, a losing mid lane, a bottom lane that should lose in all-in fights too. Yes, you have a ranged matchup, but like, I think they just got outdrafted.
Look at it this way. Now we know undeniably that Lowkey cannot beat DAMWON in a straight-up fair fight, right? So maybe it's a science experiment. This is a little bit of a joke, of course. Let's turn our attention to the next few minutes, okay? Because DAMWON, they get early advantages. You've already touched on the fact that their comp worked out. This was a little bit of setup about how you want to talk about DAMWON and understanding pressure.
Right, so this is a situation where Lowkey are trying to force a fight, which we wanted to see, but look at the map right now. Mid lane fully pushed in from DAMWON. Kai'Sa can't enter the fight, doesn't have TP. Akali too is bottom lane, so she needs to TP into the fight. And as we press play and go forward with this clip, you'll see Lowkey are trying to attempt the dive on towards Naguri, and they have all the tools to start it off, but instantly the teleports come on through, and then that 3-man stack of DAMWON is able to come around. And because of the tower and the terrain around this area, Lowkey are now in a situation that they can't escape from. Celebrity can never enter this fight, and Artifact is also late to the teleport. These are the problems that I see with Lowkey's game plan, and it's why I think on an even footing, that's why I'm almost always going to give the edge to DAMWON.
And just don't trade the resources. Use your 3 members, get the teleport out, pick up the kill. If you can get out, that's great. Otherwise, push mid lane, push bottom lane, generate some pressure, pick up some solo gold. This is like, these are just basic parts of League of Legends that are just completely lacking in the Lowkey gameplay.
And what we ended up seeing, as you can see with the stats down there, this is the first game in this series where DAMWON has won or really smashed inside of the early game. I think they got both the Drake and the Herald, as well as 12 turret plates before they fell in this matchup. So DAMWON had the lead, they had the compositional advantage, and it led to one of the easier closeouts for them.
However, you say easy closeout. There were some times in this game where I was a little bit worried for DAMWON because they went into a hard map split. And they should have been able to take top lane turret, which they did. However, they weren't, once again, able to execute on any of their dives. And bottom lane, there should have been, I think, more opportunities for the Akali to be able to roam down and create a 4-man pressure situation. When you're playing that far towards top lane, it does isolate the rest of the map. I also think that their the Baron fight that they gave to them was a very good opportunistic play from Lowkey that we've been talking about, and kind of shows the disrespect that can creep into people's games as they go for a teleport playback in.
I have a question for you, Spawn, because you are quite critical now on some of the elements of DAMWON's game where you want them to finish cleaner. You want this number 3 LCK seed to be playing to a higher level, right? Yep. Let's play this Baron fight and talk me through your perspective on the fact that Nuguri teleports not only late, but if you look at the minimap, he teleports way far away. And then obviously the risk that is allowing Lowkey back into the game.
Yeah, so the thing is that Nuguri's teleport far away is just a miscommunication, I think, from the team. However, the crowding into the back of Baron Pit, and I was actually going to say on the approach as well, the fact that you don't have perfect vision on Lowkey's approach to the Baron is the issue. That's how this all starts, because when you have had control of this area for so long, you should know exactly where every single member is coming from. If the fight does get pushed back into that pixel brush, into the bendy brush, you need wards already in there to be able to fight them. Otherwise, they have the fog of war advantage. There are just little things missing from that Baron setup that I would like to see reintroduced by DAMWON.
And for me, I'm looking at that, and you have to make a call. Once Nuguri's teleport goes way far away, it's a 4v4. Yeah. You either have to commit to the Baron and risk losing a fight in the pit, which is what happened, or look for the turn. And that's what was missing for me. Granted, their turn tools I don't think were fantastic in a game like this after they'd used some of the cooldowns.
Isn't fantastic.
I'd have to look and see if they had the cooldowns, because I'm pretty sure they used that to get the pick on DNK.
I'm not talking about the ultimate. I'm just saying stack up 2 tornadoes on Baron, put your Yasuo next to the wall, and just body slam over with the vision that you planted beforehand.
We're a minute away from going to ad break. I want to look forward. Lowkey have chosen blue side for what could be their last game of the 2019 World Championship. The question I ask you is, what do they pivot coming into this game if fundamentals are not working?
I don't like the blue side pick, I don't think.
So change the side selection?
So the reason, so I'm going to theorize here. The reason you pick blue side is because you're going for the level 1 invade on top side of the map. So I assume they're going to go with Talia or something incredibly strong, level 1, maybe a Twisted Fate. And they're going to look to split the map hard through red side. That's what I think they're going to do. So I'd like to see them actually execute.
Closing thoughts from Ender.
So I think by going to blue side, you can try to free up the Tristana pick, which could fuel into a lane swap. Because I don't think on even footing, Lowkey can ever pick up a game off DAMWON. I think they must go back to a lane swap and get those picks.
They must or they will? Or do you
both?
Okay, there we go. Must and will go back to the lane swap. DAMWON have bounced back and are just 1 win away from securing the group stage at Worlds. Can Lowkey force a game 5? We'll find out after this.
Has snuck in here, gets a decent stun as there's the flash Zenith Blade. Beryl does have the aftershock, but it's not enough. That was, I think that was planned, I would assume, as the last plate. One of the last plates going to be taken down here as the burst damage is easily enough. Yeah, should be dead underneath this turret. The Impale is in, all too easy, but now Showmaker turns up. Nard back underneath this turret, but now the rest of DAMWON gets in here. The last breath, Venus looking to go down second as the Gnar was already dead. Noguri, not even in the pit, but Canyon is going to be able to get that one locked down. Oh, the boot back. There it is. The 4-man Gnar into the wall. Could this be Lowkey's team fight already to have gone down as Noguri gonna have to do it by himself? Brilliant stuff there from Noguri as Showmaker dives onto Celebrity there. And you can see DAMWON, no one going down just like finally it's Nuclear that falls, but the health bars of Lowkey were all invested for one pesky Yasuo. It's going to be jumping on top of these Nexus turrets. The Nexus is going to be the next one, and yep, we've stopped the backs. And DAMWON move to match point in this series. Welcome back to the LEC studio, host of the play-in stage. It is game 4, and DAMWON have the match point. An expected part of this series, you'd have to admit, from everyone, but it came a little bit later than we otherwise would have thought. And so Lowkey Esports, they are still in this one, but is there any cheese left in their pantry?
Well, the thing that's left is Ornn, because that's the ban that DAMWON has had to drop, moving back to the red side since they wanted to ban Pantheon. If we do want to see another lane swap from Lowkey, which it's a tall order. I can understand why they wouldn't want to go back to it, since that's the type of thing that, you know, Coach Kim from DAMWON could just kind of drill with them afterwards, after they lose game 1. But yeah, I think after what's happened in games 2 and 3, I think Lowkey should go back to it.
Well, the Lee Sin going to be locked in here by DAMWON, and the expected lock-in afterwards would be something like the Xayah. Xayah has been banned throughout this entire series.
Yep.
We've seen this so many times. When you're on the red side, it's all about getting those color-coordinated picks alongside the Lee Sin. See whether the Rakan pick away is going to be there from the Lowkey Esports, but otherwise, DAMWON will be locking that one away last.
Yeah, I could see Rakan being an important takeaway. Also having to lane against Rakan.
Ezreal Rakan.
It's actually not bad if they wanted to go for it.
Okay, we're going... No. We're going Yasuo Gragas. And I love this because Ezreal has been flexed into the mid lane quite a lot. If we've been having a look at Solo Cube, you've been watching FLICKR's stream. He's been playing so much mid lane Ezreal. So in theory, Artifact could be on that one. So still not entirely sure where everything is going. But we are sure that Showmaker has locked away Akali. They just don't care about the Rakan. They want to make sure that Showmaker has comfort.
Yeah, and it also means that we'll likely see Beryl on something like Alistar again.
Yeah.
Rather than the Rakan, assuming Lowkey actually decides to ban out that strong combo, and a bit of a support pinch, the Braum ban. Actually really interesting. Why I think they might do that is Ezreal Braum is an incredibly strong level 1 invade, which could potentially allow Lowkey to set up something creative. And I can kind of see just DAMWON trying to cover any possible area of disadvantage.
See whether Thresh is the next thing that DAMWON looks at. Another knockback displacement that Lowkey could utilize, but the Pike is where we're going to see that. Does also have similar situation there is now DAMWON do have the Alistair available. Nautilus was what Lowkey decided to go for. And Yuumi is what we've seen in the past. And the Xayah Yuumi works out really well. The cat goes inside the Xayah, and then Xayah goes untargetable, and that's 2 people that are untargetable.
I hope they do Nidalee.
In that Feather Storm is okay. DNK gonna take the Nidalee, and there's Aatrox locked in as well. This is really short range, but I love it because you've got all of that, all those dive tools, all of those knockups, and Ezreal with all of the self-peel as Noguri thinking about a favorite of his. This would be another one, but we're cycling through and we'll see where DAMWON land when it comes to their top laner.
Well, Kennen is the more known good pick into Aatrox, so they're gonna do that.
Yep. I like it. That was really well done, Jet.
It's funny, Alice. I feel like if this was game 1, they would have locked the kill.
Yeah, I think so
feel like
too.
the mindset of DAMWON has changed in either trying picks out or proving that they can pick something to, no, we actually just must beat them now because we don't want to be embarrassed.
The thing I really like, though, is that Yuumi Kennen is such a cool combo at the same time. Like, you get all the adaptive damage, but also extra movement speed to get the little rat into the back line.
Yeah.
Super cool. There's a lot of cool stuff about picking Kennen here in this composition.
They're both small.
That's true, yeah.
First Nidalee picker ban, though. And it's something that I expected to come out from a VCS team. I thought if we didn't get it here, we'd end up seeing it from Levi of GAM Esports in the group stage. But it is a pick that had way more popularity in the VCS than pretty much any other competitive region. And I think it could have worked if they wanted to do something lane swappy with it as well, but it still expect a very high tempo game from DNK's Nidalee.
Yeah, we didn't see it in the LCK until the tournament that DAMWON actually promoted it in the World's Qualification Gauntlet run. But it was Kingzone that was playing it. It wasn't any of our Worlds teams here on Korea's side, so we'll see how well they're going to deal with it. But a fun composition to come out from Lowkey, and I feel like we, in the last game, went away from Lowkey's strategy, away from Lowkey's style with a very sort of in the mid game we can get things done, but mainly we're aiming to scale, things like that. That is not what this team is all about. They're all about scrappy fights early. They can do that with the champions that they have now, so let's do it. Let's get into game 4 of the first best of 5 of the play-ins knockout stage. This is do or die for Lowkey Esports. Another Carl. And another Klepto.
Especially, I'm just thinking like the only way they lose this game is if the Nidalee can set up a camp somewhere and really go at it.
Well, I mean, she did make it into the enemy jungle. Canyon got his ward down and switched over to a sweeper. And they know she's there. The pings are in. And Showmaker's now closing through. You can see all of the base gates. This is so dangerous. All of DAMWON are moving. That she hasn't revealed herself just yet. The Prowling Kitty will jump over the wall. But I think you're going to need a few extra pounces than that. Hani is here, gets the first knock up onto Noguri.
A bag of gold? Noguri got a bag of gold and a ward out of that? Really?
That is called outplaying your opponent, Jet. That's what that is called. That will be nothing else.
That's just wrong.
Well, they didn't kill him. They didn't kill him. So DNK is able to slink out of there, but is unable to start on the opponent's red buff. And Artifact lands his first knock-up with the Tornado. Remember that Showmaker was happy to take the Akali into this matchup?
Yep. Even the threat of a Gragas Yasuo, right? So even the threat of a devastating mid-jungle synergy gank.
Yeah.
Instead, the gank is actually less threatening unless Venus decides to roam up.
Venus, of course, formerly a jungler, actually.
True.
A few years ago. So could theoretically get that mindset back again. Prowling Projectile, meaning that Celebrity's taking a lot of damage here down on the bottom side. Seen Ezreal Gragas do a lot of good things, actually. This combo does need to hit all of their skill shots to be able to hit max damage, though. Feels like Nuclear and Beryl just land a Prowling Projectile, and then Nuclear walks at them and has zoomies for the extra sustain. Frustrating laning combo.
Yeah, there was definitely a time earlier on with Yuumi where a lot of pro players would complain that it's kind of unwinnable if you're against the Yuumi, but I feel like there's been a number of nerfs towards that champ that it's much lower presence, at least early on.
Yep.
Haven't seen the true Garen Yuumi Masters yet to see if that's no longer a viable combo.
Well, we have seen a Garen Yuumi, and hopefully we never see that again.
Well, the weird thing, Atlas, is that with how dominant it looked in the LEC, it also felt to me like Nuclear and Beryl just had basically never played it before.
It felt a little bit like watching some of the Sonocoms come out at MSI.
Yeah. So I think there still is something to it, and I think we'll see more of it, but you actually do have to think about what you're doing as the steal comes in for DNK.
Yeah, that was the steal. So blue buff goes over for DNK. Both of these champions with execute damage, but DNK just executing better. Now Nuclear may be in trouble. The barrel comes down, gets a lot of value there as the Aftershock does go off, but Venus had tanked up just enough while it was active. Really good trade there as the Infernal Chains pull Noguri back. Wow, Hani. I think if he had have continued after that, could have been a possible kill, but Flash still available for Noguri. He's going to go back to base now. Still 77 on that cull.
Yeah, but is also 300 gold ahead of Hani's Aatrox. So taking as much use of Kleptomancy as he can, and
oh, Canyon. In he comes. DNK is waiting in the wings, but all information is there for DAMWON. Q's landing, but not being taken. As, that spear is going to go slightly wide. Feels like a 2v2 lane. As Canyon gets level 4, catches up to DNK at the moment, as you can see. Behind by a camp and a half is Canyon.
I actually find it interesting how DNK didn't sit around to soak more experience. I think we're going to see a continued fight here over the Rift Herald as well, so I'll get to that point later.
Yep, some isolated 1v1s happening as Qs are being traded across the board. Canyon does get the inside track on DNK, but he's still going to be here. Knockup comes forward, but no level 6 available for Artifact, who now puts up the wind wall. And DAMWON are just a little bit too maneuverable with this combo, so they are only taking the fights that they want.
Yeah, very hard to land skill shots on them. The thing I was going to point out about Nidalee is a lot of times when I watch Challenger Nidalee games, they just walk into a lane at red buff and just auto-attack a guy a bunch.
Yeah.
And then also take the experience, because it's one of the best ways to slingshot yourself ahead of the other jungler, which you can make the argument will be beneficial later on in the game if you can start solo killing the enemy jungler. But because he didn't soak any of the experience, the fact that we're 5.5 minutes in and Nidalee only has 5 more CS than Lee Sin means DNK is actually fairly slow by Nidalee standards.
Yeah, now he's standing on a ward, so continuing to waste a little bit of time. Whereas Canyon on the top side getting that rubber band camp in the Krugs. So Showmaker winning trades here in the mid lane also, which is what he just tends to do. This guy's laning Akali is absurd. He just comes out ahead in situations that he just straight up shouldn't. At the moment, he's behind a bit of farm, but he's collecting a minion wave that was delivered to his turret. We'll see how this goes as we crest that level 6, which both of our mid laners have now hit. Also, Ignite's taken for both mid laners also, so we're wanting to go for some fighter. Some biffo, if you would.
Nuclear is getting pushed in a little bit by the Ezreal Gragas, and really a subdued early game, which I still feel like will favor DAMWON fairly heavily, especially looking up into this top lane. 55 of his call already procced. He's got a 600 gold advantage.
The most money in the game.
Laner. And like, this is why he starts call. This is why he goes Kleptomancy, right? Because this is how he plays, but it's also sometimes feels just so risky.
Oh yeah, when he's up against a top laner that's able to actually punish the fact that he just doesn't have as many battle stats as his opponent.
Might see a dive bottom here, level 6 Yasuo.
Yep, Artifact, they know that he's there, but immediately you've got the exhaust. Venus taken down, the turnaround is beautiful. The first time DAMWON's bottom lane has played as he's going to set up his own knockup, but Artifact taking the turret shots. The Prowling Projectile is there as well, but Beryl looking to try and get them back. Good knockup comes out, but no more ultimates available, and that is a 1-for-1 that probably shouldn't have happened for DAMWON.
In a 4v2, so now we have to see what DAMWON does with the rest of it. Beryl tries to get a kill with his ultimate
He just solo ulted Artifact.
He tried.
That's what I like to see. That's brilliant. Teleport back there from Nuclear. No harm, no foul. The teleport was already on cooldown from Celebrity.
Yeah,
two
kills.
Is just a win for DAMWON.
Yeah, straight up 2 kills in a 2v4 for DAMWON. So just huge advantage since we're already talking about an incredibly scary Kennen getting formed in the top lane.
Mm-hmm. And who's going to be invested to try and get that Kennen to be off that big position as Venus just dies towards the bottom side of the map. And DNK is just given the runaround. Nuclear just walking. Zoomies will be available once again. And Nuclear, even though he doesn't have his flash, it doesn't seem to matter. The rest of the Goon Squad making their way down. On DAMWON's side is Canyon and Showmaker looking for a potential dive. But this is what happens when it's not a jungle Gragas. You are very squishy without the Aftershock available.
Yeah, Burning Flash at level 4 right here. The reaction time from Nuclear, very key. It's mainly, I actually credit that reaction time to the control ward in the Tri-Brush there, because he wouldn't be as fearful of a body slam if he didn't see Yasuo. So that allows them to turn that kill around. Then also the turret getting locked onto Celebrity and very nearly killing Artifact as well. Beryl ends up hitting 6 and also ulting to get the Yasuo's flash later.
All going pretty well for DAMWON. Probably the best early game that we've seen so far from this team. And this is the match point. This will get them to the group stage in either Group B or Group D. Can't be in the same group as either Griffin or SKT.
Yeah, and oh man. That draw that we're going to have at the end of tomorrow just has so much significance.
Oh, yeah. It's who goes in Groups B and Groups D out of this.
Yeah, North American fans need to be paying a lot of attention to that draw.
As Noguri looking to try and kill Hani as DNK dives on in. He has to land this Q, but he doesn't. Doesn't matter. Dives on in, gets the pounce, easy peasy, dead cannon. That's the amount of pressure that Noguri is able to offer. All the flashes in that exchange did get blown, but now Venus is in the mid lane trying to set up for his Yasuo.
Yeah, still not even a level 6 Gragas though, so Showmaker would have to go really far in. It's not like you can just get Yasuo ult off of Gragas ult. Come at him from the other angle though.
Yep, does go into his Shroud. The 5-point strike is getting some work done. Q's being traded, both of them being missed. E lands there as Showmaker dives on forward onto Artifact, sets up his own knockup. Q is going to land it. Immediately everyone is eviscerated on LK's side. Oh dear. Noguri turns up at the teleport, and that was pretty high value.
And this, I think, is the type of game a lot of people imagined. Nice ult there by Nuclear.
Yeah, and ult trades.
When they saw this draw, it was this undefeated DAMWON team from the play-in stage to a Lowkey team that looked very mixed in 2-2ing what was seen as the easiest play-in group, but for so much of this, Lowkey has been making surprise moves, but now DAMWON just seem to be dominating.
They do. And how did Celebrity lose his entire health bar?
Feathers?
I think it was just some feathers.
Projectiles from Yumi?
Something was happening, and it was bad news for the Ezreal as Shelly went down as well. Canyon just soloing that one out. It feels like DAMWON are able to just grab whichever objective they feel like taking. DNK can't find the impact. This Nidalee is such feast or famine. If you don't get things done, if you don't get that control, she can feel so useless. So once again, Noguri's just stealing plates everywhere.
Canyon is just so loyal to Noguri.
Yeah. He does what he's
gives
told.
him the Rift Herald, goes up there over and over again. And this series, we're going to watch this fight one more time in the mid lane. Artifact trying to bide his time to get the right ult off, but watch for Canyon's kick. The cooldown is actually up, even though it doesn't show it in the spectator. Oh, that was so beautiful. Kicking through the opponent.
Yep, and then lining them up so that Showmaker's ult was able to connect the dots there as well. Very nicely done. Knockup not going to be taken there as Artifact can't see the Akali. I believe put down the Shroud was going to be fine, but
dive bot lane.
Still trying to hold on. Celebrity doing the best that he can. Another plate probably will be taken as there's the Prowling Projectile to show that he's in trouble. Already down to no health at all. And the teleport is far too late. They dealt with the minion wave, but DAMWON dealt with the AD carry within a couple of autos.
Yeah, Nuclear really getting very far ahead this game as well, whereas the Kleptomancy and the Friendship from Canyon is helping Noggery likely still have the most gold in the game. Yep, 300 more than Nuclear.
He's already got 2 items. That's a completed Proto Belt and a completed Morellonomicon. As we see another fight, final chapter is read out to Venus, who does get the help of his friendly Yasuo. The Wind Wall does a lot of work there as Canyon. You know how long that lasts, dude. But that's okay. Throws his Q right into it. It's okay, Showmaker. That is not where you want to be, but does dive back. Flash utilized.
Yep. That's
He's
fine.
Gonna be all right.
And they've taken both side lanes, can group basically whenever they want. 7,000 gold lead. Lowkey really just trying desperately to make something happen, but here comes Lee Sin.
Artifact just going to get kicked back immediately. The backflip comes forward. Canyon closed the gap, and Artifact is just going to die. The rest of Lowkey pull away, knowing that their Yasuo was just not long for the world. And DNK, you can't just go fishing with spears. They just don't have enough pressure anywhere. And even if these spears land, they don't do enough.
Canyon just styling right there. He actually safeguarded after Sonic Wave, then Resonating Strike, just so he wouldn't be moving in a straight line. He wanted to curve around.
Which a bit of fun.
Really could be an analogy for this whole series for DAMWON. Not wanting to go in the straight victorious line that was set in front of them.
They don't want to be predictable, Jat. That is the main thing. And look, once you're getting towards the main group stage, then maybe being unpredictable is going to be a good thing for this DAMWON squad.
I mean, they're definitely making it hard for us analysts to make any definitive predictions about them. Because,
true.
Because before Worlds, trying to take everything in, I said, wow, I think DAMWON is really, really good. I think top 4 team at Worlds. I think a dark horse to maybe even win the whole thing.
Yep.
Because in the past few years, we've had more upsets. Oftentimes, the Korean 2 or 3 seed, even in the farther past, have been able to do pretty well. And then they go undefeated in play-in stage, but they have this kind of like lackadaisical early game. And you say, all right, they're warming up. They're warming up after the play-in stage. Now this best of 5 will be, hey, like, look out, group stage. Here we come. And
also,
then they go and lose the first game.
Yeah, I know they lose the first game, but then they have the biggest gold lead of the entire play-ins at 15 minutes.
Yeah. And
so in theoretically, they've finally warmed up. And actually, this is even more scary than it was.
But then,
just to add to the confusion.
Yeah, then I'll go and point out and be like, well, Noggery did teleport away for his team while they were doing Baron. Because that happened in game 3. And he'd be like, and he just kind of randomly dies 3 times a game.
Mm-hmm. 2 times a game, that's the power spike. True.
Yeah, and he's only
died
once
not actually
this game.
be good. As Showmaker down towards the bottom side, shoots Hani with his gun, but gets the World Ender out.
Yeah. I think that the only thing that really matters about this series is that DAMWON wins 3 of 5 games. And I don't feel like they were showing everything. I think they actually tried to show things they weren't comfortable with to throw people off their scent come group stage. And I think at least this game is closer to the level that I feel like
Whoa, Showmaker diving on forward. Stopwatch immediately by Venus, and that means that he's in position so that he's not going to survive. Artifact just... He couldn't justify pressing the last breath button even though the cask went out but from the dying Gragas. And Noggery now, even these Qs are hurting so much. DNK very squishy on the Nidalee, but still, the 2 items on this very accelerated, very rich cannon are very scary to deal with. True Shot Barrage doesn't require the respect that we see from a lot of our Ezreals. And now over 10,000 gold at 16.5 minutes. We are heading towards perfect game territory minus 2 kills. Jat, it's a perfect game minus 2 kills.
You don't keep stats about 2 hitters in baseball.
No, to be perfectly honest, actually, hear me out, hear me out. Because we were talking about the 0-2 power spike from Noggery.
Yeah.
If both of those deaths were on Noggery, that would be a perfect game, in my opinion.
A perfect DAMWON game.
A perfect DAMWON game.
Yeah.
As Artifact dancing around Noggery, he does have himself a Yuumi there as well, as the Wind Wall is now on cooldown. Venus makes his way in. So yeah, that's my defense for my ridiculous line of perfect game.
By the way, this is a callback from the caster room where you're just like, wow, there were... was it 3 kills away from... or it's like, oh, just 2 kills in a turret away from a perfect game.
It was 2 turrets away from a
Be like, yeah, I'm $1 million away from being a millionaire too. Real close.
guys are too mean to me in the caster room. I'm just trying to come up with fun things to talk about, okay?
True.
Well, Nuclear, he's got a couple of items that are pretty good at this stage of the game. And as far as being as relevant as possible at this tick over to 20 minutes, I love this. Nuclear most of the time is going to build the Infinity Edge after the Essence Reaver for sort of the most bang for your buck out of 2 items, if the first one has to be Essence Reaver.
Yeah, the lethal tempo build has just actually gotten so popular.
Oh yeah.
This year with that specific combo of items. It's so good on Zai as well.
Well, now Hani's being surrounded. In fact, it feels like everyone is being surrounded. DNK does find that cute spear, but otherwise can't venture into his own jungle. And that is not the life a Nidalee wants. Canyon is down here. Hani down to below half health. Doesn't find too many of the autos, does DAMWON. And Hani is going to be able to limp away, but has to use the ultimate and has to sacrifice his inner turret. And yep, that's the cat picking up a spell there. Does a bit of damage, but then goes untargetable for the rest of forever. So doesn't need to worry. Artifact's flow is taken away, but otherwise he's going to be all right. And this is just DAMWON slowly bleeding Lowkey out. A minute to go on that Baron. We've got a Mountain Drake there, as I feel obligated to say Earth, Wind, and Fire once again.
Oh.
They are going to be the Drakes, and that is a pretty linear gold graph.
And I think it's going to continue that way. I don't feel like this is the one.
I think I mean, it's trending in that direction. That is very true. 11,000 gold. Just huge. I think we're heading towards our largest gold lead at 20 minutes as well.
There's a good chance. I mean,
you'd think if it was the largest gold lead at 15 minutes, there's a high likelihood that we get to the highest gold lead at 20 minutes as well. Celebrity's dead, guys.
Whoa.
Real dead, real fast.
Yeah, Canyon able to solo this Mountain Drake, and they'll probably be able to take a 20-minute Baron. And this looks like kind of the potential and the skill of Showmaker and Nogari without all of the dumb stuff this game.
Well, Showmaker's diving forward yet again. Final chapter is there, but not enough to get the snare. Rhyme was unintentional. Now just going to go back, and it looks like bullying away from this Baron that has only just spawned and is immediately sent back to the Void.
Yeah, they're ready for this one.
Yeah.
They want to be out of the series and say, you know, we delayed it 44 minutes in game 1.
Yeah.
Let's try and make up for lost time in game 4. And you can kind of see the DAMWON players didn't look that happy leaving the stage after game 3, after the 2-1.
No.
But I feel like the coaching and the team have really at least brought it back around to more of what we wanted to expect.
Yeah, and also, I mean, talking about the coaches, I mean, I want to have a bit of a rant about Coach Kim, but I'm not going to be able to, as we're going to check out this replay.
I mean, RYL dies very fast.
He does, but we do want to see exactly how it happened. He got shot, and then he got hit by a 5-point strike, and then dashed through. He's theoretically hit by 4 abilities, and he was instantly dead. Did you circle some stuff?
I was trying.
I didn't see any circles.
I picked a small circle when I should have picked
Where were the circles? Were they there?
We have question marks as well.
Were they there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's actually the most underutilized part of this screen. Yeah. That's a good TP.
Yeah, teleport coming in from the cannon. Nogari just getting into position in the side lane. There's a... What are we looking at? What are we looking at, Jeff?
Power
That's
spikes.
A really cool hat from the cannon.
They play around.
Yep. He's, okay, this probably need a smaller circle for that one, but that is the 3-item spike that we talk about for Nuclear. If you play, you know, you've seen a Pikachu with a cool hat like that, does a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, this is with the next 2 minutes and 13 seconds. They're going to be looking to end the game. They just need one pick.
Yep. Inhibitor turret goes down on the top side of the map, and they're just trying to bleed them out. It is going to be a necessary fight for Lowkey. They have to find something now, otherwise they're just going to lose everything in quick succession. DAMWON have them spread so far as there's the last breath. They jump on Nuclear, but over the wall he goes. Canyon now dives onto Artifact, and Nogari in the backline doesn't even have to press his ultimate button yet.
He still has it.
Just kiting 5 members of Lowkey.
He still got
their
it.
own base. Showmaker gets in there and finally pulls the trigger. 2 kills. No, only 1. Almost instantly, though, as DAMWON, they find the trigger and they press it hard. Triple kill instantly for the Akali in the front line, and DAMWON, they hold on and then just click their fingers and end Lowkey. Artifact still alive underneath his Nexus turrets, but these are Baroned up minions. It's 22.5 minutes into the game. Game 4, DAMWON make a statement, and they're looking to dive another fountain, but the Nexus isn't going to last long enough. Our first team promoted into the World's group stage is DAMWON Gaming.
And they do it with increasingly better gameplay. Lose the first one, struggle a bit in the second, but this fourth game was just 22 minutes and 43 seconds of absolute domination. Every lane was able to win. And then also they ended the game very swiftly.
Yeah, they did. I think this was finally a demonstration of what DAMWON is capable of. This is a demonstration of the team everyone was terrified of in the scrims. This is the squad that we've been waiting to see, and yeah, they had a bit of fun during the play-in group stage. They had a bit of fun earlier on in this series, but when it came down to the brass tacks, when it came down to needing to win this game and showing exactly who they were as a team, like, it's undeniable. They're terrifying.
And Lowkey Esports, even though they have defeat, they do take their region's first victory over the LCK. They accomplished that in game 1. So obviously a little bit disappointed, but they'll get
And also their early games in the first couple of games
needs to work on the high five lines as well. I remember seeing a really endearing picture actually the first day when they were in the high five line, because that's not something that happens in the LCK. Just really awesome. But then when they're done, they just walk right in front of the camera.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fine.
I actually like it. You know, they just get more time on stage, and theoretically, if we leaned forward, we might be able to.
Maybe that's what they were going for this series, just maximizing time on stage.
They had a walk
and practice.
back here, then we could have got some high fives as well. But it's not about us; it's about them, and they were successful in making their way towards the group stage. And also, I mean, this is so huge because Korea never been in the play-in stage before, and we want to make a statement and make sure that we can say that, look, we are a cut above, and I think DAMWON have demonstrated that so far in the play-in stage. So good to see.
And every player kind of had some of their down moments and some of their up moments. Like Nuclear's first day, he looked awful. You saw memes getting posted online about how there was 2v5 and Nuclear was doing nothing.
Yep.
And then I think on day 4 of the group stage, he played much better. And in this game in particular, right?
Yeah.
Him and Beryl together actually looked extremely well.
His Featherstorm timings were fantastic this game, and I think better than a lot of what we've seen from Nuclear in the past. As we have a look at a replay, this is another example of Nuclear being good. That flash timing, stunning.
Yeah, also having the feathers on the ground so they could lock Venus in here. It was a poor dive by Lowkey. They would have wanted to have DNK here much earlier, but the fact that with everything that was happening top lane, for them to be able to get a 2-for-1 on the 4-man dive, and then as DNK is coming in for the gank, just sidestepping the body slam, getting the kill, ring around the Rosie on DNK.
Just crazy. And holding onto that barrel. I mean, I don't think Venus actually pressed the I'm going to explode my Q button. And a little bit of a disaster there. That does help slow down your opponent.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a whoopsie. But otherwise, just fantastic play from the bottom lane from DAMWON. The lane that we were waiting for to perform.
Yeah. I also think Showmaker was probably the player who had the fewest mistakes throughout the whole series. Even in game 1, he's actually going to be our Oppo player of the series. Get some pro view action, I believe. Look at how much. That's one thing that's sometimes disorienting about watching pros is how much they're looking at the minimap versus how much they're actually looking on screen, and how quickly he made it over here in that final Kali fight.
My favorite part was that he saw Noguri dealing with 2 people and immediately panned his screen up. He's like, well, I don't need to deal with that. That's fine. That's going to take care of itself. And I'm going to take care of my bottom lane that is now struggling with the rest of the team. So really cool to see the coordination from those guys. But let's hear what Nuclear has to say after making it to the group stage.
Thank you very much, guys. And congrats, Nuclear, for making it to the group stage. Tell me about the pride of representing Korea alongside SKT and Griffin.
네, 정말 축하드립니다. 이제 그룹 스테이지 진출하셨는데 SKT 그리핀과 함께 한국을 대표하는 게 얼마나 자랑스러우신지 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 이번 연도에 새로 올라와서 이제 바로 롤드컵 올라와가지고 그런 SKT랑 그리핀 같이 강한 팀이랑 같이 롤드컵을 할 수 있다는 게 되게 기쁘고 영광으로 되게 생각하고 있어요.
So we newly joined the LCK this year, so to be at RYL's playing with SKT Griffin, such a great team, it's really exciting, and also I'm so really proud and honored.
How do you think you compare to Griffin and SKT right now?
그러면 그리핀, SKT와 담원을 비교하자면
비교하기 어려울 정도로 세 팀 다 이렇게 각자 다른 매력을 가지고 있는 것 같고 저희가 가장 자신 있는 건 볼 때 가장 재미있는 경기를 할 수 있다는 거 그게 가장 큰 장점인 것 같아요.
So it's really hard to compare. We all have different colors and charming points, but I can say that our strongest point is that our game is the most exciting and entertaining to watch.
All right, well, we'll see that against the other teams in the group stage. Now, did you expect Lowkey to challenge you so much today?
그러면 오늘 사실 로우키가 많이 힘들겠는데 어느 정도 예상은 하셨는지?
저희가 사실 이제 3대 0을 예상을 하고 왔었는데 첫 판에 이제 너무 다 같이 못해가지고 피드백을 빡세게 하고 나서 그 다음에 정신 차리고 이제 두 번째부터는 그나마 조금 더 수월하게 진행됐던 것 같아요.
So we were actually expecting 3-0, but all of 5 players were underperforming in game number 1, so we had a lot of feedbacks, and we were back in game for game number 2, and things got a lot easier after then.
Yeah, you keep on saying this every time we have an interview that you feel weaker than you should. Do you think that some of your weaknesses were exposed today?
그러면 이제 인터뷰 하실 때마다 사실 기대한 만큼의 경기력이 안 나왔다고 하시는데 그런 점이 어느 정도 약점이라고 보시나요?
지금 이제 약점이라기보다 그냥 보완해야 할 하나의 숙제 그런 정도로 생각하고 있어요.
So not like a weakness, but one of the homeworks that we have to work on.
And how do you think it's gonna go in the group stage?
그룹 스테이지는 어떻게 진행될 것 같은가요?
저희 그 코치님이 그룹 스테이지를 못 가면 롤드컵을 간 게 아니라는 그런 얘기를 했었어서 어떻게 진행될지는 아무도 지금 예상을 못할 것 같아요. 일단 조추첨부터 해야 되고 또 조추첨이 끝나고 나서 이제 어느 정도 조금 예상이 될 것 같아요.
So actually, our coach told us that if you're not at group stage, you're not at Worlds. So I cannot make expectations yet. I think we have to wait and watch the draw show, and after that, maybe we can start organizing.
All right, well, we'll be looking forward to seeing you. Thank you very much, Isan, for the interview, and congrats once again for reaching group stage. Now we're gonna take a break, and coming back, it's gonna be Clutch Gaming versus Royal Youth.
I see a dive bottom here, level 6 Yasuo.
Yep, Artifact, they know that he's there, but immediately you've got the exhaust. Venus taken down, Q's being traded, both of them being missed. E lands there as Showmaker dives on forward onto Artifact, sets up his own knockup. Q is going to land, and immediately everyone is eviscerated. 5 members of Lowkey
still got it.
Their own base. Showmaker gets in there and finally pulls the trigger. 2 kills, no, only 1. Almost instantly though as DAMWON, they find the trigger and they press it hard. Triple kill instantly for the Akali in the front line, and DAMWON, they hold on and then just click their fingers and end Lowkey.
Welcome back to Worlds 2019, where we just saw DAMWON make it to the group stage, and now Clutch Gaming and RYL, one of them will get to join. I'd like to welcome back Spawn and say hello to FLICKR, who's joining us for the second half of the day. We are getting ready for the first game in the best of 5, and I want to dive straight into the nitty-gritty by talking about the top lane matchup between Armut and Huni. We talked about it in Countdown, and Frosk, what's your expectations?
I mean, the expectation is I feel like everyone is going to back Huni here. Now, that said, we do know that he is a high variance player. He can either, you know, take you all the way to that world final, or maybe it's a bit more hit and miss. Now, Armut on the other side is coming off of a fantastic performance over Flamengo's Robo. He pulled out the Fiora, the first one that we've seen in the play-in stage, and has shown that he can be a carry-oriented top laner. So the question is, do you try to fight fire with fire, match Huni, or are you just about neutralizing and controlling him in that top lane?
I think you got to go for it. We've seen so many times that this delay stall task exceeding pressure is just like, it's trash on the current patch, like, to be completely frank. I think that they're going to look for the counter pick. I expect red side to be much more important in this series because Armut does rely on that, not the flex picks to win lane.
I do think that the one caveat or asterisk to that is the Gangplank pick, which can win a couple of matchups, but I agree with you. I think he's the only pick where you can just try to cruise through lane phase to have a bigger impact later on.
Now, talking about somebody who has a big impact, both positively and negatively, is Lyra. This is a guy who got a little bit exposed on day 1 of play-ins groups, definitely improved over the next day, and then especially in that tiebreaker game versus UOL. But Lyra could be one of the players that we need to be afraid of, especially when he's staring down the barrel of Closer.
I think you actually need to go a bit more aggressive with your language and say, if you are going to attack Clutch anywhere, it is in the jungle position. Lyra had a very hit and miss early start of the tournament, but like Armut, he did pick it up on the back half of it.
Yeah, he certainly did. I think that Lyra is in a strange position where throughout the NALCS, we saw him take a lot of the tank junglers, like the Skana. We were kind of talking in the pre-show about how this patch doesn't seem to suit that all that much. His Lee Sin did look good, but I think it requires a lot more early game coordination to play around him if that is the kind of pick they want to go to shut down Closer.
And I think it's kind of about different responsibilities between these two junglers. Like Spawn is alluding to, Closer is there to repeatedly gank the lanes, to play that aggressive-oriented dueling jungler. Lee Sin has been his pocket pick that he's gone to on this international stage, whereas Lyra is much more the control skirmish-oriented jungler. He's there that when they rock up to the 10-minute Rift Herald, that he has the team fight tools like the Skarner and Pale, like the Kiana, like even maybe a Gragas. Those are the picks I expect him to reach for.
Yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to his particular performance, and shout out to whoever started that Reddit thread. Call back to when Lyra carried the corpses of Envy to LCS through the promotion tournament. That's the Lyra that LCS and Clutch fans will want to be watching. Let's talk about one more player on the RYL side before we move over to the draft, and it's going to be Seal. It looked pretty good on that Twisted Fate. I believe it was in the tiebreaker game, if memory serves correctly. But definitely another player to keep an eye on going up against DeMonte.
Yeah, and the reason I want to talk about the Twisted Fate is because DeMonte does play a lot of these assassins like the Kiana, and TF used to get destroyed by these picks. However, now with the new build that does have a phage in it, does allow you to get defensive boots, it's quite good into a lot of these picks. Also gives a lot more global control to Royal Youth, and I think that they can utilize that pressure on the map incredibly well through Seal. So I think that's one of the champions to watch from the mid laner of RYL.
Interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I also think, like Spawn, again, is alluding to, it's this idea that Twisted Fate as a pick is kind of a band-aid when you are a weaker team because he allows you to cover weak side very quickly with his ultimate.
Now, we did talk about this matchup a lot in Countdown, and we are nearly ready for picks and bans. I heard Spawn's prediction. 3-1 in favor of Clutch Gaming. Frosk, as you have just joined us, who will win this series and why?
I made my prediction earlier on Twitter. It is also a 3-1. Now, that said, if we see a RYL takeaway here, and on the other side of this, it's RYL that is going to the group stage, I think it has to start with Closer in that jungle, and I think it's about playing that top side of the map. Whatever answer it is that they find to Huni, whether that's camping him and you see Huni feed, or if it's getting a pick to neutralize to make more impact in the team fights and the skirmishes.
Oh, I cannot wait to see what happens. Just before we hit the roof, let's see what Huni had to say about the matchup.
Thanks, guys. Laure here, and joining me right now is Huni. How are you feeling today?
First of all, I think it's gonna be really excited because since it's the last, it's gonna be B5 from playing, and to go to make a group stage, to meet the Fnatic, to meet the SKT, to meet the RNG, I gotta make it.
Wow, many expectations. So what did you think about the draw when you realized that you would have to play against the Turkish team?
Honestly, I was like really not happy because like we actually practiced versus them and it was like they were actually a pretty good team, and at the same time I guess we were also playing kind of like not optimal as much as like we can, but still like they were playing, they know how to play. Like they were like side laners like pretty strong, like bot lane looks pretty decent. Like that's why I think, and also they also have a Korean too and looks pretty strong. So we're pretty like not fully confident, but as long as we play well, I think we're gonna get it.
Are you excited nonetheless? I mean, what kind of series do you expect to be?
Honestly, I don't think it's gonna be like easy, like for sure. It's not like 3-0 or like 3-1 cleanly. Like I would say it's gonna be like up and down a lot, and we just need to take a calm, you know. We just need to take a chill and just play for ourselves, just win.
Okay. Some teams said that you were maybe too cocky last week. Do you think that's true?
Honestly, really not. I don't think we were like just playing that well. Like I think we just need a time more to get used to and more getting like experience. I think I would say also like we're like, I guess we could be like cocky. Like that's the point. That was like part of the. We could have tried harder. We could have just like fixed it way earlier, and just trusting that we could play better. But instead, like we kind of didn't like probably did optimally. I think we could have done a better job for that. But I think still we improve a lot from there. And I'd rather lose actually at the group and, you know, just win at the knockout.
We'll see how it goes for you today then. Now, tell me about the matchup on top lane. You're going to be facing Armut. What do you think about him as a player?
Actually, he's like, sometimes I actually impressed like how he play. Like he's like pretty smart player. At the same time, he's also he has like pretty strong lane phases too. Like his mechanics is actually pretty good. But unfortunately, he's versus Huni, you know? So he won't be able to win.
Nice confidence, I like this. Thank you very much, Huni, and good luck on the game today. Now back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Law. Wise words there from Huni. We just have to win, he says. And I think that's a strategy that could be employed by most teams here at World.
Yeah, it just makes it sound so easy, you know. Unfortunately, he's going to be going up against Huni. I like the confidence that comes out of him. An exciting player to watch.
It's going to be very, very interesting to watch that top lane, Huni versus Armut. But let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Medic. This is Ejim. We're here for Clutch Gaming versus RYL Youth, of course. Both these teams had a pretty similar pathway into the play-in knockouts.
Yeah, interestingly, right? Like a lot of fans disappointed with the first day from Clutch and they were struggling and then definitely did bounce back, and it cannot be understated on the other side of the rift. RYL Youth actually started the group stage in a 0-3 scenario that ended up going 2-1 in the head-to-head versus Flamengo to get themselves here into this matchup, and we're into champ select already.
That we are. Clutch Gaming decided they wanted the blue side to start off this best of 5. They banned away the Lee Sin. Kiana, once again, a blue side ban here for Clutch, and Pantheon and Syndra are the red side bans from RYL Youth.
And yeah, as the tournament has progressed, Syndra gone up and up in priority. Pantheon just kind of cementing himself as a red side ban. You saw it in the last series, people opting into blue side, just so you have some flexibility in what happens in the first 3 bans at the start of this one to set yourself up for that success.
It's always a little bit surprising to see Clutch ban things like the Kiana and the Aurelia, especially Huni's really the only Aurelia we've seen so far this tournament. He absolutely popped off on it against the Unicorns of Love. The Kiana is a DeMonte special, and now Lyra is getting his Elise that he's won 2 games on so far this tournament.
Yeah, and we're looking at the jungle matchup, right? Lyra picks himself up the Elise, but the Kiana ban is going towards Closer, I believe. The man on your screen had a super, super big Kiana performance in the group stage. It was like 5-2, 3 levels down, just one hitting LeBlancs in the side lane. So Clutch certainly, where people are saying maybe they're coming in to the playoffs a little bit cocky, paying their respects to their opponent in the first game of this best of 5.
They definitely are. The Olaf will be locked in here for RYL Youth. We'll see what they decide to round out their composition, their first set of picks with. Of course, Olaf can be jungle, can be top lane.
Yeah. Flexible-ish.
Ish.
But I like it as a lock-in for Closer. He's a guy that likes to play super aggressive in the early game. Frost was kind of saying in the analyst desk, the analyst standy point, the end of the hallway with a big bunch of screens behind him, that he likes to get down and dirty in the early game. And Olaf into an Elise, once you have that Ragnarok, you could just go forwards. They hovered the Renekton for just a little second there. If they get a melee matchup, then kind of the Bass Bros just diving into the backline is a successful strategy we've seen from them so far.
And Clutch deciding in the AD carry position, they prefer the Kai'Sa over the Xayah. We have seen Cody Sun play Kai'Sa once so far in play-ins. He won on that game, teaming up with a Nautilus. That's a very strong bottom lane, but Royal Youth have a bit of aggression on their side as well. Draven and Lucian, the hovers for this AD carry pick.
Ooh, cheeky little look at an Ashe. Varus, I think, is a little bit more unlikely, but they're sticking around for it.
Well, we'll see if they do decide to lock it in. It's not something we've seen too often, but it does give you a lot of lane presence, gives you a lot of push. Instead, in the end, the LeBlanc will be locked in for Seal in the mid lane. He's played that once so far, went 6, 4, and 5.
So, not going to lock themselves in an AD carry. You would expect maybe the likes of that Lucian. Draven is a little bit of an extreme, but that to get banned away here from Clutch. The mismatches in terms of the mid matchup locked in from the side of Royal Youth. And Lissandra, the ban that will come through, is something that was a little bit contentious in terms of where that champion is at. Meta read all over the place, but has been a long time answer to LB. And Seal definitely going to pay his respects in this one here.
Camille being banned out as well by Clutch, so they think that Olaf is definitely going into the jungle to match up versus the Elise. As you say, the Lissandra, a commonly chosen counter pick into the LeBlanc, and we'll see where Royal decide to go with their final ban. I'm surprised to see Clutch not actually targeting AD carries with their bans.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Camille's going to hit the deck, and yeah, there was the Draven hover, the Lucian hover. There are a bunch of options, and even the mages, like the Syndra is banned, of course, but you have maybe the Cassio if you wanted to go full extreme down on the bottom side to deal with something like the Kai'Sa. For Clutch, Cody really is that like late game insurance policy. They like to play top side. Once he gets through like a safe mid game, gets towards his 3-item spike, then really does come online. So Kai'Sa is a bit of like a nothing pick, won't do much for a very long time, but it's just stable there, and the response is really going to be here on the hands of Royal Youth.
Scales really well, is safe when you get that Ultimus as well, the big shield helping you out quite a lot. Draven is the final ban from Clutch, and now we'll start to see where Royal Youth want to target in a pick ban phase.
And it has to be an AD carry. If you're going to blind your top lane and just get counter-picked by Huni on the other side and then have to deal with an Elise, it certainly could be troublesome, but Jinx going to get locked in.
Yeah, this isn't something that Pilots played at all in summer, so I was a little bit surprised by it, my gasp of aspiration, but there's Lucian as well. That could be mid Lucian, could be mid Kai'Sa. Rumble probably going up towards the top lane. We've seen that banned against Clutch a lot of times already this tournament.
And already it was like a super quick lock-in. This was an expected play coming through. The Lucian, the Rumble, insta-locked by their respective players here in Royal Youth. 10 seconds left on the decision to be made. What are they going to throw up towards the top side?
Yeah, the question is, do you think you're dealing with a Rumble or a Lucian, really? Because if you think you're dealing with a Lucian, picking something that can be harassed down could be very dangerous. It's Kled for Armut. It is the 5th time he's played that in summer, one of his most played, so he's very comfortable on it. But will Damonte be picking the Lucian in mid, or will Huni take it up towards the top side? That's the big question here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. They've got until 20 seconds before that does get locked in.
What would you be thinking right now? What would your decision be?
I think Rumble on the top side may fare a little bit better in terms of like the mid matchup as well, right? Like LeBlanc with an Olaf just running into you on the Rumble could be a very difficult time, and we'll see where they want to throw that one. But I like that Royal Youth kind of stood their ground. They just locked in the composition. They've got a late game insurance policy in that Jinx being picked up from Pilot, and top side of the map, they've got all of the buttons they need to look for these fights, and I think there's going to be a very scrappy start to this series here.
It definitely is. Damonte on Lucian mid, running Ignite as well. Not really taking any prisoners in the first game of this best of 5. It's the first time he's played it. The only other AD carry he's played in the mid lane is the Tristana once, alongside Corki, if you count Corki once. But Clutch Gaming coming out swinging early on here. We'll see if Royal are able to match them.
Yeah, and the one thing that I really do like about Lucian into LB is he has a bunch of options. Lucian, more of a spell flinger AD carry than most. He doesn't just right-click all the time, but if you go for the Bork when the LB distorts in, if you know you want to get the fight, it's the active coming down, the dash forward, the commit for the full extended trade. Of course, this is like 1-2 items deep before it gets to that point, but yeah, certainly creative stuff coming out in the first game of this best of 5 here from Clutch.
Here we go, on to Summoner's Rift. The LCS taking on the TCL, North America, up against the might of Turkey. These teams have only met 3 times in the past. It's a 2-1 to NA so far, and I'm sure Royal will want to upset that. They've never met in knockouts. Neither of these teams have ever been eliminated by the other, but we'll see if Clutch Gaming and Royal Youth can make their way to World's Groups today.
30 seconds until minions
And already, Lyra on the Elise. Going to go for the classic jungle, place a ward in Dot Bush, go back by himself a sweeper. So that he has some access to clearing out that vision the opponents will place down. Of course, Elise known to be an early game ganker. If you get those off, then snowballing out of control. When you have lanes like the Rumble, like the Lucian with Ignite, this could take over the game, but you have to say it could be matched. This is a very, very interesting start to this one, and Closer, the man on your screen right now, has just been a big proponent for this Royal Youth lineup.
He really has, and that battle between the junglers is a story we'll see play out throughout the best of 5, because Lyra really struggled on anything that wasn't Elise in the group stage of play-ins. He went 10, 2, and 12 on the Elise, and on everything else, he was just dying all of the time. But Closer actually performed from day one against DAMWON in their first game. He was the guy finding assassinations on the Qiyana. So we'll see if he's able to match Lyra in the early jungle in this game.
Yeah, and it has been kind of interesting to track. Of course, Lyra's been shying away from his most played champion in the Skana. It's been a long time since we've seen that one, and yeah, as you mentioned, it will have to kind of keep an eye on the matchup as it does play out. Does Closer want to go for the fancy clear? You can aggro the Gromp on the side, do your blue buff. You get incredibly low, maybe not willing to risk something like that against anything that Clutch has put together.
Of course, one of the clears that really only works on Olaf, because the lower you go, the more attack speed you have, and then you can lifesteal up through the vicious strikes. It makes it pretty easy for an Olaf to get early clear. Vulcan not going to hit the Q there. DeMonte trading here onto Seal, who pops a potion. That's a passive gone down as well. Tournament stunned up just a tad, but Cody Sun is being harassed by the Royal bottom lane.
Yeah, and this kind of game is almost a jungler's dream and a nightmare at the same time. You speak to professional junglers, they go onto like the world stage, a performance with so much gravitas behind it, and then everybody doesn't go for the hard trains in lane. But you can see already mid lane, bottom lane, everybody opting in early and ability to come in and clean up. Of course, we're only like 2.5 minutes into this game, but yeah, certainly looks like one where there will be tons of options.
Oh, I love it when people say things like that. I love it when people tell me there's going to be a lot of action early on. That's a play-by-play's dream. Top lane is a lane that the analyst desk focused on just a tad, because of course Huni has so consistently been the carry for Clutch throughout the regular season, the player that his team plays around. And Armut, after having a disappointing start to Worlds, has actually really stepped up as well. So we'll see if he and Closer can combine, because that Rumble is relatively easy to gank early on.
Yeah, because it's kind of twofold. For Armut, I really like the confidence in interviews. Behind the scenes, like speaking to lore, and he's a player that, at least to the English-speaking audience, right, like coming out is like, yeah, you know what I mean, like DAMWON, that's a super tough situation, but against their opponents, like, yes, maybe we do lose to Flamengo early, and then we will ramp back towards the rest of the tournament. Closer does actually get some eyes on Huni here, pathing down the river against a ward. Lyra's on the other side of the map as well. This could be somewhat interesting. Huni is going to get spotted out by the Scrying Plant.
And the question here is who can react quicker to this? Because Huni is getting pushed away. Closer doesn't have Smite. Can Seal come across? You see Armut coming down from the top lane. Huni maybe caught out just a little bit. Lyra on his way. DeMonte going in for the fight. Clutch want this one. Closer already down to half HP. Seal flashing in, but Closer's gonna fall first. First blood to DeMonte. It's Tanner time early on here. Seal getting chased away as well. That's 2. DeMonte has fallen, but Lyra and Huni are on the chase. Armut takes a harpoon to the back, and is he gonna be able to get away? No flash left. A great joust will get him to safety for now.
And all over the first spawn of the Scuttle Crab in the top side, you see Closer, he was tracking Huni down the river. Everybody opting in for that play, but 2 for 1 at the end of the day. Lyra cleans up the crab off the back end, and yeah, Clutch certainly feeling good about the start to this one.
Yeah, get about a 700 gold lead just off that. Getting the kill onto DeMonte means he can harass Seal a lot easier in that mid lane. Summoners burnt across the board. No flashes left on the top side of the map. Means that those future ganks become a lot easier as well for both junglers.
And it's interesting with how this play progresses. Rumble is one of those champions that almost guarantees you prio on the top side of the map. That's why Huni has so much time to just wander down the river. He stands there, hits S, whilst just flamethrowering the Olaf, and this is kind of the detriment of the Olaf. You have to commit, you have no get out of jail free cards at the back end, and Elise being second to the play feels very, very nice with the Cocoon. Top side though, okay.
Vulcan, bottom. So low. Seal going in for this. Vulcan, one more auto might be enough. They can't quite get him. He just about survives. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Armut is being focused down by Lyra and Huni. There's no
the remount.
To go. He remounts. The joust has already been used. There's one harpoon. They can go for the dive. It's pretty easy. Spiderling coming in. Lyra looking to sink in the banks. Dismount. Lyra's gonna fall as well. A 1-for-1 trade in the top lane.
By the skin of their teeth, almost everybody walking away, but Clutch have to trade on the top side. Bottom side of the map, though, Royal Youth closing in on this Infernal Dragon. Zero contest, and that's a real good time. After what was a failed bot dive, you get all the summoners are out, but Nautilus just, with a sliver of HP, walks away from the play. It's not fruitless. Walking away with an Infernal Dragon is a super good time.
Benefit for Clutch in the mid lane is that DeMonte had some time to farm up by himself. He's about 15 to 16 CS ahead in that lane now. And Seal not getting anything out of his roams is going to cost him as the game does progress.
As we will take another look at how this started on the top side. Notice the pink ward gets placed so Lyra knows he is in fog of war right now. Walks out of the bush, a slight mistake, so the Cocoon knows, Armut knows rather, where the Cocoon is coming from, but just a hard commit. Remount on just 0 HP. And that does mean that the Elise at the end of the day has to trade her life for the kill.
Oh, Vulcan's going to face check straight into closer here. Long range zap is going to connect, and Vulcan really has nowhere to go. Teleport coming in here from Clutch. They're going to try and turn it around. Vulcan falls first. Here comes Huni. But look at Royal. They just get the hell out of there.
Yeah, TP comes through, but Huni doesn't have his R available. The Equalizer not to be seen in this play. Closer, cancelling his recall. He knows the dive could be here. Lyra showed on the wall.
Does Huni have ult? No, no Equalizer. DeMonte's on his way down, has the culling, but are they really going to look for this? That's so dangerous.
If that hook landed, that could have been a kill onto Cody Sun. One of those situations where, yes, you are being the aggressor, you have members behind them, but if they can just run forwards onto you, then the play gets completely flipped on its head. And look, we're 7 minutes in, there's been skirmishes, dives all over the place.
I love it. 6 kills in 7 minutes. This is the sort of League of Legends I want to watch.
Double Infernal spawn as well in 3.5 minutes. For compositions like the ones these two teams have opted into here for Game 1, it's kind of the dream scenario. It's exactly what you want. Damage galore all over the place and everybody fighting for everything.
And I do want to bring our attention back to some of the key points we looked at early on in this matchup. We said top lane was going to be a key impacting factor on people getting ahead. And Armut is so important for Royal as he comes in with the Skull Charge. That's what it's called.
I think you were trying to say he was going into Narnia.
That is exactly what I was trying to say. But you can see Armut here, in wins, if he gets ahead, his team is much more likely to win. But when he falls behind early on, Royal tend to just lose out bit by bit by bit in these games. So him having 2 kills early on, him not being too far behind Huni in CS is a very good sign for Royal Youth.
Yeah, and you can see the forward percentage as well there. Was a positive one, so spends a little bit of time. The opponent's side of the map, of course, does get played around by Royal Youth. Huni has spent so much time just being proactive on the top side of the map. The flank down the river is now looking to pick on the overlap. But this is all 5 members rotating to mid lane.
Everyone is in the mid lane right now. Armut's going to meet up with Huni, who has the Equalizer. At the moment, he's overheated. Lyra on his way across. Close is still only level 5. Doesn't have the Ragnarok if he gets caught out with a Cocoon. Red buff started up here by Clutch, and DeMonte's coming across. Should be an easy enough secure now for Clutch. They forced Royal out of their red side jungle.
Yeah, one of those unfortunate situations. You see how much time Closer spent just kiting around his red buff, wanting to find access, wanting to find a way in, but mid lane pushing here for DeMonte now goes back and gets himself the Cutlass, so this LeBlanc matchup, now that there really hasn't been jungle intervention in the isolated 1v1, there's been skirmishes around, they've both left lanes and rotated all over the place, but this is just such a forgiving build, and with the ability to just isolate, he's been pushing up and walking everywhere.
So there's a really interesting decision being made here by Clutch. If you look at the minimap, you can see they brought their bot lane up into top side, and they've allowed the bot lane of Royal to push in bot. This actually means that Royal can control that total bot side river with the Infernal coming up in a minute and a half time. What Clutch get out of this is Rift Herald control, which is what they always want. But my question to you is, would you take it in this situation?
Yeah, I think it is a hard one, right? Because when you're thinking about, we've seen the Lowkey series, they go for the lane swap. Rumble was like the old champion of I will just eat away if you try and play on the bottom side of the map. And yes, I am just a one guy chilling underneath the turret and you guys are looking for it. Equalizer can be so impactful.
Royal swapping into him, the question is moot in the end, but it was an interesting thought experiment there for a second, EJ.
And it is something that teams have done to Clutch this tournament already. Like if we're saying the 10-minute Clutch Rift Herald, NA teams are saying it, all of the emerging regions come in and their opponents, they know this is the expected play. And matching on the top side of the Rift means that Royal are looking to match here.
No one stepped in that bush. No one stepped in the bush. There was a control ward in it. Now they spot it out. So RYL, as you say, are matching. Armut, of course, has an easier way to get in the fight as his charge is coming off cooldown pretty soon. And RYL might look for this one as the Rift Herald has been started up by Clutch.
Yeah, Pilot left alone, catching a wave on the top side, though. Clutch will start this one up, but for the Jinx, it will be a long way walking around to the rest of his team, and it looks like a concede.
They've just given it up. They've accepted that Clutch have control over the Rift Herald. They'll push out mid instead. Fight is starting here.
Okay.
Tuni hooked in. Armut on the front line. There's a lantern there for him to grab, but the equalizer comes down. Charge away from Armut. Jinx not there with the team yet. Rift Herald already secured by Lyra. So Clutch get what they want, but now RYL have the path down towards this Infernal Dragon.
Do Clutch actually want to go for the contest? They can drop the Herald mid, force them to react to the play. You see Jinx being split off once again. Pilot just defending. It will be the second Infernal Dragon, so not an easy decision to make, but hooks on.
Only onto Vulcan. Rift Herald is going to charge in mid. DeMonte. Seal has to flash away from him, and that should be a mid lane tower here for Clutch. You see the sequence of events. You see the decision-making between these two teams. Do we fight for the Rift Herald? If not, we go for Infernal, but then we might lose our mid lane tower. They have been able to hold on to it for the moment, but Clutch have, because of those turret plates, got quite a substantial lead. 1,500 gold ahead at the 11-minute mark.
Yeah, substantial? It's kind of contentious here, I think, right? Like, if you look at the compositions that have been locked in, you have the Elise, you have the Rumble, they've made a lot of things happen early, but majority of them have been an even-ish trade, and given you're only 12 minutes into the game, double Infernal picked up, 1.5k gold lead. Yes, like at 10 minutes, that's significant, but for a Jinx, if she gets between like this 10 to 20, 25 minute mark, double Infernal is just straight up in the bank. Like, that's damage just chilling there waiting for you to hit those item spikes.
Is that trading decision-making we talk about, playing the side of the map that the enemy isn't on to try and get these small advantages. Yep. You give up a Rift Herald to get an Infernal, maybe lose some plates on your mid lane tower, but it's the sacrifice. How much gold is 2 Infernals worth?
And it's one of those things that you like to see. Games of League of Legends really suck when one team is like, oh, okay.
Flash! Hook! Cody flashes away. Pilot's on the chase here. The zap does connect. Looking for some more damage onto Vulcan, but isn't going to be able to put too much more down. Flash for Flash in the mid lane. Cody's son is low.
Hook. Very nicely.
Hook lands onto Vulcan. The play coming out. Lyra's off towards the side of this, but the Super Mega Death Rocket isn't quite going to connect. Lyra is up towards the bottom of the fight, but Closer's on his way in as well.
Here's
Huni
the flank.
has the equalizer. This is not good for RYL. They are caught up. The jump in from Closer. He takes down one. The flash away from Pilot. Teleport coming in here as Armut is going to join the fight. But really, in the end, RYL get a kill and they get out.
Yeah, Clutch just cannot continue the play. No CC between everyone. Rumble ulti already coming down. The turret is incredibly low, but Seal wandering down and
still holding on.
Okay.
Take that. RYL going to be able to back away. Infinity Edge on its way for Pilot. He has a BF sword and a pickaxe. Armut takes a culling to the face, but the lantern! Dark passage to salvation there, as Armut was very much going to die if he didn't get that help from his support.
And okay, a couple of things. First of all, DeMonte, Lucian skin, top notch, great job, congratulations. You've done the right thing heading into this one. But as I was kind of saying, like the trading back and forth, League of Legends hurts to watch when one team is just like being proactive, they're forcing fights, the other is in that situation where they want to respond but just can't, and somebody walks away with everything. That's how you get very one-sided games, like one team just steamrolls over the other, but in a game like this where everybody's opting into early game proactivity, skirmishes all over the place, and you have the gold for Infernal trade, can get super sketchy. Seal
Huni doesn't have flash, but Vulcan's on his way up. There's this first distortion used. Now here comes Huni with the harpoons. Vulcan coming in from the side. Seal trying to flash away, but there's nowhere for him to go. This LeBlanc is not long for the rift. Huni burns him down, and Clutch get their 4th kill of the game.
And that's exactly what makes Huni a good player. Like those creative uses of vision, just waiting, biding his time, looking for the pick, tolerant. Can he get in flash range? Flay range, I should say.
Looking for the hook, but Cody summoned the great killer instinct to dodge it. DeMonte going in, and Tolerant has already done. Vulcan coming in from the side as well, and he lands the hook on Pilot. Cocoon to follow. Equalizer not even needed, but Huni will take the kill in the end.
And second,
come alive.
Mid-lane fight gets cleaned up by Clutch. The turret they invested in earlier. Now going to get taken down. Gold advantage their way again.
And this is where we see Clutch upping that tempo from the early gold lead, getting those first completed items before RYL were able to react. And because of that, they're now able to take towers, get more kills. Oof. And you can see just how strong Clutch are right now.
Yeah, did you see the gold lead in the mid lane? That's approaching the 2k mark. DeMonte is absolutely massive. This is the Thresher's worst nightmare. You're going for the hook. Very nicely played from Cody Sun. Gets himself to safety. Tolerant with no flash just dies immediately off the end of the play. And every time Clutch have been proactive, it has been a 5-member resource commit. They're all rotating to the play. Huni comes down the flanks from both sides and get the picks, get the objectives, and get themselves out of there.
And at the 15-minute mark, Clutch have a 3,000 gold lead. DAMWON just absolutely shredding through tournament. There's nowhere for the Thresh to go. DAMWON 3-1-0 on this Lucian, really showing up here in the first game of this best of 5.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying. Gets the Cutlass by, no junglers interacting. The fact that Lyra was forcing plays and Closer was kind of reacting in the early game means that he was just left alone with a LeBlanc, and as this lead gets bigger and bigger, he's going to become a problem to deal with. You see RYL Youth sending the LeBlanc to the top side, being thrown to Huni as the next dragon spawns.
And Mountain Dragon here for Clutch. Really nothing RYL can do about this. They had some control over the Drake pit early on in the game, but now everything is in Clutch's grasp. RYL have been stalling over the last few minutes, and Clutch are the ones to continue to make those proactive plays. And I think that's what we expect to see over the next 5 minutes or so as well. It will be Clutch trying to find the picks. But has DAMWON met his match? In goes Armut. DAMWON trying to trade in, but look at the damage. Armut just absolutely shreds through him. DAMWON able to get away. And Armut unable to chase. Seal here, the equalizer doesn't quite connect. Needed the hook or something first from Vulcan to hold him in place.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Unfortunately, going to go a little bit wide there. Bottom lane was a respectful decision there from Armut. Doesn't go for the flash trade, knowing the dash from Lucian was coming up in a few seconds. He had a flash of his own, so does get a chunk out on the very fed member right now, and pick on the top side was not to be.
Wasn't quite able to work through it, and Clutch just continue to rattle off these items. Manamune finished for Cody Sun. He's building up towards a Ginsu's, the Blade of the Ruin King, and a BF Sword for DAMWON. Leandri's complete on Huni. He's getting himself up towards that Zhonya's. It's going to be very hard to deal with them for the next few minutes, but parts of their composition do fall off as the game develops. Rumble, always one of those champions that we talk about having a very strong mid-game, but not too strong as the game goes on. And if you look at the side of RYL, I always like a jinx when you get towards late-game team fights.
We have seen in this tournament already just a late-game insurance policy coming up Clutch, for lack of a better word. Could come up RYL for this one. But yeah, it is kind of interesting. The one big thing as we are kind of heading towards that 20-minute mark, in the composition of Clutch, it's hard to close the game if the other team doesn't want to fight you, right? Like starting up a Baron with an Elise, Nautilus isn't going to get tanky. They don't have anyone that can just freely like look for the objective. It really is like, can they find the fights they need to blow open this game and then force the end before something like Double Infernal Jinx comes online? I will say, that's a long way away. We're at 18 minutes. Big Purple Worm hasn't even spawned yet, but these are going to be the things in the back of their minds. They're doing a great job at cementing this gold lead and ever so slowly creeping this one up and up, but
that's also the point at which Clutch have to start thinking about vision control as well. They did it so well in their regional gauntlet versus TSM. They found good flanks for DAMWON in fights. They found good areas where they could get behind the enemy team without them spotting them. And you can see Huni's done it a couple of times this game already. What I'd like to see is a few more control wards in those inventories, clear out some of this royal vision, especially around the Baron, because you can do it relatively fast, although you will fall quite low. And then really set up to make RYL come to you, have to face check you so you can start these fights.
Yeah, and you do have to respect it. Like the way they've been fighting fights already means, as an LCS fan, you look at this game and you do think positive thoughts about the trajectory, right? They've been able to force things already. They don't have really anything to play over right now. You can see the deploy is top side of the map. Huni gets flipped, does have TP that is matched by Armut on the other side. So if a fight breaks out towards the top side of the map, both of them can join. But this last remaining outer turret being pressured, everybody rotating up.
I mean, Armut does know he can buy full items from the shop, right? Because at the moment he's got Tiamat, Hex Drinker, Ninjas, a Ruby, a Kindle Gem, and a No Magic Mantle. You can combine some of those into full items.
Yeah, he's just working on it.
Yeah, he's on his way, I guess. But he's had a relatively good performance as of yet, and now Clutch almost 5,000 gold in the lead. You said they're playing up towards the top side. Is a pretty strong area for them. When you have both your AD carries on the top side of the map, both of them almost at 2 items, Seal really can't defend by himself. And closer on this Olaf, unable to get anywhere near the fight. DeMonte just keeps him away.
Yeah, it's a very difficult defense there. LeBlanc struggles to defend turrets because she has to play in the wave to be able to wave clear, right? Like, yes, you have a Ludens, you'll get a Q bounce, but really distorting on the backline is what you have, and if Clutch are putting all their resources up there, you expect them to be able to break that one. So now the entire outer ring has been broken pre-Baron. All of the boxes are being checked for a composition like this. You see the 2-item spikes now being hit from Lucian. Kai'Sa just waiting on the transform there. Leandri's completed, and Hooney's just kind of done at this point. Like, he's got the magic pen.
Full build.
Yep, TP into a team fight is exactly what he's looking for, and I mentioned it could be difficult to take down the Baron if their setup isn't crisp. Setups have been looking pretty crisp so far.
Just want to get some vision control in that Royal jungle. Royal, on the other hand, continue just to try and stall out the game.
Yes.
They just want to get this one towards 3 items on that Jinx, 2.5, 3 items on the LeBlanc as well, and then get Armut in a good position to flank for a team fight. Close is going to face check straight into Lyra here. Just chunked out a tad. Olaf, not the tankiest of jungle tanks.
It's one of those situations where you have to hit the oh crap button, and that's kind of the decision or not. Like, do you pop ulti and run away, or are you just fine to chill and then walk away? That was
or pop the ulti and run in.
That's the Chad move.
Second dragon of the game for Clutch here as they take down the Ocean pretty handily. Armut has been playing weak side of the map for a long time, and you can see Clutch have had a lot of vision control just around this area, really making it difficult for Royal to do anything with it. And Royal actually looking for their first tower of the game up to top. Will get themselves just that little bit more gold in their back pockets. But it is, as you said, it's heartening to see if you're an LCS fan. Clutch do this early game as well as they have done. I think there were questions as to the strength of Royal coming out of their group, because when you've got DAMWON, Flamengo, and Royal in a group, it's debatable how powerful that group is.
Who's good? How good are they?
Exactly. And so,
not many opponents to compare to.
I think a lot of people came into this series expecting Clutch to be the favorites, but thinking that Royal really could put up a challenge.
And I think the big thing from this game so far in the hands of Clutch is I think there's been a very respectable performance. We've seen in this tournament alone super over-aggression from the likes of Hooney, super underwhelming performances from the likes of Lyra. We've seen like very proactive and then very non-proactive playstyles like when they played versus Mammoth, and it's like, where do they land in a best of 5? Interviews with DeMonte is like, yeah, we've been experimenting with stuff, but eventually they do have like the fallback pattern to go with what we've been seeing, and up against their opponents this far, I feel like they've really tempered themselves, and this is a very good style of League of Legends that this team is playing right now, and they're not fumbling at really any point.
I think the next step is the one that I really want to see them be effective on, because this is where you can see Royal fighting very hard to maintain control of their own jungle. Clutch not being able to get in there yet, and as we've said, they really need Royal to go for the fight. They really need Royal to face check into them if they're going to be able to get one of these big fights later on, because they don't have too many engaged tools. Really, you're looking for a flank maybe on Armut in the bottom lane. You're looking for an equalizer on the back of a team fight to chunk people out, and now Clutch are trying to set up, but Armut being very, very respectful, very safe as he backs away in the lane.
Yeah. And I'll bring it back to what I said earlier, right? This Baron is the big window for Clutch to reasonably be able to explode this game open, and simultaneously is the most difficult point of the game to play here from Royal Youth. They have to just stall out as long as possible, and the one thing that you could see going wrong here for Clutch is the fact that Hooney really is their catalyst for action. Yep. He makes things happen. Like, Vulcan looks very good on the likes of like a Rakan, and he's second to the play. Hooney goes in on the back end of like an Akali, dives into multiple members, and then there's the follow-up for the rest of the team. And in this sort of situation, you've seen what Clutch just did. Set up the Baron, get their vision, float all their resources to Hooney, then just walk him back to the Baron pit. So for a team like this trying to execute around the Baron buff right now, they're just trying to bring Hooney to the play.
And you can see why that's so important for them. Hooney has the most damage of the most damage share of his entire team at 33%. DeMonte's last at 18%. Yeah. So you have to be playing around Hooney really to get your team ahead if you're Clutch, and he's such a key catalyst for the team, which is why we bring it up so often. First tower of the game over to Royal. They are 5,000 gold behind as the game ticks on piece by piece. And Clutch Gaming will be wanting to look for a catalyst for their play. They want to look for a trigger that they can pull, because right now Royal are very happy just waiting out the game in this lull state.
Yeah, and a couple of big buys did just come through. Hooney gets himself a Void Staff. I actually didn't see how he purchased that, but I think that may have just been a straight-up completed item. That one's done. You see a BF sword in the hands of Lucian. Kai'Sa hits the transform as well, so everything coming online, and the map state is good. Hooney already getting the push, rotating over
The difficulty is you have wards like this just sitting at the top of the pit, and it makes it very difficult for Clutch to start anything without RYL realizing it's going on. DeMonte might face check into 2 people in the top side. Seal could jump in. RYL deciding they don't want a piece of that action right now and backing away, and now Clutch are getting that deep vision we keep talking about.
Oh, do they go for the pick onto the 2 up here? Vulcan is in. Can he get the LeBlanc? Ah, gets the wall. That was the worst target. We didn't want that one.
Oh, I mean, yes. I was trying to think of a funny joke, but I got nothing. Got nothing, I'll admit. Pilot caught out just a little bit here. Tolan doesn't have the lantern, brings it up just in time. The hook doesn't connect, but Huni burns his flash, burns the equalizer, gets both summoners out of Pilot. Armored on the wrong side of this one as he's going to have to back away. Does still have the charge if he needs it, but Huni shouldn't be able to chase him down too easily. And RYL able to hold off the Clutch advances for the moment.
Yes, for the moment. That is the key thing. No kills. Oh, lots of damage on both sides now, but a bunch of vision control on the top side of the map. Clutch just laying claim to that quadrant of their jungle, and next dragon will be spawning in just about 30 seconds. We've been talking a lot about Baron, but nobody's found themselves a fight, found themselves an ability to start that one up, and a couple of Ocean Dragons just have been the prize here for Clutch.
I think they're going to get their second, which is always a bonus. You know, double Ocean can give you a lot. Early on, we talked about the double Infernals for RYL. That's only going to get better as the game goes on. So it's that balancing act of what you trade for what you take. Clutch trying to set up around the Ocean here, but it looks like for the moment, actually, RYL will have control. Remember, no equalizer, no flash on Huni. Cocoon's going to land on closer, doesn't pop the Ragnarok. And Clutch will try and regain just that little bit of vision. Now they can path up towards the Baron.
That could have been a big opportunity, but Huni lacking the cooldown on the equalizer. You can see pings almost immediately. The wards we pointed out earlier have died, so complete vision supremacy here around the Baron pit, and RYL very tentatively contesting this one.
Closer, does have the flash, can go Super Mega Death Rocket, doesn't connect. Vulcan on the chase, the Cocoon hits, and that is the thresh down. Tournament falls, Armor caught out. The deck charge's gonna land, but Seal across the wall could look for jumping in. Armor dismounts, Closer lands an undertow. Cody's son jumps onto the back line, assassinates Armor, and now is looking for the chase onto Seal. He flashes forward, Seal has to flash away. Clutch find 2 and turn their eyes back towards the big purple worm.
Find exactly the fight they're looking for. Top and support gonna die off the back end of this one. Pink Ward's still in the pit. Very difficult to be able to get into this one, and Olaf, without a flash, is, even if it was in the area, not going to be anything to play with right now. So Clutch now with Baron, a couple of Dragons, a huge gold lead cementing themselves in the first game of this best of 5.
And this is what you wanted to see from Clutch. Patient, methodical play. Yes. They waited for the misplay from RYL. They waited till they could force the Baron, and then they caught their man.
And Baron does exactly what you want for this composition. They force them into the chokes, the equalizer, the hook so easy to land on multiple members, and even with Kai'Sa, Cody-san just flies into the backlines, but Closer and Seal just have to run away. There's no contest here, no way they can turn around and dish back any sort of damage, and that's it, just good stuff.
A-okay play there.
A-okay.
That's what Clutch will want to do. Methodical, you can see, really, RYL weren't involved in that fight. All they were doing was running away. They were split across 2 portions of the map.
And the big thing I want to highlight with these damage charts, think about Clade, Olaf, LeBlanc. 3 champions that if they're going forwards, do lots of damage. When they're going backwards, running away, do negative damage. So you're sitting at a 250 mark is not where you want to be. Oh, okay.
That's a great Cocoon. Still lands as Seal tries to disengage. He's going to jump away even though the lantern was there. It's a support nightmare. Dardoch says it's Tanner time, therefore I must awake and celebrate. It's been pretty Tanner time this game. DeMonte's had an exceptional performance on the Lucian. Now has his Infinity Edge complete, and Clutch pushing in 2 lanes with that 2-1 split, and Vulcan and Lyra just roaming through the jungle, finding catches where they can. This will be the outer, the tier 2 turrets in mid and bottom falling.
This is exactly what you want to see. Dragon is up, but not really a priority at this point. Culling will force the Kled to run into Narnia's topside. That's going to be an equalizer, though, just to force them off the turret.
Pilot forced away. DeMonte in the mid lane, chipping away at that tower as well. Bottom lane inhib will fall. Inhib tower will fall. Tolerant flashes forward. Huni goes gold, and Tolerant will pop his stopwatch as well. And here comes the charge from the side. Last chance saloon you have to feel for RYL. Can the Jinx stay alive? Seal, only man left alive on the back line here for RYL. He's chased out by Cody-san. Armor running for the wins as well. Clutch have destroyed RYL in this first game, dismantled and demolished them. It's looked perfect from Clutch. They have just absolutely dominated the map, and they will go 1-0 up in this series. They're playing with their food just a tad as Armut forced back to the fountain. But Tanner time is well and truly here in Europe as he falls to the fountain. In the end, the Nexus goes down and Clutch go 1-0 up.
He's got to do it to you. Immediately ripped back into the Nexus. Huni, cold killer right there on his signature rumble. Has been banned away so many times throughout this tournament already. And for a team coming in with Doubt's best-of-5 format, that was a very, very clean performance. Interesting picks. You see the Lucian come out as an answer to the LeBlanc, flexing things all over the place in the draft, but that is a very good start to Clutch's day.
It was just everything they wanted to do and more, right? Piece by piece, they took apart what RYL wanted to do against them. They played around vision properly. They played to their win conditions as well, and they were never too hasty.
Yeah,
masterbagging.
That's the big thing. Like, they didn't look unreliable with a gold lead. This is a matchup where these two teams like to play the same style. Yeah. So winning top side of the map with Huni rotating down, winning those skirmishes in the early game, they mean so much, and they really just did run away with it, giving nothing back towards their opponents. And it's respectable because it's like a Kled composition. Yeah. They can just hard force, they just hit R, come charging into you and can force a team fight if they want to, but...
We never really saw that from RYL,
never
though.
found it.
And I think they'll be a little bit disappointed in that because I can remember one aggressive charge from the Kled towards the mid lane, and apart from that, it was usually defensive.
Yeah.
And they were never really able to find the connections they wanted.
Defensive is a word you could use to describe it. A couple of them definitely went woohoo. But
they did go perpendicular to their targets.
Yes, you know what I mean? But it's a little bit unfortunate. The clock was certainly ticking. Jinx, double Infernal Dragon was getting to that point, but just for Clutch, the ability to close it out, they really were playing in that window. We were mentioning it, right? Like, the window was kind of closing, but as soon as they find the fight, right? Like, just run away with a lead, close that game out, quick, smart, first Baron, no shenanigans, not getting stolen by a Kaiser W coming flying in from screen right.
Yeah, overall, they just played incredibly well. To give us a breakdown of Game 1, though, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Medic and Mr. Baggins. Slow and Steady wins the race in the end. So I really like that little line. Look, at the end of the day, Slow and Steady is a little bit of a joke. It was a 29.5-minute win from Clutch. I think the intensity of the early game was not mirrored by the mellowness of the mid-game. But look, let's go back to draft. Rumble for Huni. No huge surprises in the comps, at least from my perspective. What's your take, Frost?
I actually want to focus in a little bit on the bans, because I think that's where the winning strategy was, especially when you had immediately a first priority pick of Elise. It was clear what the game plan was for, I almost called them DAMWON, Clutch Gaming right here, which is to shut down Closer's options. They forced him onto the Olaf. Olaf still quite aggressive in the jungle, can move through it very quickly, can look for those dueling opportunities, but he never got it. And so I feel like this is expertly done from Clutch to herd Closer onto a jungle pick that they could control.
And they had two lanes where they could get priority. And what I mean by that is if the Rumble lane as well as the Lucian lane should push early into their opponent. And when you have that opportunity, you have to find the game and spot the Olaf, because Olaf farms quicker than the Elise. And if you're able to get Olaf under control, force him to fight early, he is one of those champions that is surprisingly squishy for a frontliner. And I feel like Huni did a really good job of using that early game to try and find exactly where Closer was and generate those fights.
Yeah, exactly. I was watching Huni's perspective basically the entire game, just kind of tracking him, and every single time, even when he was playing weak side, so didn't have his jungler on his side of the map, he would push that wave up with the priority that Spawn is talking about, and then walk into river or walk into jungle to try to find Closer. And the first time, it was around the Scuttle Crab. Why was Huni there? He was checking if the jungler was doing it. He was just trying to spot out and gain information, and then RYL opted into the fight where Huni's like, okay, mate, like, I was just checking it out, but if you want to fight, let's go.
I absolutely love it. I actually think Ejim said it on the cast that individual members of Clutch, we've seen Huni play extremely disrespectfully at times. This was not one of those examples.
Super crisp.
We've seen Lyra being pretty underwhelming at times. This was not one of those examples. Now, I do have a good replay that'll kind of summarize the early game, which I'd like to bring up. It's a tower dive top that Clutch start. Well, simultaneously, if you look at the minimap, there is pressure in the bot lane as well.
Yeah, this is one of the strange plays that Lyra goes for. Dismounted Kled is the slowest champion in the game. He throws a skill shot when he's not in fog of war, and then instead of just walking at Kled, like you can because he's not on Scar, he decides to repel towards him. That means that Armut will get the opportunity here to trade. On the opposite side of the map, while they are looking for this, you can see a dive come through for RYL. Now, they would have loved to have picked this up because they actually burn and ignite, and that looks like it should have registered a kill. However, it does lead into an early Infernal Dragon. We spoke about the scaling options that were there for RYL. I think a lot of that did have to do with the early dragons they were able to gather. However, it didn't really mean all that much in the end game.
And I want to kind of quickly tap on Lyra before we move to the Drake discussion, because I obviously don't want to just like trash Lyra right now. I think he had a fine game, but I think the advantages where Lyra looked good were actually set up first and foremost by Huni and his laners. Again, it was Lyra who wasn't just playing a 1v1 in the jungle. It was a very clear game plan from Clutch to constantly be looking for information to help Lyra in this setup.
And to be fair, if you're playing Elise into Olaf, the last place you want to be fighting is in the jungle a lot of the time, unless you have lanes pushing in and helping you, because Olaf will just eat you in a straight-up 1v1. So you need to be able to lay a CC, have good burst damage, all the things that we actually saw executed multiple times in this game from the jungle.
Are we feeling pretty happy about the overall game here in terms of draft, game plan, execution? Like, if you had said to me before the game that Huni played weak side top really well, and he forego confrontation and challenges to just find information, I probably would have said you're a liar. I probably would not have expected that. And Happy Huni behind us is pretty stoked about it. So, when we step back and look holistically, what's your take?
I think this is a 3-0. That's my take. I think that Clutch have finally revealed their true colors, that they're going to play their game plan. It was very crisp League of Legends from them, and I don't think RYL really have a chance here.
Can we just show the last replay that we do have prepared? It was the Baron. We specifically want to look at the viewpoint from the Clutch perspective and then the RYL one.
Yeah, I mean, I've just seen this so much. Look, completely ceding control of the map, not being able to approach Baron through mid lane. Just so many things going wrong here for RYL, and it's because they weren't fighting for priority in that mid game, and that just allows Clutch to get the freest team fight.
And Clutch had quietly amassed something close to like a 5k gold lead at this point. Yes, the mid game felt super slow. Ejim talked about the pocket that they were trying to play in, but Clutch did so well at eating all of the resources that when they did finally turn to force this Baron, they knew it was already won. And this is from blue side. This is with things like blind picks where they didn't know exactly what matchup they were going to have.
And the thing is that you have to be able to generate push somewhere on the map. So what that means, if you go into a 1-3-1 and you go, like, we can't get push anywhere, top lane can't get push, then you need to bring an additional person to the mid lane. It's generally a jungle at the start. Can we get push mid lane? If answer is no, bring another side laner. It's generally a mid lane. Can we get push mid lane? If the answer is still no, just bring 5 people mid lane and fight them, because otherwise if you sit in the 1-3-1, you lose your jungle. You're getting like 4 minions to 6 minions every single time the creep wave's being pushed in. You're getting poked out. Your turret's taking chip damage. You got to do something at some point, because otherwise you just lose the game.
If you can't 1-3-1 in a 1-3-1 comp, you have to do something else.
And the thing is that you had good opportunity to be able to do it this game, like charge. And I think that if you just control an area of the map, the game becomes so much easier. I'm going to keep talking about this thing because it just is not happening today.
I do think we need to move on because unfortunately we do need to go to that. But just before we do though, one thing that you have said time and time again all day long, be proactive.
Yes.
Do something. If you were the losing team, you have to find a way to stop losing.
Even for mentality, I would rather lose quickly than lose like that.
Lose quickly by doing something than just getting run over. MasterCard is on a mission to bring all League of Legends fans together through the power of one-of-a-kind, priceless fan experiences. Today's fans of the day are David from Spain, David, Larissa from Brazil, and Anders and Oscar from Denmark, who received scarves and hats to stay warm in cold Berlin. It is freezing. They've also been able to enjoy some exciting games so far, and hopefully they're enjoying some LCS victories here. We'll see you on the other side of the break where Clutch will take on RYL.
Well done.
Yeah, that was fun.
Clutch, you want this one. Closer, already down to half HP. Seal flashing in, but Closer's gonna fall first. First blood to Demonte. It's Tanner time early on here. Seal getting chased away as well. That's 2. There's 1 harpoon. They can go for the dive. It's pretty easy. Spiderling coming in. Lyra looking to sink in the banks. Dismount. Lyra's gonna fall as well. Looking for the hook, but Cody's some of the great killer instinct to dodge it. Demonte going in, and Tolerant is already done. Vulcan coming in from the side as well, and he lands the hook on Pilot. Cocoon to follow. Equalizer not even needed. Rocket doesn't connect. Vulcan on the chase. The Cocoon hits, and that is the thresh down. Tolerant falls. Armor caught out. Depth charge going to land, but Sion across the wall could look for jumping in. Armor dismounts. Closer lands an undertow. Cody jumps onto the back line. All Tolerant flashes forward. Huni goes gold, and Tolerant will pop his stopwatch as well, and here comes the charge from the side. Last chance saloon. You have to feel for RYL. Can the Jinx stay alive? Seal, only man left alive on the back line here for RYL. He's chased out by Cody's son. Armor running for the wins as well.
Battle fire! Vile stirred! Prepare to
Hi, Connie.
Hi, Alex. Got your text. That's some accident. I can help you file a claim on the State Farm app.
Cool.
State Farm just calls you? My insurance app doesn't do that.
Indeed. Let's split a cab to the con.
Friend me. Let's play online.
Me too. I'm good at support.
I forgot to hang up.
You forgot to hang up.
Go with the one that's here to help life go right. State Farm.
Hello and welcome back. We're already into Champion Select. Royal Youth decided red side. Clutch Gaming once again going to ban out the Lee Sin Pantheon, removed by Royal Youth.
Yeah, selecting the red side is a curious choice. Not wanting to open up a couple of their bans. This is going to mimic exactly what they did in game number 1 with the Pantheon, the Syndra. Do they round it out with a cheeky Rakan? Or do they take Elise off the table?
It could be a not cheeky Rakan. Could just be a bashful Rakan.
Is that the opposite of cheeky?
I don't
Bashful?
know. Olaf has been banned, so Clutch have switched things up just a tad. I'm going to get away from that topic of conversation. Irelia is now open because of that. We'll see what Royal Youth decide to ban for their final pick, whether it is that Rakan that we have discussed at the end.
This is such a whack start to the champs. Like, it just went right in, and then you just went off a cliff.
It's the cheeky Rakan.
There it is. God, we hate bashful Rakans
Bring
up
it back.
in here.
What are we going to look for first pick? Irelia has now been left open.
Yes. One of Huni's most played champions. Do they lock that one in? They could just run it back with the Elise Lyra. And an amicable performance on that pick in game number 1. But, okay, there it is. It was last picked. This time it's first picked.
Grab it for Huni. He's played it 11 times. Has won a bunch of those. I think it's 8 out of 11. I can't do the maths. I've got a percentage in front of me. So I think it's 8 out of 11 across the course of the split. And now Royal Youth have to decide, how do you answer that? Do you take away the Elise? Do you pick your top laner now and try and go for something aggressive? Apparently, the Renekton is the pick alongside the Elise.
Yes, and that was going to be my question. Is this Rumble actually a flex pick that we just haven't seen DeMonte play on the competitive stage? Because then it's like, okay, we're happy to blind pick it. If it does get Elise Renekton, then we have options. We can throw it into the mid lane. You can, I don't know, Cody-san, throw it into the bottom lane if you really wanted to. But yeah, it is going to be the option. Very aggressive start to this one, and I like what Royal Youth have done. You need to attack Huni if you do want to attack Clutch, and this is exactly where you want to start.
I think the risk is, no matter where the Rumble goes, the Renekton and the Elise can follow.
Truth.
They can chase them down. Kai'Sa once again picked up for Cody-san. Lyra gets his second most played champion in the Jarvan. Still not going for that. Skarner has put that by the wayside for the play-ins, it seems.
Definitely in a matchup like this, needs some ability to do things in the early game. Skarner wants to hit that level 6 mark, and Thresh going to be the run back here for Tolerant. Has had some good performances so far in the group stage. I also like Thresh in terms of when you pair him with like a Lucian, you're like, yeah, like we can go early, but when you pair it with something like the Jinx, honestly, like Lantern cannot be understated as like a late game team fight tool. Jinx incredibly immobile. We didn't see team fights actually erupt in game number 1, but if Pilot gets caught out, then you can reposition him if the synergy is there. Pilot has been a big player for them so far as we head on into the ban phase.
Oh, that's the Nautilus band. Ashe gets removed as well by Clutch. Looking at Vulcan's champion pool, you're now going down to things like Tahm Kench, maybe the Lux, maybe the Leona, with the Nautilus and Rakan taken away. And we'll see with now Alistar, that's a lot of aggression removed from the Clutch Gaming bottom lane, a lot of disengage taken away from them as well. I think Royal Youth will want to be aggressive down bot.
Yeah, the big question is, are they willing to go ranged matchups? Like, there is still, yes, the Tahm, the Braum, if you want to go like that, but Morgana is an option, long-time counterpick to something like the Thresh, and for a team composition like Renekton, Elise, Thresh, and whatever AD carry you lock in, that's a bunch of single target damage that a singular Black Shield could come up as a huge prize here, so it will be kind of interesting to see where Clutch went around at this comp out. Oh. He's hovered it too many times. Just lock it in.
I think it's Ezreal. I don't think he's going to pick the Draven.
I don't think you pick Renekton, Elise, and then round out your composition with a, we have to fight bottom side.
I mean, I think you could if you really wanted to.
You could.
Doesn't usually work out for them. The Ezreal is the lock here for Pilot. 5th time he's played this split. And Clutch now have to look towards probably mid and their support. Now, Poppy is a support that's been on the edge of interest, and I'm going to stop talking about hovers because they're doing too many of them. But Pyke will be the lock here, and the Nico. Both locked in straight away, so still don't know where that Rumble is going.
Yes.
Nico could be top, could be mid.
A couple of things. Now, the solo laners can be flexible, so until Royal Youth select their lanes and Clutch decide where to throw who, everything will be up in the air. But Pyke also, very aggressive counter pick into the Thresh. The hook animation can be super useful. Thresh is very easy to pick on, right? Lantern saves your ally, especially something like the Ezreal, but Pyke can make things happen, and okay, Irelia gets all the way through.
Yeah, that's a lot of physical damage on the side of Royal Youth. Having the Elise and the Ezreal there to balance it out does help. A lot of magic damage on the side of Clutch.
And it's kind of the weird thing going into League of Legends in 2019 where tanks are just kind of dead. Yes, we've seen some Ornn, we've seen like the remnants of maybe a Scion, but in terms of indexing super heavily into like one damage type, in 2019 you don't get punished that much, right? Like if tank stats aren't on the other side, you don't have a lot of HP bars to go through, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but we do get ourselves locked in lane matchups.
Yeah, it's going to be Rumble in the top lane into Armut Renekton. Aurelia will go mid against DeMonte on the Nico. DeMonte has played that twice this split, I believe. Actually matching Huni in games played on the Nico. It's the first time we've seen Vulcan on Pyke, though. Usually a little bit more safe in that bottom lane. Things like the Rakan, Norseless, Tarm, Kench, the aggressive bot laners, support's not really his cup of tea.
Pyke's also just a baller champion.
Yeah.
He's sick.
He is sick.
For lack of a better, he's actually just sick.
So, the problem with me, with Pyke, is that I used to think I was really good on him, and then I started playing him more.
Nobody that says they're a good Pyke is a good Pyke.
So I was quite good, and then other people started playing him a lot, and they got really good on him, and so now I'm just average.
Yeah,
I get flamed a lot. But I'm sure Vulcan has practiced a lot more than I have, and is a lot better at Pyke than I am. Game 2 of the best of 5 is on its way. Clutch, 1-0 up on their way to groups, perhaps. Royal Youth trying to stand in their way. The Turkish representatives need to fight back if they are going to stand a chance in this series.
And you have to respect it. The run back, Elise, Renekton, Aurelia. TCL representatives just going hard on the top side of the map. Ezreal locked in for Pilot, long-time Ezreal player from all the way in the LCK. Won't be getting a lot of attention in the early game, and it didn't work out in game number 1, but they're willing to just try again.
Well, you can just go up towards the top.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep, that's where everyone's going to be looking early on in this game. We'll see how Vulcan and Cody-san can do. They tend to be pretty good without any jungle pressure. DeMonte the same. Huni really the key focus for Clutch in most of their victories.
Yeah.
Armut the same for Royal.
And let's speak about Nico for a little bit, because she came out, super wild champion all over the place now, has kind of cemented herself into this Glacial Augment, into like the Spooky Ghost, the active items, and you get
Super Soaker Spooky Ghost.
Yes, you get to actually use your rune choice there, but has emerged as like a very useful disengage option. Because when you think about those champions, like they don't have strong lanes, but Nico, especially in something like this range versus melee matchup, DeMonte super early without jungle attention will be able to have access to some super useful early game tools, and then once you hit that level 6 mark, you're very hard to dive in terms of look what Royal Youth are looking at, like an Elise, Renekton, Aurelia diving into the backline of a team fight. You have the Cataclysm, the Equalizer, Nico ult, everything you have to deal with can be super troublesome. See how that one tracks out for the rest of this game.
And early on, Lyra's going perhaps for level 2 gank. He's cleared away his own red. It's going to get spotted on a ward as he put parts in towards Royal's red buff. And this could be a little bit dangerous him now. Huni is pushed up.
Does Closer go for the complete wraparound? No, he's going to walk straight forwards. Blue buff versus the red buff of Lyra.
No smite on Closer. Lyra has smite. Huni's already level 2, has got armor to pushed up in that top lane. Should be pretty easy for Lyra to secure this.
And it's just happened again. Both solo lanes pushing into his direction. DeMonte walks over. Gets a ward down, and Huni doing exactly the same thing. So Lyra has brought all his friends closer, just alone in the jungle, almost going to get forced off his golems. They reset. Oh.
That's so tough for Closer. This
That
ward
sucks.
here, spotting him out as well as he comes back round towards it. Armor not really healthy enough to help out. And something has to change for Royal early on, because at the moment the top side of the map is not in their control at all.
And it's not even with Lyra around. Stole the red buff, went back towards his blue, clearing his own jungle as that one resets off the back end of Huni alone. So 1 versus 2 pressure on the top side buys Lyra an extra little bit of time in the early game. Huni just punishing up here.
Yeah, very difficult for Armut to do anything in the lane. Has the door and shield, will try and sustain himself back up, but you need to be close to the minions if you're going to get that Cold and Meek healing off, and Rumble, of course, can just pop the Flame Spitter whenever you are nearby. Top side clear for Closer, mostly done, as he has finished up his Krugs, but Lyra now with control of this top side Scuttle Crab can just go straight down towards bot as well and look to take them both off the map.
And that's the big problem. You see Cody-san and Vulcan walking up the river. Do they want to spend enough time to like use Pyke Q on the crab, take that one down themselves? No, just going to be a ward dropped and a blasting or a scrying plant rather, whacked into the enemy jungle. They're looking for the Elise. They don't spot him on either side of the map.
The question is for Closer whether he goes and tries to fight this. Lyra's still very dominant. In fact, Closer's just going to go down towards bot. Knows that Scuttle Crab is likely still up, but DeMonte on his way across will try and keep Closer from getting near enough to the Scuttle Crab. Should be an okay secure for the Elise. And RYL are able to find something out of this early jungle pathing. They have been set back. There's a CS lead in the bottom lane as well as Armut goes low in the top. It's about 6 to 7 farm ahead for Cody Sun down there in that pure 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, so the problem right now for Armut on the top side is the Closer stepping on vision. He knows exactly where the Elise is, almost double CS. Now is exactly double CS up there. Continuing to punish the Renekton. As Closer looking towards the bottom side, so won't be in a position to help. And now with that prio, he's going to walk into the enemy jungle. Just going to be a reset. Does have a trinket available, but not opting to use it. Oh, okay. Just efficiency. Places it over the wall as the recall comes through.
Yep. Got to get it in. And I do want to come back to this discussion about early game leads and which top laner can get ahead and which jungler can get ahead, because both these teams are actually very similar in their playstyle. They like to get first blood, they like to get the Herald, and then they like to try and get ahead through that. Now, RYL's goal difference in planes, of course, has been affected by the fact they played DAMWON Gaming twice and got forced quite far behind. But both of these teams are very similar, and I think that's why we saw in Game 1, Clutch, after they got the early lead, after they got that advantage, RYL really didn't have a way to get back into the match.
Yeah, because they traded objectives fine, they got themselves double Infernal Dragon, but in terms of being able to find opportunities back in, team fights just straight up did not happen. Does DeMonte get baited in here? No mana. Ooh.
Good flash. Good flash from DeMonte to get away from that cocoon. Lyra is around as well. Vulcan has made his level 4 way mid, something we see a lot in the LEC. The support roaming mid to try and catch someone out around that level 4 mark. Wave is pushing up in the bot lane, so it's not too dangerous for Cody Sun as he can just crash that one into Pilot. Now Lyra on his way top. Armut has been struggling in this lane, has finally made his way back, even in terms of CS, but now just hitting level 6. I don't think Lyra will want to go for the fight. He's still only level 4 on this Jarvan, as is Closer on the Elise.
But even in these sort of situations where nothing eventuates, Clutch have done such a good job of tracking the Elise in this early game, knowing exactly where Closer is and kind of dictating where he can actually go. He hasn't had a lot of options there, so Wave pushing in as Huni dings that level 6 mark. It's just incredibly happy to sit here, chilling on the top side of the map as Lyra is kind of shepherding for a counter gank, I believe. They know Elise is up there. You just saw a missing ping up on the top side of the map over in this bush. Are they thinking that Closer may be looking for it?
You can use the question mark pings. We have them. Look at that.
Oh, true.
Yeah, see, missing thing.
There was lots of them.
I'm glad you could truly portray the missing things that we saw on the minimap. Lyra here going to come in and help push its way in towards Armut. And that's about a 15 to 20 CS lead for Huni in most regards. And I want to just talk a little bit about how compositions are expected to work as this game goes on. When I look at Clutch, I see a lot of AoE in team fights, the Equalizer, the Pop Blossom coming out as well, the Cataclysm there. Feels very much a comp designed to play around objectives and force the enemy team into fights.
Yes.
RYL, on the other hand, have a bit more skirmish potential, a bit more back and forth in these fights.
That is certainly true, and given what's happening so far, it looks pretty difficult for RYL Youth to play this out. Super dive-heavy composition with melee laners like the Aurelia and Renekton into everything I was talking about earlier. Yeah. Jarvan, Nico, Rumble, Ulti are difficult tools to have to play around, and because Clutch already have a stranglehold on this top side of the map, Closer is still like fishing for a red buff. He hasn't had one this game, but 3 versus 3 could be happening as the flank's on.
DeMonte dodged out with the Flawless Duet. Okay. Vanguard's Edge coming in. They're going to go all in for the Nico. Stun locked up. Pop Blossom comes down with First Blood already to RYL. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the fight continues. Ignite going down. Cody Sun flashes forward. Huni gets closer up towards the top side of Seal. Is going to get chased out here by Lyra. Armut flashed away. Huni flashing forward. Armut looking to get that final auto win, but Huni keeps him at arm's length, keeps him at bay, and Huni runs away. The knockup comes in from Lyra, and it's a double for Clutch. 4 kills to 1.
And on both sides of the map, they win the top skirmish. They win the 2 versus 2 in the bottom lane. A miracle Ezreal ulti will find nothing. And just as I say, it's going to be a difficult game for RYL to play out. It just gets that little bit worse.
So hard for them now. 1,600 gold behind. Huni escaping just by a hair in that top fight. And now you've got 2 kills on your Jarvan, who can just get up towards tankier stats. You've got a kill and 2 assists on Huni. His Equalizer already halfway off its cooldown. And it's only a Cloud Drake to fight off around the bottom side. Now, 8.5 minutes in the game. Cody, Sun, and Vulcan have just reset, but they're going down towards the bottom lane here, deciding not yet to go up towards where the Rift Herald will be spawning.
9-minute flip? Doable? Yeah. 8-minute flip? Nah, that's too early.
8.5 minute flip.
Yeah, we're not about that life over here.
You're not an 8-minute flipper?
Nah, 9 minutes only.
It sounds like we're talking about how to cook burgers properly.
8 minutes sounds like a very burnt burger.
It does, but you Australians do things in...
Is that how they do it in England? They just burn them.
English food is not something to be proud of, let's be honest.
Sure.
You're a 9-minute flipper, though, so you're even later than I am.
Yeah. We didn't talk about that. That's fine.
Okay. Let's talk about how Clutch is setting up around this Cloud Dragon, then, because they are getting some vision control. 3 control wards in the triangle there you can see. And RYL actually anticipating a top side of the map play are going up to see if they can catch out Huni. No flash on him. There's the Equalizer to clear out the way, but Closer on his way. Doesn't have the flash. Caught out by the minion wave. Smite comes down. Cocoon doesn't land. Huni's just going to be able to get away for the moment, but the Ruthless Predator comes in, and there's the Cocoon. Wasn't used earlier on. Huni trying to get away with the Scrap Shield, but the chase is on, and Closer will sink in the Fangs.
Smart decision. Very well executed from RYL side. Does look pretty easy. Huni flashless underneath his turret, but they wait for the Renekton W to hit confirm the Cocoon, but on the other side of the map, here comes the dive. Cody Sun just left to free hit this turret. Very respectful from Pilot and Tolerant as they just trying to eat the wave with their ulti.
Teleport used mid here by Huni. Gonna keep Seal from pushing in that wave too far. DeMonte's here to join his team. Rift Herald has been started by RYL.
Yeah.
Up towards the top side of this, and Clutch are like, oh wait, excuse me, it's 10 minutes.
Okay.
The Rift Herald, Seal stunned up, great flawless duet, but here comes the Pop Blossom, and Seal's unable to dodge away from it. 10 minutes in, Clutch secure a kill in the mid lane, and RYL are gonna have to run for the hills. Can't quite get the eye, could have looked to secure it. The rest of RYL are on their way up, but this is just going to reset for Clutch, and they are very happy to secure this. In goes Armor, the eye is open, but the Cataclysm comes down. Closer has to jump away, repel out, DeMonte gets the kill still. Armor now in the back of the pit, trying to get to the Lantern in time, will just about survive, but the Rift Herald goes across towards Clutch.
And I think for the first time in the tournament, Clutch aren't the team to start it up, but boy, do they just walk away with the buff. Maybe they just dropped that immediately in a lane. It was picked up by DeMonte, so... As a lot of use cases, TP will ship it down towards the bottom side of the map for Armor to try and hold on to this turret. But that was just a disaster for RYL. Multiple skirmishes back-to-back. They lose mid and lose the Rift Herald.
It's so good for Clutch, though. They're now 3,000 gold ahead. They have a Rift Herald. They got the Cloud Drake that they thought they were trading for the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
They're in such a strong spot, and this Clutch early pressure into a mid-game spike is showing up once again.
And it's an ambitious call to fight this one. Pilot and Tolerant are just in nowhere. Over the wall, Lantern is kind of the play here from Closer, but DeMonte cleans it up off the back end. Renekton eventually finds his way to it, but that was a dragon into walking mid, a mid-kill, into walking to Rift Herald, and the enemy team leashed it to 2,000 HP. That was a goodie bag. They just went to a 8-year-old's birthday party and just walked away with everything.
It's like a connect the dots game. It's like, oh, we have a dot at the Dragon, and there's a dot in the mid lane, and a dot towards the Rift Herald. Clutch doing exactly what they need to, exactly what we've come to expect from them with this 10-minute Rift Herald play. And now they can just look to see where they want to use it. It's currently sitting on DeMonte, which probably isn't the target you really want it on, but you still take that. You've taken 4 plates in the bottom lane. You've yet to break through those mid lane plates. Top lane, you can't quite see. We'll wait as the map go
I think he's on
up
5.
towards it. You think it's on 5?
Yeah, I think he's on 5.
Well, we don't get to see. It is on 5. There we are, but they do have the Rift Herald now.
Ambitious TP here from Pilot. Has friends coming, but Clutch early once again.
Rift Herald used. Only a couple of minions there left for it, but the Herald will charge in, and that's going to be at least 4 plates taken from this top lane tower, you have to think. Pilot takes a little bit of splash damage, and Clutch just wait for the next wave to push in. Huni is in the mid lane against Armut, but it's going to be very difficult for the Renekton to deal now with that Rumble.
Okay, now the real question is, does Closer get a red buff this game? This is going to be the 3rd one taken away in a row.
You've got to take the wins where you can.
A collective effort from everyone on Clutch is going to steal away this one as he just recalls on the top side. Hook. Predicted, but not going to be the play. And now Clutch also, they push top, bash Rift Herald, find early access to mid lane. They're just running them all over the map.
Yeah, just pulling RYL all the way around Summoner's Rift. And for the moment, RYL really just have to wait. You have to scale. You've yet to get a single completed item on your mid laner or your top laner. It's gone for the Spectre's Cowl this game to try and have that little bit of magic resist. But you look across the other side, Cody Sun's already got a Manamune stacking up. You've got 2-1-2 on your Nico. DeMonte in the mid lane sitting on a bunch of gold. Actually, almost got 1,000 in the bank, is 1,000 ahead of his lane opponent. And across the board, it's just bleeds all over the map for Clutch.
Yeah, it looks to be just a similar performance of game number 1. The same strategy we've seen Closer pop off in the group stage, but as soon as it came to the best of 5, preparation coming in through here from the NA representative and just attacking the jungle. 30 CS discrepancy, 0 red buff. 0 hopes this game.
I mean, if Clutch play it like game 1, this game's all but done. Like, Clutch should just close this one out, assuming they are patient and methodical like they were in the first game of the series. And if you're Royal, you're wondering, you know, what do we change? How do we switch things up? Because this current strategy is not working for them at all.
And that's the thing with the run back.
Yeah.
First game, you employ that strategy. It's like, oh, okay, that didn't work. But you're confident in it. It's your preparation. It's what you've been practicing, scrimming behind the scenes. And then you do it game number 2, and you're getting smacked. And it's like, oh God, okay. Well,
this is the thing that usually works, bro.
Yeah. And unfortunately, of course, game is not over, but situation is absolutely dire here.
A 5,000 gold lead for Clutch at the 15-minute mark. A second dragon for them as well if they want it. They've yet to take all of the outer towers, but they are on their way to doing it. That bottom tower, only a 5th of its HP remains. And second cloud, not the most impactful, but still a bonus to have, especially when you get towards team fights.
That's the thing with NA players. Bad Dragon RNG. Turkish players, super good.
Yeah, really
Double
good.
Infernal.
Double Infernal last time.
The double air, that's a bad time.
But Clutch are now super speedy as well.
Okay. 2v2.
Yeah, going to fight in the bottom lane. Teleport coming out. The Dominus already popped here by Armut. Lyra's going to get the knock up, and really no more chase coming out from Royal. Cody Sun's on his way down. If Clutch want to turn this one around, the Equalizer is available for Huni, but they realize that Royal are too close to their tower and don't fight any further.
That's just the Skadad.
The Skadad.
The Skadad. Flash away from Huni. Skedaddles up the river. No need to commit to this one, but the flash, okay.
Flash in, the Cocoon's going to chase Huni down, and Huni will fall. Second time of the game. He gets the Equalizer down in time to clear the wave. Never give up on farming, folks. Always important.
That was not the Skadad.
That was the Skadad.
That was the Skadad. Yeah, I like that. I like that. At least Spider's going to mean that they can actually stick around on this turret if they want to, but Royal Youth getting collapsed on by the bottom lane of Clutch, and Lyra just running it up the lane here means that they get a kill, but not much left off the back end.
A few picks like that will give Royal hope, though. Yes. Because we have seen, you know, Huni does overextend. He has a propensity for being too far forward in the lane. Lyra has had a few bad games this tournament, especially when he hasn't been on the Elise. So if you can find a couple of catches like that, even if you're falling just that little bit further behind in gold globally, getting some gold on your key carries could help you turn this game around.
Yeah, that's the hope. Pilot on the Ezreal. Pilot and Seal for this roster, once they get to late game team fights, are kind of the 1-2 punch that they need. Synergized double imports for this team and do work very well together. This was just some very nice preparation. Think about the fact that Elise was sitting on this pink ward before. Huni kind of gets baited into that one, wants to take it down, and there's just CC all over the place. How he found the time to drop his R, I have no idea, but the man, the myth, the Huni does it.
No tenacity on him either, so
just sneaks it through.
Armut is in a bush here in the top lane. Vulcan on his way. Ward comes down. Armut gonna get stunned up here as he tries to slice and dice away. Closer's on his way in. Has the flash. Could go for Huni here. Ooh. Flash Cocoon, but the TP comes in straight away. Closer looking for the kill. Won't quite get it through the Scap shield. Closer eventually takes him down, and now the fight continues. Pop Blossom, pop by Demonte, and pop goes the Spider. Squashed under Demonte's feet, and now Armut is short to follow, but Vulcan getting chased down. Dead. Predator is enough, and the turn has come. Royal finding the picks in the top lane as Cody Sun isn't here yet. Demonte goes Gordon to the second. Lyra stunned up. The hook's gonna land. Cody Sun jumps in. Killer instinct from the AD carry. Cody Sun finds his mark and finds the kill.
And it ends up being the 4 versus 5. You can see in the picture on your bottom left screen, Seal just whacking a turret down. Their numbers do not favor Royal Youth in this instance. And yes, they get Huni, yes, they get Vulcan, but get wiped off the back end of the Rift.
Cody Sun just there in time, because at the start it looked in favor of Clutch and Royal turned it around. But as you say, the man advantage definitely coming in big there for Clutch. I was going to say Clutch. It's so hard to avoid that. So hard. Cody Sun's actually had a really good play-in so far, in my opinion, as well. Especially when you look at the last time he played at Worlds was with Immortals against Fnatic, and he made a play that he's named after him, but it was one of the worst plays I've ever seen in my life. Just started to jump forward.
He's winning the game.
But I'm praising him now. Yeah, okay. The last time he played at Worlds, he really struggled. But now you see the development, you see the growth in this guy, you see why he is one of the consistent performers for this team.
And I think the big thing is that he's actually exactly what this team needs. The bottom lane doesn't have to be flashy. Oh, no. You don't like that at all.
I got it before 20 minutes, so...
Yeah, okay. Is that a prize?
We take those.
That's a bad prize. But I was saying, right, like the bottom lane doesn't have to be flashy for Clutch. Top side of the map is where they get most of their action. Lyra likes to play around Huni. DeMonte is super creative mid laner on his champions, right? Known for the Kiana, the Renekton's, and the like. Of course, is on Nico this time, but teamfight monsters are Vulcan and Cody Sun when they can get to it, and hasn't been allowed to shine in this series, right? It hasn't come to teamfight phases. Another game with about a 4-5-ish K gold lead, and Clutch approaching that 20-minute mark, just sitting pretty.
It definitely gives you that late game insurance that we've been talking about just a couple of times. Now, DeMonte is up here, closer. We'll spot him out. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Closer may just kill him. Pop Blossom coming out, but the shield isn't there in time. Closer shuts down DeMonte in a side lane, and RYL are starting to find some of these picks. Now, teleport used in the mid lane by Pilot to try and keep this tower alive. Armored on his way across. Huni's down towards the bottom side of this with the True Shot Barrage. Chunks out Vulcan. He has to go away. Here comes Armored from the bottom side. They're not going to be able to find the connection, but RYL are still fighting back here. They've closed that gold gap. Only 4,000 now between these two teams.
Yeah, unfortunately, RYL Tolerant hit us with a yellow star there. Flash Flay into hook goes nowhere. They were looking for the fight. They had all of the members rotating over, but Clutch find their way out of that one.
Look at that difference between the AD carries.
That's a biggie.
That's a biggie. 2,400 gold, I think it was, between the two of them. That's incredible. You look at it, that's only an extra...
That's a Mura mana.
That's a few plates, but as you say, it's an entire Mura mana. And that means that Ginsu's is finished, very expensive item. Mura mana all stacked up now for Cody Sun. Only the Iceborne and the Manamune stacking up for Pilot. So in terms of pure gold value, Cody Sun much more precious to his team. Third Cloud Drake picked up for Clutch as well. They are incredibly fast now when they want to be.
Yeah, also think about what happened last game. As soon as they hit their item spikes, Clutch just coming online. They get themselves the Baron. Of course, it is 20 minutes on the clock. You see the transform. Huni's got his one item. You see the Gargoyle there that I absolutely whiffed on the circle.
I like the way that you've almost made a Venn diagram of Liandry's and Gargoyle, Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah, that's a little bit of Amp Tome over here.
Tiny bit.
Yeah, but they're getting to their item spikes and approaching that 20-minute mark. Baron has spawned. Triple Air Drake kind of sucks in this situation, but if you're going to have one, you might as well have three. And this is looking like a fairly similar trajectory as we did see in that last game.
We did. I think RYL have had a few more opportunities, a few more moments of fighting back in this game where they found those picks, but what you would like to see Clutch do is control that vision a bit more, because every time they've been caught out, it's been because Closer's found his way around some wards, found his way around some vision. And Clutch have consistently been good at keeping the enemy in the dark.
And that's really the thing, right? Like, a lot of this game is coming off the back end of Closer, someone who's been attacked the entire time, but it's not a Kled ulti, it's an Elise finding avenues into the fight. Pilot.
Vulcan's going to land the hook here, but Closer caught out with the Cataclysm, immediately goes up into the repel. CG are going to react very quickly to this one already. They've taken down the jungler. Clutch Gaming finding their markers. Closer came in for the flank, and RYL unable to react in time.
Top side control, still the name of the game. Seal did not see them walk around here. If he goes back towards top side, could be a disaster, but
the Clutch
in the Baron pit. Not right now. They're pushing in their wave, so they certainly could in just a moment, but have gold, have resets to go through, items to buy, Morellos to complete.
Pilot just checks it with the True Shot Barrage. So they know it's not happening, but it's only 22 minutes in the game. Clutch, on average, I think, take their first Baron about the 26-minute mark or so, if I remember correctly from my notes. So they've got a little bit of time before they need to take it.
And we'll see how this one starts off. The ward is really the MVP. DeMonte has the flank, but Vulcan off screen right actually lands a hook, but everybody commits onto the Elise. Flashless, nowhere to go. Huni may have found Armored on the bottom side, though. Vulcan in the area.
Armored's going to try and trade back onto this one, trying to build up those Ferocity stacks, but just not there in time. Vulcan gets the kill, not with the ult, which is a little bit of a shame for him, but eventually Armored does go down.
Doesn't get to split the gold with everyone, but Clutch have just had more friends this game. In every single play, everybody rotating over. They do have, of course, like vision control makes it a little bit easier to rotate towards the side lanes. They have that mid priority. This is another ambitious pick coming over. EQ used.
Closer not able to land the cocoon there. Blue buff will go across to DeMonte. He takes that 5-2-2 now. It's gone for the GLP, but not the Twin Shadow, so there's no Super Soaker spooky ghosts, just going for the Zonyas.
Yeah. Also doesn't finish his Morellos, sitting on the Oblivion Orb.
There's not really too much healing on the side of RYL, so you don't really need to go for it.
Just got a Cutlass. That's sick.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why is that sick?
It's healing.
That is. That's true.
That's sick.
That's true.
This cheeky ward, 2 games in a row, hasn't been cleared out.
You're not the best at highlighting. Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
The camera's moving. I've got to keep moving the circle.
You have to predict. You have to predict where the camera's going.
Oh god, it's intentional. It has to be intentional.
They might be trolling you a tad.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say they definitely are, but our observers have been known to do that. Equalizer used in the mid lane as Clutch look for this fight. Tolerant caught out, hook back, he's done. Clutch Gaming, they do this. They did this last game. They've done it again here. They find the pick. Now they're moving, get vision control, and then can look towards that Baron. But as you say, that cheeky ward might stop them in their tracks or might allow Royal to go for the fight. Closer, caught out. Repels up, Seal on his way in, but the TP's already used, and Closer's going to have to flash away. Look at the damage coming out from Clutch. They find the CC chain that they needed, and that should be all she wrote for the Baron.
And exactly what happened last game. Same area, they find 2 picks immediately onto the Baron. The ward doesn't really matter if the jungler is dead. TP can be here from Armut on the Renekton if the contest is going to be here.
Yeah, TP's coming in. This is a little bit late, in my opinion. DeMonte gonna act as a bouncer. Here comes Armut onto the backline. Has the dominance, can go in. DeMonte down to half HP already. Vulcan trying to do what he can. Hot Blossom comes out. Baron goes down. And that's already DeMonte falling. And here comes the rest of the fight. Seal jumping in, takes 1. Looking for more. He has to get out of the back of the fight. And now Tolerant is stepping forward with Pilot. It's all on this Ezreal. The play comes out, but the Cataclysm follows him. Pilot goes down. Cody takes the triple. And Tolerant goes gold and flashes away. But Cody is on the chase. Tolerant will not escape today. A quadra kill for the Clutch AD carry.
And just as we say, a team fight hits 7-0-2 on the Kai'Sa. Cody's son is massive. They walk away with Baron. They walk away with everything. And an 8,000 gold lead at the end of the day.
And we'll have another look at this fight. It was a 3v5 to kick us off.
Yeah, ambitious contest, kind of backs against the wall, not a lot of options, so has to be the play, and did look pretty close. Flash from Pilot means that he doesn't get stunned, cleans up DeMonte with his mid laner. And I was mentioning, this is the 1-2 punch of Pilot and Seal in the team fight. Do make it close, but
Cody's son does such a good job of surviving at the back of this fight. And I mean, this is all cleanup, right? This is fine, but him dodging away from Seal as he gets in, using the killer instinct for the extra shield, played it very, very well.
Buffers the W through the hook, QSSs anyway for style points, and easy.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Yeah, Tolerant's dead again. This is a few times we have seen him being caught out in situations like that. Maybe just overstepping. Clutch will find their man. And at 26 minutes in, it's a 10,000 gold lead now for the North American 3rd seed. It should be another game in their pocket. Convincing fashion, they've won these games. And Cocoon's going to land there onto Huni as Vulcan dodged in front of him. And Huni will fall. That's not the best. Was backing in an area where Royal really did have vision.
So, does fall down. Doesn't have the Zhonya's, of course, either. What turret is the contest? That's a hook lands.
EQ doesn't connect, though. There's the death from below as Pilot will fall. Vulcan takes the kill. Vanguard's edge used by Seal. He's still stunned up with the Pop Blossom, and he tries to jump onto the back of the fight, but Cody's son is legendary. This might just be the end of the game. Huni 25 seconds away. 2 cannon minions coming in here for Clutch, and Royal really can't do too much about it. Cody's son just opens up on the turrets. Armut flashes in, but another QSS from Cody's son. Armut goes golden, but the stopwatch won't stop time for long. Clutch get another kill, 20 kills to 9. This has been a dominant performance from the North American 3rd seed, and with these cannons, they're just
they've got no creeps.
They're coming, EGEM. The TP comes in. Huni's going to join the party. Still 5 seconds left on Pilot, and here come the minions. Clutch Gaming will take the second Nexus tower. And all that remains is the Nexus. Cody's son jumps forward, 10-0-4, and now it's 2-0 for Clutch.
And like clockwork, back-to-back games, just the same trajectory. Topside skirmishes, early game advantage. Game number 2, punishing the jungle matchup here. Clutch, with a jungler that people were saying was underperforming in the group stage, bouncing back massively, and the troops rallying behind him. Everything was targeted at the Elise. It was an 42 red buff is the first one of the game as an Elise.
That was pretty
That's a disaster.
Pretty painful. And you have to give a huge amount of credit just to Clutch as a team. Also to each of the individual members. You know, Huni's had some really good performances, outplaying some 2v1s in the top lane. DeMonte's looked really good. Lyra's looked really good. Cody's son went deathless that game. I think in games when he's deathless at like 15-4.
Surprising.
If your AD carry survives, usually you don't lose the game. But all of Clutch are really stepping up to the plate. And I think that Royal will really need to totally upset the apple cart, totally change things for this next game if they stand a chance at all.
And that's the thing, right? Both of these losses have been way too similar.
Yeah.
Second one worse than the first. Like, what is going to be the reaction? I'm expecting to come into game number 3. I believe Clutch are going to have side selection. So if this is a 3-0, right, thinking into the future, you could look at it and be like, wow, Clutch just get blue side again, get everything they need. But something has to change on the other side of the map here for Royal Youth to bounce back.
It definitely does. Those 3 Cloud Drakes coming in handy for Clutch as they were able to find picks across the map. And you can see the damage differentials here. Look at that mid lane. Almost double the damage for DeMonte over Seal. Top lane there was almost double the damage again. And across the board, it just looked too easy for Clutch Gaming. I think they had a stuttering start to Plains. They really struggled in their first couple of games, especially against the Unicorns. But now that they've found a style that they are comfortable with, they really look dominant.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They look very comfortable. Royal Youth are picking things into it that when they do fall behind, the picks just come to them. They have to throw themselves. 5 versus 3 was the closest fight we saw that game in a Baron pit, and like they get a couple of kills, but there's just nothing they can do at that point. Game was too far gone, and Clutch just looking reliable.
Looking incredible so far. Fosk and Spawn are ready to break down some key plays from that game. So guys, take it away.
Thanks, Medic. So I'm here with Spawn. We've kicked Trevor off the desk, and we're going to do a little bit of a breakdown about priority and how Clutch keep unlocking their jungler Lyra to take advantage of Closer in a matchup that we knew was going to be contentious.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sometimes in League of Legends, we like to pretend that the game is a series of 1v1s, but this is just a demonstration on how it's actually a team game. So both junglers start on the bottom side of the map, and you can see that Lyra immediately pings out the red buff. That's where he's going to go. Right away, you can see that a couple of wards are actually placed down by Royal Youth's top laner and mid laner because they also think that this could be an invade. Now, the big thing here is all about priority. And what I mean by that is which lanes are going to be pushing. So due to the mage matchups being superior pushers and Renekton and Aurelia, they're going to be able to shove their lane in and force the Royal laners to be stuck underneath the turrets. This effectively isolates a 1v1.
And I think it's really important to understand that when we talk about priority, we're talking about push priority and we're talking about kill priority. Usually in the early game, it's teams that take advantage with their push priority, their ability to have superior wave clear to force members underneath their tower to give them early roam access to unlock things like moving into the jungle or river first.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously when you take away something like a red buff, you severely hamper the ability of something like an Elise to be able to gank. Now this is the second buff spawn. Because they've already taken the first buff, they have the exact timing that this is going to be coming available. So once again, as we take a look at this, in the top lane, Huni has already rotated down. He's now sitting in the jungle, and you can see that he's got so many on the way pings that he wants to once again impact the fight. Now, because Huni's already left, that means that there's an uncontested shove in the mid lane as well. This will now allow DeMonte to team up with his jungler and once again move in to attack the red buff.
Yeah, and because they have this timer repeatedly, it's also about how they are gaining priority. When they moved in here, they not only gained priority through their push, but stacking multiple members to allow them to move. Jarvan has level 6. I just noticed that you guys are looking at the mini-map. It's still really fun. It's how I usually watch most games.
The mini-map is back, yeah.
But here we go. Here's the action. But it's also the fact that they were able to acquire the Jarvan level 6 before moving in. And again, it's about push priority and that kill priority. It was the kill priority of having access to that ultimate, which really snowballed this effectively, which meant that, he didn't get red buff on Closer until about 18 minutes in that game. So back-to-back traction of that cooldown just completely shut out the Royal jungler.
Yeah, and when you talk about a lot of these fighters, you expect them to be able to win the 2v2s. However, because they're not taking them in a situation where Royal wants them, it's not in the laning phase, it's not where dives are on the table, it's not where you can have that layering of CC. This made the Royal game plan really difficult to execute upon. I really love when teams come together and help try and shut this down. And as you were mentioning, this led to the fact that Closer, for a majority of his game, wasn't able to get any of his buffs. Also meant that on the flip side, Lyra is going to have an experience lead, he's going to have a gold lead, and he's going to be able to dictate the pace of the game.
And then if I can actually call up the picks and bans lower third on the screen right now, this is now 2 times in a row that Clutch Gaming have really focused in on taking threats away from Closer. This time around, it wasn't the priority pick of the Elise, it was instead blind picking Huni's Rumble, but they gave away the Renekton Elise, and they were still able to beat it through team play, slowing down Closer, and Lyra having more of an impact due to his laners.
Yeah, and I mean, the game plan starts in pick ban. They're throwing 3 bans towards this guy every single time. And despite what pick he's able to get, due to the fact that Huni is such an amazing Rumble player, it means he's always first to the play. Playing 2v1 in the jungle certainly isn't fun. And this was actually a successful closeout of when Clutch are able to get Lyra one of those early game wins.
And that means that Clutch are just 1 win away from a spot in the group stage. We'll be right back for match point.
Flawless duet. Vanguard's Edge coming in. They're going to go all in for the Nico. Stun locked up. Pop Blossom comes down with first blood already to Royal. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the fight continues. Ignite going down. Cody's up, flashes forward. Huni gets closer up towards the top side of Steel. Is going to get chased out here by Lyra. This is just going to reset for Clutch, and they are very happy to secure this. In goes Armor. The eye is open, but the Cataclysm comes down. Closer has to jump away. Repel out. Demonte gets the kill still. Now the fight continues. Pop Blossom popped by Demonte, and Pop goes the Spider. Squashed under Demonte's feet, and now Armor is short to follow, but Vulcan getting chased down. Dead. Predator is enough. Theo jumping in, takes 1, looking for more. He has to get out of the back of the fight. And now Tolerant stepping forward with Pilot. It's all on this Ezreal. The play comes out, but the Cataclysm follows him. Clutch Gaming will take the second Nexus tower. And all that remains is the Nexus. Cody Sun jumps forward, 10-0-4. And now it's 2-0 for Clutch.
The new Oppo Reno 2 quad camera. Zoom into imagination.
Welcome back to the World's Plains Knockout stage. Huni, is that the face of mercy? I think not. That is the face that wants to go 3-0, make its way to the World's group stage. Okay, that might be the face. That's the face of mercy at the end. Tanner, DeMonte, he knows what time it is.
Who was it that used to do the staring competition? Was that Snoopy?
Snoopy used to do it.
Yeah.
Crepo also did it for a little while.
Did he take it? Was it Snoopy's thing?
I think it was Snoopy's thing and then Crepo took it. But
I hate those guys.
Do you?
They're just yoinking everything.
Sure. I don't think saying you hate Snoopy and Crepo on a Worlds broadcast is the best way to make friends.
That's probably right. Yeah. I think... My bad.
Well, going on from there, Clutch have decided they want to be on the blue side for this, what could be the final game of this best of 5. So far, they have looked pretty unstoppable on the blue side, let's be honest. RYL haven't had a way to answer them.
Yes, and the surprising thing is now in game number 3, they do have side selection, and going back to blue side, this could just be the run back time number 3.
But I think we've both said RYL really need to change things up if they're going to be able to do anything here, because Clutch have done exactly the same thing 2 games in a row, and they haven't had to change anything, because RYL haven't brought anything new to the table.
Yeah, really, like the only thing that did change from that second game was the Olaf ban that got substituted in for the third one. Rumble first pick instead of last pick there, and Hootie looked the goods on that one. And it does kind of allude to, like, is this Rumble a problem? It's just guaranteeing early game top prio. You saw the segment with Frosk and Spawn just talking about it, like how they are attacking closer. And he's the guy that's been stepping up for this roster. He has been the one making things happen. And without a strong performance for their jungler in this series, Royal Youth, they just look like they're floundering.
They definitely are. Lee Sin and Kiana, the first 2 bans here from Clutch. 2-0 up in this best of 5. Royal Youth will get rid of the Rumble.
Nice.
Off the cards. Not going to be picked up, but that does mean Syndra or Rakan is making its way through.
Yeah, surely Syndra stays. Is this going to be another Olaf ban from Clutch? It is going to be the case. Rakan over Syndra would be interesting. Something extraneous being thrown into the mix could be another option, and maybe you do throw up something like that mage and then Clutch change their priorities. Okay, GP ban.
Okay, so the GP ban means that Clutch only get either Syndra or Rakan.
Yes.
Which is the big thing here.
And
also, reduces the pool for Huni in that top lane. Syndra locked in. We have seen that flex, and we'll see where RYL go with their next 2 picks.
Yeah, and you do mention the pool for Huni, right? Out of all of the games before this best of 5, Huni had copped 2 of 3 of a Kiana, or sorry, I should say Clutch, Kiana, Rumble, or GP bans. So, we'll do the same here. Kai'Sa lock in with a Syndra available. Not sure if Cody Sun has learned that one recently, been able to pick that one up and throw it into the matchup, but that has been one of the successful ones. It looks like that won't be the case, and it is just blind here for DeMonte.
I think that's fine. Cody Sun is much more of an AD carry player. He's played 1 game of Sona this split. Apart from that, everything he picks is AD carries. So getting an AD carry for him, it seems to be paramount. Syndra, as you say, locked in. There's the Rek'Sai, and now we'll see if the Thresh is Vulcan's choice, and it is.
Okay, taking that one away from Tolerant. Had a super rough game on it in the last one, and also Flay interaction with Jarvan. Can be super useful, so a lot of options open up here.
I'm honestly still surprised that Lyra hasn't picked his Skarner.
Yeah.
He went 12-3 on it in the regular season, 9-1, I think, from playoffs through Gauntlet. So not picking it when it's been open every single time, it hasn't caused any problems for Clutch.
Yeah.
Like, they're playing through the early game, they're putting pressure around top, that's fine. But it's just surprising to me when you have such a champion that you're so strong at.
And I think it is really the fact that pre-level 6 doesn't offer much. Like, Skarner into Jarvan is a pickable champion. You get to that level 6 mark and in later team fights, even with a Gargoyle, Jarvan very often just dashes super far ahead of the rest of his team. He's like a solo diver there, and then you just ult him up, take him back into your backline. He gets 1 hit and the team fight is yours. So not the most surprising that Clutch index a little bit earlier on that early game advantage, and you don't see him so much, but...
So now we have the Orianna locked in for Seal, and then the Aurelia ban. Lots of focus up towards that top side. We have seen Armored, of course, play the Kled. He also plays Gnar and Jace pretty well, so there's some options left for him. Rakan taken away by Clutch. They don't want that Kai'Sa-Rakan combo we see so often. But things like the Nautilus are still up.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Tolerant goes towards that.
And you can see with their last ban as well, LB being thrown at DeMonte, they're not certain that this Syndra is just going to be the mid matchup. They're trying to force it. Orianna versus Syndra. years ago was like the staple, just control mage matchup. Yeah, and it's like, okay, like pre-level 6 already has the advantage, and then kill pressure comes online when you get that ulti of Syndra, but has changed over the course of time, and they're not willing to throw 5 bans at Huni, leverage it somewhat. Oh, okay.
Here we go. That's an aggressive bot lane. I like this from RYL. They're saying we have to change things up. Let's pick the Blitzcrank. Buffed, of course, on 919. So strong, he even needed a little bit of a hot fix, bug fix, where he was picking people from too far away.
Yeah, I believe they removed some of the lollipopping. That's when skill shots get bigger at just the end of their range. So it allowed him to take things like blue buff from the river.
Yeah, it was pretty disgusting, I have to admit. Lucian will be the lock for the bottom side. Clutch going for the Thresh Lucian lane. This does open up very strong ganks early on for closer on the Jarvan, because the level 2 gank towards mid, Syndra's so low mobility, can be quite easy for him to be caught out.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. The Lucian lock-in for Cody Sun, I like that a lot. Having a dash against a Blitzcrank lane. Look, it doesn't even need describing.
Lucian
That's super
top.
useful.
It's Lucian top.
Okay, yeah,
Or
all right.
is it Ezreal top? Or is it Syndra top?
It's definitely going to be Lucian top.
Huni juggles everything. Are you sure?
I'm fairly sure.
Okay.
99%.
How much would you bet on it being Lucian top?
I'm not a betting man.
Okay. Well, that's ruined.
Just really shut you down.
Ruined the whole conversation.
Yeah,
That's fine. Royal Youth, where are they going to go? Top laner left.
4 seconds. Do they match with like Triss? Cassio? That could be one. Okay. Timeout. Jace. Okay.
So Jace is Armut's, one of Armut's most played. He's played 4 times.
And I believe one of his most winningest champions in their qualification series over the likes of players like Frozen and Huni and Wolf. The imports on Supermassive, an organization you will know, Armut had a monster performance in their game number 5 to clinch their place at Worlds. And now 1 game away from going home, locks that into Huni.
So I'm holding my breath. We have 6 seconds left. And you might be very happy you didn't bet in a moment's time.
No way.
It's Ezreal top.
Okay.
It's Ezreal top.
Alrighty.
Okay, Huni's bringing out the big guns for this game. Of course, being 2-0 up, you can experiment, you can take a few risks. Ezreal into Jace, I will be honest. A matchup I have never seen before. One that I'm not too experienced on, but we'll see how that develops. Give me a rundown of how you expect the early game to go for these 2 teams.
Well, I mean, like, let's talk about that Ezreal versus Jace, right? Like, they do similar-ish things in terms of throwing the Lucian there or the Ezreal. Ezreal can be much more negative, much more effectively. Lucian will require resources. Up on the top side, and it does kind of skew things, this one. This is a much harder team comp to execute from Clutch. Double 80 carry, again, yes, but they don't have an equalizer. That was really the proactive move that gave them a lot of their plays. It was Huni with Prio. He rotates over and then forces the fights for them. This is back to the experimentation that Clutch were doing through the group stage, and now with confidence of a 2-0 series scoreline right now, Royal Youth going to have to answer back.
And this is the time to be a little bit confident, a little bit arrogant perhaps, and pick something like the Ezreal top. I'm sure, of course, Huni has practice on it, but it's just not something we commonly see. 1 game stands between Clutch and Worlds groups. And Royal will be looking to reverse sweep. They have to win all 3 of the next 3 if they're going to take it. Tolerant is up towards top side right now.
Blitzcrank doing the old Scion strat, but on the other side of the map. He's got his wheels. He's just zooming towards that bush. Doesn't want to go for the 3rd one, but...
Does he stay here?
Oh, he's going for the deep flank. Okay, they're thinking Huni is in that bush in the river. Fortunately for him, standing much further down, but...
So, yeah, I think Tolerant has to back here, otherwise you have too long, where Pilot is by himself down towards the bottom side. And against a Thresh and a Lucian, you can just be harassed down so easily on that first wave.
And it really didn't cost them anything, right? In terms of level 1, Clutch aren't the strongest, so they're not looking for any early bot side invades or anything like that, so Tolerant goes up. You could have forced the E start from Huni. If he'd already leveled an ability, you could have forced the flash over the wall. And if he fails both those things, that could have been a first blood, right? So the opportunity cost them next to nothing, and we'll just walk back towards the bottom side. As the little Blitzcrank that he is.
There might be a really late invade here. It's actually not going to happen. I saw Lyra and Demonte teaming up and trying to push up towards this red buff from closer, but they just get a ward in. And so they won't go for the invade. Lyra will start his blue by himself. Closer will start his red by himself. And it means neither jungler will be spotted out early on.
Yeah, and you saw for just a second Ezreal, Huni, rotating down the river and saw that the Jarvan was actually starting in lane, pulling that one. That is a very nice ward, going to stop out any form of level 2 shenanigans here. Huni does have a point in the queue, so no E to get himself to safety. He knows exactly where closer is on this top side of the map.
Definitely does. Closer, as you say, spotted out on the ward, unable to get that level 2 gank he was looking for. Huni is running Kleptomancy on the Ezreal top, as you would expect.
Classic.
Taking some notes out of perhaps Nuguri's book, saying, oh, well, I want to run Kleptomancy, but I'll do it on a champion that usually does it instead of something like the Camille.
It's also just Ezreal, right? So not a lot of rune choices to be had up there. Maybe if you're going like an AP build, you could potentially look for something else, but it's kind of the expected play. I want to kind of take a look at this bot side matchup. The reason Blitzcrank is picked here into the Thresh is that it negates Vulcan's ability to be a hook Thresh. This is something I talk about. Being a Lantern Thresh as a Thresh player, it's no fun.
It's nowhere near as fun.
You just walk around, you got your Moby boots, you're just saving your jungler wherever he goes in. It's a tunnel forward from Leah and then a Lantern back to safety. Because if you charge up the hook, it has a charge up time, whereas just as you saw, Tolerant presses the button, goes out, hook comes back immediately, and if you do try and be proactive in the matchup, you do just get straight up punished to the 2 versus 2. Now with the extra range is that little bit more effective, and Tolerant showed it in the group stage in their Fiora game. They split pushed their way to victory. It's not his first time even playing it on the world stage.
Definitely not. And as you were saying, the hook from Blitzcrank just that bit quicker than the hook from Thresh, so it means you can counteract the enemy hook. I have asked our stats team to research some Ezreal stats for me.
Okay.
Do you want some knowledge bombs here?
Yeah, let's go.
Last time Ezreal was played top in a non-troll game, so a game that had meaning. 2015 LMS qualifiers. It did not win.
That's a longie. Okay.
The last time it won was 2012 Champions Spring in Korea. So
7 years ago.
7 years ago.
God.
It's a long, long time ago. Huni's most played champion, though, in solo queue on EU West has been Ezreal. 71% win rate over 35 games. So he's had a lot of practice on this champ in the top lane.
I'm assuming that is a reasonable mix of AD carry and maybe some top lane gains here and there. I wouldn't expect that many games to be thrown towards Ezreal in the top lane, but
you never know.
If anyone was going to do it, it would be Huni.
He's constantly the experimenter. I still remember, Cassiopeia, Lucian top, both of those his inventions mostly. Although I'm sure he took inspiration from some places. Leo did come up towards the mid lane here.
That's actually the hardest thing with calling people like his invention. Because scrim culture happens and we don't get a look in.
That's why he took inspiration from other players.
And
he's
then
the
it's
one
like,
that made it famous.
It's like, player X is just grinding Cassio top for literal years and then isn't the first one to play it on stage. And you're like, oh, man.
Oh, see. Flash in, hitting Vulcan in the bottom lane. Looking for the Lantern onto Cody's Tolerant to get the knockup. Pilot ticking down. Should be an easy enough kill here for Clutch. Burst blood to Vulcan. And now they're looking for the chase on Tolerant. Another play. The hook doesn't land, though. And Tolerant still has the mana barrier. Cody's unable to dodge away.
And perfectly played there from Clutch. They get the 2v2. Pilot loses his heal, doesn't blow his flash, and at the end of the day, Cody gets lanterned forward, so didn't even have to use his dash, his relentless pursuit, so can get away from Tolerant. The only real scary thing against a Blitzcrank when he's underneath his turret is that hook into turret, so if you have the dash available, super easy. And now this bottom side of the map for a series that has been decided on the other side is a super good start here for Clutch.
Getting Cody ahead is so instrumental for Clutch as they get towards those mid-game fights. And right now, we've yet to see Closer have an effect on the map, and in a pure 2v2, they know the hook's down, which is very important.
And you see the immediate punish. Vulcan, Flash Flay gets both lanterns over the top, and Tolerant kind of maybe had a window if you can hook the lantern that could have been a flash away from the Kai'Sa.
But because you know the hook's down.
Yeah.
So
actually, 100%. Wasn't even available. Okay.
Deal here. Leo might go in for it with the Void Rush. Gets the Unburrow knock-up. The scat of the week is monumental. DeMonte gets the kill in mid. And Clutch once again off to a flying start in this game.
Yeah, second to the play. Counter gank is easy there for Leah, and the Mobies from Vulcan gets him to the mid lane off the back end as well. Tolerant in the area, but multiple lanes. 6 minutes into this one, already 2-0 start. 1,000 gold is the lead, and Clutch continuing to dominate.
It's so difficult for RYL to do anything about this. Haven't seen Closer really able to get those ganks off. Level 2 was stymied by Huni and Lura in the top lane, and now there's 1,500 gold lead for Clutch. Very difficult for the Turkish representatives to get back in this one.
So we'll take another look at what happened. DeMonte holds his flash on the Shockwave, and Closer coming in just gets dodged out very easily. Remember, Hail of Blaze there from Lyra. Stun from DeMonte is a very easy cleanup, and yeah, just well executed. Holding their nerve, not blowing summoners when they don't need to, and Punisher Swift.
Whole level advantage now for Lyra over Closer. Has 10 extra CS as well. Lyra now level 6 has the Void Rush if they want to go for a fight. But for the moment, it looks like Clutch just want control of this bottom side river. Tolerant's going to land the hook here onto Vulcan. Vulcan, no flash. There's a blast cone there as well. But Tolerant's going to knock himself straight into Cody's side. The hook lands from long range onto Closer. And now Tolerant is in the worst of shapes. Has to flash away.
And how did he hook Thresh over the wall? Gets blast plant forward and has to flash to safety. That is a disastrous scenario. Vulcan just somehow walks away with it.
Yeah,
he's happy.
I mean, the thing was, you could see it happening. I could see it happening, so Tolerant should have been expectant of it. Was trying to get to the blast cone first, but Vulcan very happy just to knock him back into his team. Means that Blitz no longer has the flash. Of course, is running Hex Flash, so has a couple of options, but very hard now to have that instantaneous flash hook.
Yeah, and every time the hook is down, the punish is there. That was straight up 1 versus 2. Oh, okay.
I mean, Armut has a 100% win rate on this Jace, so Huni is suffering the consequences of that. You've got Serrated Dirk already finished in that top lane. True Shot Barrage will clear out the way, but Armut will be looking to start knocking down plates up towards this top side.
And that's kind of the thing, right? In terms of Jace, hold that thought, okay.
You need to hold that thought. Tolerant is ignited and ticking down, and he's going to fall again. The Clutch bottom lane is just destroying RYL right now. Pilot can do nothing about it. Cody's Sun going in. The Killer Instinct, not quite enough. Vulcan stepping forward. Hook just millimeters wide.
And another 2 versus 2 kill. They cannot quite find the second Pilot on a sliver of HP.
Almost has
deciding whether he sticks around in this one.
Cody's Sun. The bait. Cody's Sun. Goodbye, Pilot.
And Lantern out of turret range. Another plate off the back end. And this bottom lane is just going from bad to worse. The CS lead is not there, but kills all over the place. This can't be happening for RYL. You saw Armut forcing the flash from Huni on the top side. The Jace just being more effective at what he's doing right now on the Rift, but bottom lane is bleeding.
10 CS behind, already 0-2 on the Kai'Sa. There's about 700 gold behind in that lane, and Essence Reaver on its way for Cody's Sun. Top lane is the place to be for both the junglers, as Lyra perhaps caught out just a tad here by Closer. The knockup's going to land. There's a Cataclysm as well, and here comes Armut, first kill of the game for RYL. They find one in the top lane.
Just greedy pathing from Lyra, gets spotted out, flash commit from the Jace, and very easy cleanup. Playing around the Ezreal with no flash, no ability to play through is a difficult one. See how this happened.
Oh, he hooks a minion.
The switcheroo. Tolerant getting desperate with a Hex Flash there, and Vulcan just predicts, he knows where he's going, looking for the hook around the minions, and that is not going to be it as we speed through. The hook goes just that little bit wide, but the damage calculation, yes, heal is available in a second, but Pilot, no pot ticking, just dies.
Yeah, Huni can just jump away from this, doesn't have the flash. It's actually gone Cull for that little bit extra gold in his back pocket. It has obviously been learning from our first series of the day.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, think about this top lane matchup. Both of them want to play at range, but in terms of itemization, it's a tier Cull versus a lethality spike there for Jace. Armwood is going to be much stronger, much quicker in this game, and they do play similar things. Vulcan.
Very close to getting the Jarvan out of his EQ combo. Vulcan coming up here with the flash now. Once again, it's clutch gaming, guys, and 10 minutes are on the clock, so it's time for Rift Herald. Okay. Tolerant could look for a hook across this wall. Pretty easy to hit those now. Huni takes a bit of a chunk of damage. Lyra there, tanking up the Rift Herald. Seal on his way. Right, so on the way down as well. Tolerant unable to connect. He's in the box now. Caught out in the midst of all of clutch. And Tolerant is having a nightmare of a game.
Yeah, that was a train wreck. Thresh through the queue. The hook could have landed guaranteed flashless on Vulcan, but comes a little bit too late. Gets flayed into multiple members. Now Rift Herald and the kill goes over. Lyra able to pick that one up. Shepherding through his top side as well. Has been dinged. Uses the double sweeper as well, so looking to clear out some of that ward. Got the reset off the cooldown, and this is going to bash in. More gold going to Cody's Sun.
2,000 gold ahead now. As you say, those plates fall on the top side. Clutch extending that lead piece by piece, bit by bit. And really, RYL really struggling to do anything about it. Tolerant, their key man in terms of catching people out, is once again almost going to fall. The culling doesn't quite connect. But it is a bit of an odd one here. If I asked you at the start of the day who would have a more convincing series, would it be DAMWON or would it be Clutch?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone would have said Clutch, but they have been just devastating in this best of 5.
Absolutely, you can hear applause from the audience. Huni was also the one to be gifted the plates on the top side, so demanding some of that gold. And this is the interaction. Hook now, whilst he's locked in the animation, but Aftershock quite tolerant a little bit of time, but he's going absolutely nowhere. And once again, this is the expected play. It hurts.
It's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt. When you see one of your players that you've coached through thick and thin, you've coached through the entirety of 2018 struggle to find his mark. 2019,
2018,
sorry.
I was like, hey.
I've gone back in time there for a second. Now, Lyra perhaps caught out. Solomon is going to land the hook this time, but Vulcan's on the way with the play. Armor coming in from the side. Lyra goes in with a Void Rush, and Solomon once again the man to fall. Ignited. Lyra, one Praise Seeker to find his mark, and another kill goes down. Seal trying to come across to help his team out. It's a 4v3. Lyra's going to walk away, making it a 3-for-3 in this bottom lane. Vulcan with the Cataclysm coming out and closer. Goes down. Vulcan stopwatches the shockwave, and RYL just can't get anything to go their way. Cullen coming out. Seal forced away underneath the tower, and this will be the second tower of the game for Clutch.
And the difference is committal. TP comes through. Huni lands at the play, but RYL just stutter stepping all over the place. DAMWON being left alone in mid lane, just pushing that way further and further. 13 minutes, the second dragon getting taken as the turret dies as well. Double 80 carry duo able to pick that one up, and Clutch, the games are just getting quicker and quicker as the series progresses.
Such good play here from Clutch. RYL, of course, knocked out Flamengo in the group stage as well. They're probably commiserating with the Brazilian brothers right now at a 7-1 scoreline. We'll see this once again. Tournament uses the hook very early on.
Yeah, and I didn't see before this play happened, did they know they were in the bush? Because hook onto a Rek'Sai gets a double knock-up. Lyra burns the flash to get the cleanup of the back end, and in just a second, like the culling comes through, they're just fishing for damage on the turret. You can see on the minimap as well, Kai'Sa catching top underneath her own turret, leaves DAMWON alone, so bottom side is losing. Syndra's getting free gold off the opposite side of the map, and everyone from RYL just dancing around, not willing to commit to the play, and with a Blitzcrank composition, you have to go for that.
You really do. Vulcan's been absolutely on point with this Thresh so far this game. Playing around Tournament very well. Of course, Tournament has been making mistakes. We are up towards those first completed items. Essence Reaver on Cody's Sun. Luden's Echo finished on DAMWON. He's got a lot of damage already on this Syndra. And look at the plate differential. RYL actually getting 7 plates surprises
that's the surprising thing.
I guess a lot of that is through Armut in the side lane, just pushing into Huni over and over again. But 600 extra gold for Clutch across the course of those first 14 minutes. They are 5,000 gold ahead at the 15-minute mark, and absolutely dominant performance by them, and now they're just looking to open up this mid-tower.
Yeah, and the real problem is that the Jace was an avenue to play through. He should have had a gold lead, but because of Klepto, because the plates have been gifted to Huni, he's actually basically dead even between the Jace and the Ezreal. He was getting flashed on underneath his turret, losing his own flash in the hands of Huni, and goes back, buys a Tear and a Cull. Should not have been relevant for a very long time, but because Clutch have found the ability to force around their bottom lane, Cody's Sun and Vulcan coming up huge in this last game just means that super difficult to find anything, and 6k gold lead, 15 minutes.
It has just got better game by game. Like, Clutch have just played similar compositions, similar styles, game by game, and RYL have never had an answer. And obviously a lot of credit goes to Clutch. They played it very well.
Yeah.
But RYL, the answers they've looked for just haven't been effective.
Yeah, this game, third game, has been all punish.
Yeah.
Right? Like, just off the back end of plays, the 2 versus 2 in the bottom side, every time hook is down, they punish the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank looks for a pick. They look to punish, they bring the TP. Huni comes down. This is Clutch just being all over the place right now, and options looking slim. It's 8 kills, only 15 minutes in. There's almost nothing to play for right now. They're just pushing in the side lanes because mid lane is really all that's left. You can see exactly the setup here from Clutch Gaming. Bottom side pushed in eventually. Top side will be the same thing, and eventually that should give them the rotate towards mid. But it's a multi-step process, and until they can bring all their members, the wave clear will be there. But at this stage, it just does look like an inevitability here from Clutch.
It definitely does. Of course, RYL Youth on the receiving end of shellacking this game. You do want to remember where they came from. The first time this organization has been to Worlds, the first time any of these players have been to the World stage, beating Supermassive 3-2 in their grand finals. The team that we usually see from Turkey. You want to give them some credit. They fought hard. They were able to take the tiebreaker over Flamengo after coming in to that second day of games at 0-3, but 0-2. It's just such a challenge when you meet up against a team that have more experienced than you and that have this playstyle so refined.
Yeah, right. And let's think about it big picture. The TCL as a region as a whole, we've seen so many representatives, and you can go super far back. Like we've seen DP, we've seen Supermassive recently, we've seen 1907 Fenerbahce, we've seen Besiktas as well. Like this is actually one of the stronger emerging regions in terms of international performance. And yeah, right now struggling against Clutch. It is the potential last game of the season, and if this is it, will be a disappointing way for Royal Youth to bow out of the tournament, but they've shown so much success, the creativity. The Blitzcrank has already won them a game in the group stage. Certainly not the place they want to be, but for their first time on the world stage.
Yeah. When you have something like a Blitzcrank, the chance for an upset is always there. One hook is all it really takes to find your connection, but Vulcan is the one with the hook. Vulcan is the one who sentences Seoul to death, and now Clutch can just pushing a 4v5 mid, double AD carry on their side. Royal trying to answer back. It's Armut who gets the damage in from the side. There's another hook that connects. It's Vulcan pulled in, and here goes the damage. Clutch trying to fight it out. 4v4 right now. Pilot jumping in with a killer instinct, but he is immediately focused down, and Cody Sun flashes forward and takes down his enemy man.
Clutch just take everything. Double turrets, double picks off the back end, and the one hook that does land brings Rek'Sai into the back lines. Play from Vulcan is able to clean that one up, and now Dragon going to be the triple Ocean off the back end, and Clutch just demolishing this one.
Third Ocean of the game here. Clutch basically gives you the same healing as a Warmog's armor when you are out of combat. Very difficult to play around. Infernal's next as well if the game gets that far, but right now Clutch are looking unstoppable. Seal, it's a great hook again from Vulcan.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I just talked about, right? Bottom lane will push in, top lane will push in. All 5 members rotate to the play, they find a hook, and now without Orianna, wave cleat is difficult. Big stun from Damonte. Hooks traded between the supports here, I misspoke, was not the Rek'Sai, but that's just a multi-man play off the back end, and very nice usage of the stopwatch means that Pilot gets punished off the back end. Cody, this game has been super on point, instant reaction, and coaching staff super happy with that one.
Right, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. One of them very happy. Oh, like, could have been slightly better, but I'll take a 7,000 gold lead at 19 minutes.
Yeah, we take those.
Cody Sun 5-0-3 at the moment on this Lucian, has the Infinity Edge complete alongside that Essence Reaver, and Baron is up in just a few seconds time. With Triple Ocean, it's actually a lot easier to take the Baron because you can regenerate while it is damaging you. It's only damage from enemy champions that stops that regeneration. Now Huni's going to match up straight into Armut. Misses the Mystic shot.
Does have chase potential, of course. Jace, not the most mobile champion, does have move speed, but against a Frozen Fist, if Huni does land that beginning Q, then certainly could eventuate into a good situation. Even with the CS deficit on the top side, you have to think by now the plates, the global gold, Huni is probably up in gold easily. And yeah, he's exactly the case. 500 up in the isolated 1v1, has been gifted so much this game. And Clutch game with a 4-1 split now, just taking more turrets off the map.
In a strong position overall. And you can hear the round of applause from the crowd, because this is basically what we've seen the last couple of games. Like, it's a muted round of applause. A little bit of cheering. But the expectation here for Clutch is they close this one out pretty easily. That's what they've done the last couple of games. 7,000 gold ahead at the 20-minute mark makes it very difficult for Royal to find anything out of it. And it would need to be multiple plays from Royal Youth. It'd have to be multiple catches. You know, you're catching at least 2 or 3 people to really get these plays working. Armut's trying to fight against Huni, but Huni wins that. 1v1, Huni does what he does best and takes out the enemy top lane.
And he doesn't even have to base. He's got a Vamp Scepter, he's got Triple Ocean Dragon. So sitting on 20% HP will just remain on the bottom side of the map. And remember, it is after 20 minutes, but the Baron hasn't been even looked at this point. They're just breaking everything with all of their members. Stun is going to land. Afraid of the Blitzcrank hook, but pushing forwards meant that Cody was left alone with an Infinity Edge, with a basically completed Zeal item after this reset in the Essence Reaver. He is a monstrous Lucian, left alone with a turret. Makes easy work of it.
And right now, Clutch in the ascendancy. It's been a really strong couple of months from them. Of course, their start of their summer split was pretty bad. We'll talk about that after we watch Huni outplay Armut. So Armut goes for this, and Huni's just like, well, good flash.
Yeah. Flashing, trying to flash over some damage. I think that, of course, can be buffered, but...
That's one of those plays where, in real time, you don't see all of the intricacies in it. And so, you know, it's one I'd watch back at, 25% speed and really see the exactitudes of when the auto attacks come in, how much does he get away from. But yeah, Clutch over the last couple of months have looked like a team transformed. Their summer split very, very disappointing at the start, and then they really started to come into their own. Of course, taking Team Liquid to 5 games in the semi-final in NA, then managing to fight their way all the way through the gauntlet, beating TSM in the reverse sweep. And I think this is kind of the culmination of that for the moment, making it there into groups. Of course, their expectation will be they can take some games in groups, but the likelihood of them getting into Group C and going up against SKT, RNG, Fnatic is quite high in the way that the groups work out.
And I think the big thing, hold that, Vulcan.
Flame comes out, closer, pops a stopwatch. Pilot's going to jump in, they're looking for the damage to Vulcan. That's one down, but the rest of Clutch are here now. Huni's joined in with the teleport, it's a 5v4. RYL might want this. If Tolerant can find a hook, they can still go for the fight, but look at how low RYL are, and look at how much regen Lyra is getting. Already almost back up to full HP.
And the wave's already pushed in both side lanes. RYL Youth have to commit all of their members to try and find a pick, and even when they do in this situation, Flash Ignite gone from Vulcan, they cannot get any of the control back on this one. Seal cancel.
Seal had to be healed. The damage from Huni with that Blade of the Ruin King, a single auto attack, almost takes down the enemy Syndra. Armut is backing here in the bottom lane. Should be able to get away, just to escape.
And to your point, right, I think the big thing from Clutch is that they came into their own. Those are your words, and 100% agree.
Yep.
Qualification for group stage worlds here. Huni playing Ezreal top into Jace. Nothing could be more Clutch than this situation, right? And that was the success for a roster with a young NA mid laner like DeMonte. Being able to play the champions you're good at cannot be understated.
Oh, okay. Incredible hook there from DeMonte. Cataclysm comes up. Talk about NA mids.
There we go.
DeMonte, the man to hang your hat on right now. That's Tanner time.
That's what you like to see. I don't know how the Shockwave didn't pull him out of Lantern, but he made it.
Sometimes the coding goes in your favor, and that seems to be what happened there. But the reactions to flash away from the hook, get away from the Cataclysm, just enough range.
Yes. And that's one of those things, right, where he flashed forwards. You see it with Xayahs all the time. It's just a reactionary click of the button.
Yeah.
You don't want to like flash in a direction. You're not thinking about it. It's just I need to flash wherever my mouse currently is, and that time flashing forwards towards the Blitzcrank doesn't sound like a good time, but gets himself to safety here. Vulcan rotating over. I mentioned the Lantern Thresh at the start of this game hasn't been that for the majority, but in the right place, in the right time, and saves his mid laner. Now breaking the base without the use of Baron buff.
So RYL are giving up a little bit of pressure on their mid lane to have Armut push in bot, but right now it's really not working out too well for them because Huni and Cody Sun can just chip away at this inhibitor very easily. Armut's still pushing in for the tier 2 bot lane. It looks like DeMonte has the TP, could join his team here, but RYL really unable to hold on to the inhib right now. Should fall pretty soon. Huni just needs one more auto on it.
Of course, Ezreal can actually buffer the Blitzcrank hook. I like the play here from Vulcan. Just throwing a Lantern forward should allow your AD carry to stand on the Lantern. As soon as there's a response, then you just take it to safety. And once again, I'll say it all without Baron buff. No team fights whatsoever. 25 minutes, they've broken the middle inhib of this game. And Armut's only trade with the bot lane in a turret.
And now you get control of the enemy jungle as well. Armut actually caught out here. Huni's going to jump straight in and doesn't even need Lyra's help to clean this one up. Lyra will take it in the end. A bit of a KS there from the Rex side. It was all Huni's doing. Armut no longer can trade 1v1. Huni's actually out-farmed him this game, even after falling behind early on.
Certainly true. Is easy when you're winning.
Yep.
I'll say that. You get access to more fun. Armut has been grouping up with the rest of his team somewhat and been starved of resources, but certainly coming back online. You can see actually the pings on the minimap right now. Right here on top of that ward. They know where it is.
Yeah, it's been there twice.
2 games in a row. RYL Youth have found a way to place that without it being denied. And
no one fools Clutch Gaming 3 times in a row.
Yeah, it's not going to be it. Lyra doesn't have a sweeper just yet, but
yeah, there's a couple of control wards. DeMonte has 2. Vulcan has 2. The only problem is I think Vulcan's is actually sitting deep in the jungle.
Supports are kind of that role, supports and junglers, where you have the most freedom on the map. Yeah. So it tends to be like, okay, solo laners, maybe your AD carry, places a pink ward in the pit because you expect it to stick around for a long time. And as Vulcan walking out of base, placing a pink just to clear a ward you know that is there, and then placing it immediately somewhere else, like that's not a foreign concept. That's something that happens all the time in professional play. So clearing it out Doesn't make a lot of sense
play
here.
during the days when supports just bought wards. That was all we did, right?
That was fun, to be honest.
I quite enjoyed that meta.
Yeah.
It was quite good. Getting a heart of gold and a philo stone and just 15 wards in your inventory.
It was fun to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Losing
was
it was
definitely
not fun if you had oracles and the enemy team had an assassin.
Yeah, just like a heart of gold.
Yeah.
Nunu
Like,
jungle
I've
was just
invested
running around.
400 gold into getting this one item, and if I die, I lose it. And I'm playing Sona. I died a lot, I'll be honest. And right now, RYL trying to find a way back into the game. It's they're still 9,000 gold behind. Clutch have total control here. Close it has got a flank position. Vulcan maybe stepping up a little bit too far. Huni's up towards the top side. It's Clutch just want to look for that second inhibitor. Huni actually has the flank potential and has a lot of poke.
Yeah, they just didn't have line of sight. Vulcan was standing a little bit too far up around this corner here, so they were sitting in fog. We're looking for the hook, but unfortunately for Tolerant, wasn't able to find it.
Well, maybe RYL just going to pull the trigger on a fight. Huni's going to poke in. Essence Flux doesn't quite connect. Oh! That was the skin of your teeth there, Huni. Just able to dodge out from the side of it. And now Clutch once again regain control of the red side jungle. It's pretty easy for them to push RYL back. Well, no vision on the river, no vision on the pit. It's one good ward just by the Razor Beaks, which means they do know if Clutch all back away.
So the 5-man contest has to be the play. Top wave crashing, now being farmed up by Pilot. Rotating over to the play does give Clutch some time. Not willing to just start up a Baron. I say that as Cody.
Started up.
He just jumps over the wall, but they're looking for the fight first. But if Royal Youth is not going to give it to him.
Okay, so that Baron's down to 8,000 HP already. Huni on the flank. DeMonte there as well. Oh, it's Vulcan actually who's there as well. Doesn't quite hit the hook. But the Baron just chipping away, going lower and lower. The hook doesn't connect from Tolerant either. Here goes Closer jumping in. The Baron still the target. Closer unable to get the kill. They do get Tolerant in the air, but Closer will fall and the Baron goes down to Clutch. Now Pilot has to join the fight. He gets onto Huni. Huni tries to jump away, but Pilot finds his man, finds his mark, and now Clutch will be on the retreat. RYL shouldn't be able to chase them too much further, but Clutch get out with 3 Barons alive.
Yes, that singular pick onto Huni, enough to dissuade the push. Resets will come through here from Clutch Gaming. Bottom wave needs to be caught. Dragon also up and available. Cody-san may have found Tolerant, though, just face-checking.
Yeah, Tolerant's dead. I've said that a lot of times this game. He's struggled sometimes, well, struggled early on to find the hooks, now struggled to position in a way that doesn't get him caught out.
And to do some service to him, right? Blitzcrank, when you're ahead and you sit on pinks, you deny vision, opportunities, they walk towards you, but from behind, you have to be the one to face check here, you have to be the one to place that vision down, and super struggle town here, everything used on the Thresh, and Aftershock cops the brunt of it. Yes, he falls down off the back end, and Pilot is able to find the W, is able to find the one reason why the push didn't come through here from Clutch, and stalls the game out just that little bit longer.
I think the thing for Clutch here is, though, DeMonte, Cody-san, and Lyra still have the buff. Lyra can be a bodyguard for anyone in a side lane if he wants to sit with Huni. As he pushes in a different lane to the rest of the team, he can do that pretty easily. And RYL, once again, just pen back into their own jungle. Really, even not getting many of their own camps because they've been cleared out by Clutch. 5 Dragons strong now, Clutch. Looking for a 6th if they want it. It would be an Infernal, and then the Elder Dragon spawns. Actually, very, very close to when it would have spawned before. 35 minutes, of course, is that Elder Dragon cutoff. So we're just before that for this Infernal.
We're also talking about an Elder Dragon when Baron push coming up. Clutch probably not wanting to extend the game out that far. They have double 80 carry. They have a Mountain Dragon, they have an Infernal. Structures are no consolation here for Royal Youth, as potentially the last push of this day is going to come through. The poke damage is there. The Lantern play once again from Vulcan. Clutch know exactly what they want to do, and the second inhib is under fire.
Mid inhib has respawned. RYL, 5 members strong, trying to look for this defense. So if he can land a good shockwave, it's only onto Cody-san and really did no damage whatsoever. Seal, not that strong, and now the inhibitor is the target. Huni caught out with a long-range Boy Seeker. Lyra down towards the bottom side of the fight, just acting as a bodyguard for Armut and Closer, and now RYL will rotate to the mid lane as Clutch do exactly the same. Shockwave still a 2/3 of its cooldown away.
And that's the thing, it really cost Clutch nothing to get that inhib. Shockwave, huge cooldown, necessary for a team fight win here for Royal Youth, and it was just a Lantern, it was an Ezreal ulti, a culling. Not the highest prize here.
Down.
There you go.
And now Clutch can just go up towards top. They prepped a wave, it's on its way. Huni was there just a couple of minutes ago, getting it set up for them, and that wave is pushing in. RYL will have to react to a side lane, expect Armut to be down towards that bottom lane as the supers push in. You can see how hard it is even for him just to clear out the wave. And look, yeah, just look at how far back Seal is. Ludens and Banshees, because he had to get that Banshees to avoid Vulcan, and of course avoid Demonte with the knockback, but just means he has no damage yet on this Orianna, not farmed up enough.
And you see immediately, it's the Lucian W. Ardent Blaze actually takes down the shield, so passive, not really useful right now. Second in-hit breaking. This has to be the stand here from RYL.
Closer going in. That's a Cataclysm. Lyra in the mid lane. Armored on his way across, but Closer's already gone. The hook landed onto Demonte, so he's fallen as well, and now it's a 4v4. Clutch fighting for their position in groups. 2-0 up. Armored forced back to the base. Has to clear out those super minions. Cody's son stepping forward. Tolerant lands the hook onto Huni. Gets the knock up. Huni almost down. Somehow Pilot dives into the back line. And that's another kill for RYL. And they've managed to hold on for the moment. But Clutch aren't done yet. Cody's son, Lyra and Vulcan going to push in. Who is clearing out the Nexus towers? It's Armut. Cody, Sun, and Vulcan and Lyra decide they don't want to go any further, and RYL hold on to the game.
2 kills, a pick from Blitzcrank. Clutches on to life here, the Turkish representative. Baron timing out means no minions to play with. Of course, 2 inhibs already did. The third was not going to be the play. And you were talking about the Dragon. Potential play here from Clutch if they want it. Going to be spawning very close to the next Baron, but...
I mean, the thing is, you still have 3 minutes on mid and bot inhibs, so you could just hard force 5 top again, right? You could just say, in a 5v5, we win the fight, right? Super minions are pushing in the side lanes. Make sure that you have those waves pushed up relatively well, and it becomes quite easy for you here. I think Clutch just go a little bit too far.
Yeah, we'll take another look at what actually happens here. I was saying it has to be the last stand. Closer goes in. Very nice hook from Vulcan. Shepard's in a huge shockwave, and is just going to be the 1-for-1. Surprised Lyra didn't go for the flash knock-up onto multiple people, and Huni, that was the reason. Burns his E getting to the inhib. Cannot buffer the hook. Goes down super easily. Tolerant taking advantage of Pilot once again, diving into the backline. Secures the kill, and that is enough to dissuade any further push.
Cody Stun still unkilled this game, though. 7-0-3. This team are 15-4, 16-4, I believe, when he goes deathless, so very difficult to lose a game when your AD carry is as strong as Cody is right now. Pilot jumps in onto Huni. That's the Killer Instinct juice. Scatter the Weak was knocked onto Closer as he was forced away. But now Pilot might just have to flash the wall. Lyra could catch him out. Doesn't realize that he's gone the long way round. Pilot will manage to get back to his team without having to burn any of those summoners. Huni caught out once again. Pilot doesn't have the Killer Instinct, so can't dive bomb onto that back line.
Kaiser W doing so much damage, and really the only thing keeping them in right now. Pilot actually monstering on this play. Infernal spawning. Huni's been sent to solo that one out. Bot wave pushing in as well has to be dealt with, as the rest of Clutch just walking towards the Baron buff. This damage does not matter to Huni. He's got the lifesteal, he's got the triple Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, Bloodthirster and Blade of the Ruin King giving him well enough lifesteal to secure that. Cody Sun will take the red buff. That's the 6th dragon of the game. 2 Clutch, double Infernal, triple Ocean, single Mountain. I'll take that every day of the week. Not a cloud to be seen. It's a sunny day for Clutch, as they are just 1 win away from securing their spot in Worlds groups. The Baron, the target. Clutch will clear out all of this vision, as they have done so many times before this series, and dive straight onto it. And really, RYL have no way of answering. Look how quickly it goes down. Those double mountains doing a lot of work here for Clutch. That Baron's already gone.
Yep.
And only 1 inhibitor stands between them and victory.
Bot wave pushing in, mid wave pushing in had to be answered, and 6 dragons deep, 10, 12,000 gold lead here for Clutch. Not being able to contest the dragon, or the Baron, I should say, from RYL Youth feels like a rough situation. Last inhib has to be the play, but still Jace dealing with a side lane. 4 versus 5 for at least another 10 seconds here.
Tolerant spotted out with the Redemption. Clutch going to push in towards this top lane inhib. This could be it. This could be the moment they secure their spot in groups. Huni, huge shield on him. Tanks up the Void Seeker. Closer, chunked out, pops the Gargoyles. He has to run away. Tolerant lands the hook onto Huni, but he's going to bump the E to get away. And now Clutch, all inhibitors down, can go towards mid. Bot has just respawned, and mid's going to respawn in a second, so I spoke a little bit too early. Clutch doing this one by the numbers. 36 minutes in, a 12,000 gold lead, and the win in their sights. 2-0 so far this series, just 1 more to go. Mid inhib, their next target, then the Nexus Towers, you have to feel, will be the objective here for Clutch.
They have to find a hook. Tolerant has flash available. Righteous Glory popped. Doesn't throw the hook towards them. Last inhib, gonna go down here.
Third inhib is down. Clutch playing with their food. The scat of the week knocks Tolerant back, and now Clutch, 5 members strong, will look for the end. Shockwave just flashed away from there. The first Nexus Tower is the target already. It's down. DeMonte gonna get taken quite low, but Armored is the first one to fall. Goes into the GA. Pilot dives onto the backline, but immediately he hears Focus down. DeMonte kills Armored. Clutch kill RYL, and this is the moment that Clutch secure their spot in Worlds Groups in convincing fashion. They will make it to the World Group stage.
And the third game, almost a victory lap here for Clutch. Ezreal top, double 80 carry. Cody Sun having a massive series here and in commanding fashion, as you mentioned. Super dominant here from Clutch Gaming, a team that went into the group stage of play-ins, had some doubts, but well and truly silenced here in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, silenced every single critic. I don't think many people said they'd go 3-0, 3-1 was on the edge. I don't think anyone thought they would do it in such convincing fashion. The same methodology every single game. They played impeccably this series, and now Worlds Groups awaits them for the first time ever for the majority of this team. Of course, Huni has been there before, Cody Sun as well, but Vulcan, Lyra, and DeMonte will be making their first groups appearance.
And you have to give shouts out to RYL Youth, still doing the huddle, smiles on their faces at the end of the day. Tough series, but valiant competitor here in the World's play-in stage, making it all the way to the best-of-5 format. Unfortunately, not going to be their day, as Clutch high-fiving the fans on their way to group stage.
Yeah, I think for RYL, this is a growth opportunity, right? When you've replaced Supermassive as the #1 team in Turkey, and they've had so much legacy and history behind them, losing to the #3 NA seed in knockouts isn't the biggest of disappointments. Obviously, on the day, it's going to sting. Obviously, you're going to think, what I could have done better. But for RYL Youth, this is the first in a long set of steps towards hopefully the World's Group stage.
Taking down storied players as well, and yeah, young roster. Best of 5 went the whole distance in the TCL, 3-2 victory over Supermassive. So in terms of an end-of-season run, absolutely huge here from the Turkish representative.
We're going to have another look at how Cody Sun and Vulcan really dominated this game. You can see a lot of it was off playing around that hook from Tolerant and Vulcan just being in the right place.
Flash Flay onto 2 lanterns forward, and I mentioned it in the cast, but Cody Sun just getting to hold his E at the back end of this one. And it was time and time again. You can see the highlight on the man right now. Hex Flash. Behind the minion is the Thresh, and predicting the hook as he's casting. Super clutch play, for a lack of a better word, for their support here. And yeah, monster series overall, I think, for the bottom lane here for Clutch. It's not something you talk about. The team likes to play topside, but ending on this kind of victory, hugely impactful for their confidence.
Definitely going to give Cody Sun and Vulcan a lot of confidence coming into the end of it. Of course, the team as a whole played very well. I think you can highlight individual stars from each game. And I think that'll be great for Clutch. It wasn't just the Huni show. It wasn't just playing through top lane. It wasn't DeMonte coming into team fights and playing well. It was all about how they synergized as a 5-man roster. And coming into groups, that's a very good sign.
And that is the thing, right? It's not the individuals just winning this game. It really was a cohesive effort. Depending on the game you watch, it's the attack on the jungle, it's the attack on the lanes, but everything working together here and trending on the upwards.
Definitely was. Of course, commiserations to RYL. They'll be back, I'm sure, for MSIs and Worlds in the future. That's their hope. Take a lot of confidence going back to the Turkish scene. For now, though, we're going to focus on Clutch as we've got Huni standing by for an interview.
Thank you very much, guys, and congratulations, Huni, for reaching group stage. So I'm confused now. At the beginning of the series, you told me we should expect a close fight. So was it them underperforming, or did you just play better than expected?
I think for sure we're playing better, you know, because it's like we were actually not also for us, like we were not expecting that it's going to be like 3-0, as I mentioned it before the pregame, because it's like they're actually a pretty good team and they know how to play the game. And as a team, they're just like helping each other good enough to like actually make the team play. And that was like most thing that like that's why we actually play versus them a lot in practice. We actually lost a lot, so. But I think we're like also confident at the same time, like kind of like unpredictable. I think we improved a lot compared to like last 2 weeks.
Do you think it was a mistake to let you play Rumble?
Yeah, I mean, if I really had to say about the Rumble, yeah, I mean, you know, my Rumbles is like almost is gonna be undefeated unless like they're actually playing well around it, or they need a like something special strategy like versus my Rumble. That's what I feel. But for sure, like Rumbles at the moment, you know, it's like one of my most comfortable pick.
All right. Well, could you explain something about the draft in Game 3 because you had Lucian and Ezreal? We know you can play Lucian top lane. You decided to go with Ezreal on the top lane. I feel like it's not such a good lane matchup against Jace. So can you explain the choice?
I feel like right now the meta it doesn't really matter about top lane, the having prior middle game. Early game probably is a bit matter because about the really kind of jungle. But I think the Ezreal is kind of maybe it's just middle game. But at the same time as soon as it hit 15 minute or 60 minute, that champion is so strong. Scales pretty well. Middle game one of the strongest a champion, one of it. At the same time, if I'm playing I'm just gonna win.
I want to talk about the meta before you were mentioning it. We saw 78 different champions so far in picks or bans. We know that the meta often changes through the tournament. So what is your take on the meta right now based on the expectations you had before the tournament?
Actually, I didn't expect it this much. I didn't really expect that this is gonna be crazy this much as right now because even I play top Israel, no one is expecting it, even on stage, and they're playing so much stuff, non-AD carry on the bottom too. There was a timer dinger, field stake, was crazy that everything I think is really unpredictable, and I don't think there's gonna be a better team no matter what. But for sure, I think there's a lot of possibility we can see with this tournament. It's gonna be happening. There's a lot big upset who actually being underdog, they're gonna actually win, even though they're a better team, because there's so many things that is unpredictable.
Looking forward now. For all we know, you could end up in Group C, so meeting your ex-team SKT. I know you have a revenge to take on them.
Actually, I made the group stage. It's gonna be fun versus especially Reckless and FLICKR probably. They were especially they were actually my former teammates, and also I wanna revenge the Khan. Last time I lost, but I gotta win again. It's gonna be fun. No matter what, it's gonna be fun.
You think you could pick Fiora as a power move against him and just stomp him with it?
I mean, depends on champion, right? The Fiora actually they buff, so it's gonna be pretty. I was really happy that they actually buff it because it's if you get the good matchup, no matter what, you're gonna be actually smurfing entire the map. So I like that happen because the top becomes more stronger, but probably top user is better,
We'll see about that in a few days. Now, can you give some positive words to the NA fan? Because we know NA can sometimes be a joke in group stage. So what can we expect from you guys?
Right now, actually, through the today, NA actually did better job than LCK, which is we get the 3-0, but DAMWON Gaming got the 3-1, We already confirmed that NA third seed is better than LCK third seed.
Nice. Oh. You made a fan really happy. Thank you very much, Huni. And to wrap up this day, let's send it over to cooldown.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Welcome to Countdown to Cooldown. I'm Dracos, joined, of course, by Ender and Ejim. Ejim, wild series.
NA third seed is better than Korean third seed. What a way to sum it up. That's
Who would have known?
That's a banger.
That's all. I mean, that's all you can ask for from Mooney, right?
Yeah.
He comes in nice and humble, as he sometimes, rarely, I will say, does. Gives his opponent a lot of credit. Says, "Hey, they're a good team. 3-1 maybe, but it's not going to be a clean one." And then he just 3-0s them, makes it look effortless.
Look, I'm just saying, take that statement with a grain of salt here, too, because he also said that top lane Ezreal was better than top lane Fiora, which I personally have some gripes with, but, his Ezreal looks pretty good today.
Unless you're Huni. And then you
Unless
just
you're Huni, I guess.
Ezreal top's balling out of control. We're just better than Korea. Sick.
Yeah. And, of course, completing the sweep here for Clutch. Fantastic final game. Really styling. And it felt like just ramped up over the series, more and more progressively dominant. And that last one went on for a while. I think difficult for Clutch to end the game with the compositions they had, but just massive performance from start to finish.
It definitely felt that across the board, I think Clutch Gaming just came in with stronger players. Pretty much in every position, that's what this this series read to me like. Even though there were some questions with some of the players on the team, I felt like they all really showed up today. And I love that play around the Baron in particular, because usually I think Clutch can not be... They choose some fights really well and choose some very poorly. That was a situation where they choose it really, really well around the Baron area and all commit to the turn off the objective. I thought it was really, really clean from them.
And I think given how dominant the series was, that is one of the most important things. Looking at this team that can be super flashy, it's not uncommon to see Damonte get ganked and then just sit there taunting his opponents and stuff like that. The fact that it was so dominant and so reliable. There was really never a time where they threw a Baron, they gave them back a significant gold lead. You can look at like little mistakes here and there, but given the style with which they actually ended it, I think this is looking super good for Clutch heading on further in the tournament.
Yeah, and huge shout out to the Clutch bottom lane. Of course, that last game, they just absolutely rolled there, Cody Sun and Vulcan, but I thought throughout the series, they played very, very solid League of Legends.
And historically, of course, if you're looking for a weak point on the map, you may have pointed fingers at the Clutch bottom side. Cody Sun is reliable, but he's not someone that many people would put up there with world-class AD carries. But now he's made groups and has a chance to prove any kind of notion just like that wrong if he can have some of these world star performances against the SKT bottom lane. While FLICKR's, I don't know, picking Fiora, trying to brag his way through the top lane matchup against, quote, the Con.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's interesting, too, because you actually, if you do try to compare Cody Sun to the other AD carries at the tournament, you look at his stats in the LCS regular season, he actually ranked highest for damage per minute difference among all bottom laners, and out of all the AD carries that are at Worlds, he is second in that number behind Uzi, as a matter of fact.
Damn,
Well, of course, that is over in the LCS. Like, his damage difference is absolutely insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's popping off.
For sure. See how much that matters. Cross-regional stats, I feel like, are always difficult, but
it's hard to judge, right? But
for sure. But I like that he's smacking the competition down.
Yeah, the one thing that I do like about the Clutch bottom lane is, I mean, to introduce some just random irrelevant term, but like in terms of like early lane, mid lane, and like late lane, like the early stages pre-first buy, I think are actually pretty solid. Like him and Vulcan in terms of what they do entering the lane and how they play out the early matchups, I think they're actually super strong. But then it is like the hedge when Lyra's playing top side and they kind of get attacked and like things can fall down. But this is a super good series from them.
Absolutely was, and no surprise, I think, to anyone to see that the Oppo player of the series will be Cody Sun. Not only did he have a fantastic performance, but I also think defied some expectations. Maybe not looking like the weak point in this series overall, especially looking at how the RYL bottom lane has performed, but really making a big difference, especially as Huni was caught up on the top side of the map, being the difference maker when it counted most.
He's just right-clicking so fast. You can see in these pro view replays right here. Even styling on tolerance a little bit.
Yes, the dash to the side so that Lyra gets hooked in is actually hilarious. Like, you don't want to hook in the Rex side, and then he just gets whacked in the noggin.
I just love these plays too because we've selected exclusively plays where he's already like hilariously fed.
Yeah, and those are the only ones that count.
It's just like we're making a YouTube montage. You know, we only pick the games where we're 6-1. We hide the scoreboard. We're like, guys, I'm just insane. I don't know what to tell you. But
my champion just does twice as much damage as when you play it.
Look, 23s. I didn't realize the numbers were that big. 23, 0, 12.
Big numbers.
Yeah, huge numbers. But of course, that does mean that DAMWON and Clutch are ready for the group stage with the two last teams. We'll be joining them tomorrow. Now, before we look at some of the teams coming up on the opposite side, I do want to catch up a bit on DAMWON. Of course, you can see they made it through. It was 3-1, as we heard from Huni. Not as good as his 3-0. But what was your actual impression in that series? What can we take away for DAMWON?
Right. So looking at the series as a whole, I think DAMWON was clearly the much better team. I think in terms of fundamentals and just individual play, I thought they were significantly stronger. What I was surprised by was to actually see Lowkey come in with the lane swap. We had seen it before, but not at all at Worlds. And it seems like with a very deliberate planned strategy, that was enough to actually break open the game again.
And I think for me, like that wasn't really the surprising thing of the series, right? In terms of like Lowkey getting a win, it's like, yes, wow, that is great. But to come in with a very like, they've practiced the lane swap. DAMWON looked like in all sorts in that game. They kind of had possibly the worst situation to deal with a lane swap, like the Garen Yuumi. There's the TF that's like hiding the weak side. But the rest of the series for me was like a little bit disappointing. And I think for a lot of fans back at home, like the fact that it took so long comparatively to what we saw the second half of the day wasn't as dominant as a lot of people were expecting.
I don't know, because you look at that game one, right? And even though they got put behind, I want to say like 4,000 gold very early on, Tristan has 3 items at 16 minutes on the other side. They actually got double Infernal. They were winning team fights, and by all accounts, I think should have won that game. They made a couple poor decisions in the late game, which you can definitely hold against them. But I think just the fact that they were able to fight back against that deficit speaks a lot to this team.
Definitely gives them a lot of credibility, but I do want to go back to what you're talking about, Ejim, which is a little bit of the question marks around not closing it out quite as dominant. kind of getting back to the root of this, which is how much of this do you think is actually going to matter when it comes into group stage? How much of this do you take away? How much of this is like people going to say, oh, DAMWON at 10%? What do you actually think means the most here?
And that's the thing for me, right? In terms of where this team is currently situated, like fresh, first time at Worlds, a young roster, I think that is exactly the kind of team, no matter how good you think they are, that does play towards the level of their opponents a great deal. Right? They're flashy, they play their own style, like you have the Klepto Bros, as Froskuren was giving them the name, right? But this is a team that against much better opponents, I think will play much better. Certainly you can't look at rough games and be like, oh, like this is just never going to happen again. Like, of course, it is something to look at, but certainly I think they will rise as they go through the rest of the tournament.
Interesting. Now, I'm curious to see what groups they end up in. Obviously, the choices are limited given that they are the 3rd Korean seed. Now, looking at our matches tomorrow, Hong Kong Attitude versus Isurus Gaming, Splice versus Unicorns of Love. I know immediately Splice versus Unicorns of Love is going to jump out to you, Ender, but I do want to start with Hong Kong Attitude Isurus. Is there anything that we think we've learned today, whether it be about the meta or some of the teams that these guys have played against, that we can kind of take into this series headed again tomorrow?
I think it's super difficult to talk about the first one. I think they're some of the hardest to read teams in the tournament in terms of expectations coming in and then performance during the group stage. They do like to play a little bit of a slower style, especially from Isurus, and has been like a weird one, right? This is like the first quintop we saw. Isurus was like being saved by their AD carry in the back end of team fights versus Japan, who bowed out very early. So I think this is actually a super hard one to read.
Yeah, I think a common trend today that we've been talking about a lot is just fundamentals in League of Legends, and how DAMWON we thought was the superior fundamental team. Clutch, again, I think talent-wise superior, but also fundamentals over RYL Youth. When I look at this first series, you'd assume the higher seed has the better fundamentals, but I don't necessarily think that's true. I think Isurus, from their group stage games, even in losses, I thought were much better, especially in mid-game, at just resource allocation and accumulating a lead without necessarily fighting, whereas I think Hong Kong or HKA are a team that is much more willing to like fight you for gold, for a lead through that way, but they don't necessarily choose the right fights. It's not about objectives or about numbers advantage. It's just, can we fight? We do fight.
And that's the thing that I put a reasonable amount of stock in terms of the reset from group stage to like best of 5 format. Of course, best of 5, like you have more time versus the same opponent, you get to put more preparation in, but where these teams were kind of being seen coming into the tournament, they have a second chance at like reinventing themselves. Like look at Clutch today. There were so many questions on day number 1, and then they come out in a super dominant 3-0. I think like I agree with you. Hong Kong, HKA rather, are a team that likes to fight for everything, whether it is like just for the sake of kills, whether it is for objectives. And Isurus are a smart team from what I've seen, right? Like this is a weird one to try and do any sort of predictions of what you're going to get, because it's like what we hoped the teams would look like.
Right.
But they do have like a chance to reinvent themselves.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how it unfolds if we see a shift from HKA in a best of 5. It's not a team that we know as much about coming into BO5. Domestically, obviously, like the clear 3rd seed. See if they can kind of live up to that expectation here up against a team like Isurus Gaming. But the final matchup, final point for this evening's cooldown, Splice versus Unicorns of Love. Ender, you started with, hey, it's all about fundamentals. This team's got who's got the better fundamentals?
Splice has the better fundamentals. Unicorns has some crazy stuff that they're ready to throw you away. I think
Huni talked about it. He said that Heimerdinger, people pulling out crazy.
Exactly. I love it.
Fiddle in the same lane.
It's super interesting because Splice is the predictable team in this matchup. Unicorns definitely is not, and I'm just super excited to see how these two teams clash. And for a particular role matchup, I think I'm always going to be looking at the jungle, because those two players, Xerxes and Ananasik, represent their team so well. You have Xerxes, the cerebral guy that's going to track you and know exactly where you are, and you have Ananasik, who's never going to be where you think he's going to be, and that, I think, makes it for a really fun duel there.
Well, I mean, it's also just the storyline. You talk about the jungle matchup of like Xerxes versus Ananasik. It's like, okay, Xerxes versus UOL. Like, how does this play out?
Chachi versus UOL.
Yeah, true.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, and I think you kind of hit on it in terms of UOL will be the weirder team, and best of 5 formats don't often favor weird stuff. We've seen, like, how deep does it go? Like, how much stuff do you have to pull out? Like, we've seen the Heimer Fiddlesticks. Can it go even further from that point?
And you have to remember, it's not all good weird stuff. We had the Vi jungle, too, which was a bit of a travesty.
But yeah, it was. But that's also just like the tip of the iceberg. We see one game, and it is a big pick regionally for them, right? Like, it has seen a lot of success. So and you can definitely tell, like, I come from a pro background, because I'm like, yeah, what we see on stage, it's just like the 1%.
I swear it's good, just like Echo Jungle.
Yeah, just it could be great. It wasn't when we saw it, but like, who knows?
Let me tell you. Splyce, if there's any team here that's going to be ready to play against weird stuff, it's Splyce. Because they had to play against Reckless pulling out the Garen Yuumi bot lane. They have to scrim against G2 all the time. They even have Jack Troll in their league who still plays the Fiddlesticks support.
And look, to be fair, they did in spring try to lane swap. They put Kabe on a Vigar bottom. So they're ready.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna say they're ready, but they've experimented.
That was a long time ago.
They've dabbled in the dark arts of experimenting on the bottom side of the map. But we'll just have to see, I think, ultimately. European fans maybe not excited at first when you see this draw, knowing that Splyce or Unicorns of Love, only one can go through. But no matter what, it's gonna be a pretty hype best of 5. And of course, if you missed any of today's action, be sure to stick around for our rebroadcast starting at 8:30 p.m. CEST. That is 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. And that's gonna be all from us here in Berlin. Of course, thank you so much for watching. We're gonna be back tomorrow to decide the last 2 teams in the group stage. We'll see you then.
We've been in the gym. Yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again. I like weed poppin'. Hey, who gon' stop us now? Who gon' stop us now?
Garen spinning, but is he winning is the real question. Akani is so incredibly tanky in the front line, and Canyon jumps forward and dies as an afterthought. Celebrity's so big, another, but now DNK has to be dealt with. Beryl is from the Garen, and they've won the game. We could have another steal as Noggery, not even in the pit, but Canyon is going to be able to get that one locked down. Oh, the boot back, the 4-man Nara into the wall. Could this be Lowkey's team fight already to have gone down as Noggery gonna have to do it by himself? Brilliant stuff there from Noggery as Showmaker dives onto Celebrity there. And you can see DAMWON, no one going down just like finally it's Nuclear that falls, but the health bars of Lowkey were all invested for one pesky Yasuo. The next is gonna be the next one, and yep, we've stopped the backs. Our first team promoted into the world's group stage is DAMWON Gaming.
We've been in the gym. Yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win. What you say, boy? Come again. Hey, please come again.
Lyra on his way, DeMonte going in for the fight. Clutch will want this one closer. Already down to half HP, Seal flashing even closer. Gonna fall first. First blood to DeMonte. It's Tanner time early on here. Seal getting chased away as well. That's 2. And that's already DeMonte falling, and here comes the rest of the fight. Seal jumping in, takes 1. Looking for more. He has to get out of the back of the fight. And now Tolerant stepping forward with Pilot. It's all on this Ezreal. The play comes out, but the Cataclysm follows him. Pilot goes down. Cody takes the triple, and Tolerant goes gold and flashes away, but Cody is on the chase. Tolerant will not escape today. A quadra kill for the clutch AD carry. Pilot dives onto the backline, but immediately he is focused down. DeMonte kills Armored. Clutch kill Royal, and this is the moment that Clutch secure their spot in Worlds Groups in convincing fashion. They will make it to the World Group stage.